Oh my god. They intercepted my sound waves. Jesus Christ. It's going on right now, folks. It's happening. It's going on currently. The MAGA chuds have taken to the streets. And they're going door to door. They have stolen the ballots from the ballot areas. And they're going door to door, trying to get every Joe Biden voter to change his vote right now, and I'm fighting them off. Stay back. I will not change my vote to Trump. Folks, it's a war out here. The impending race war has begun. They're upset. They can't handle the loss. I mean, we're not sure it's a loss yet, but we're pretty sure, and man, are they upset. Get back! But luckily here, at Patriot Truth News, you're gonna get nothing but the truth and the facts. And that is what is happening right now. Can you hear the battle going on? Listen. I mean, it sounds like it based off what you're hearing behind me, but if you go to all the news and show what's going on in Arizona and Nevada and stuff, and it doesn't look like he's winning. One of the maggots almost made it in. I just took him out. Saw it on some site. What site? He's got Nevada, Georgia, PA. Oh god. I mean, I think I just saw a little bit ago that Georgia, there's like 90,000 votes left, and Trump's up by 30,000, and those 90,000 votes are in highly, like high Biden areas. So, and like Atlanta, I'm pretty sure. It all is coming down to Nevada, my state. That's why there's a battle going on. You can hear it. Got my weapon right here. My Second Amendment right. I'm exercising it right now. Stand my ground. Standing my ground. Standing my ground. Standing my ground. Get down! Bullets are currently flying everywhere. Truth Patriots. But here we are live at Truth Patriot News. My kitchen is to the left. To the left of me. Oh shit, here they come. More of them. standing my ground, chat. Like I said, if you're just tuning in, the MAGA freaks have stolen the ballots from the local election clerk. And they are currently going door to door trying to force people to change their vote over to Trump right now. I'm fighting them off one by one. I'm hit. I'm hit. It's okay, I'm not changing my vote though. Wait, I got hit on this side actually. But wait, Zoop, are you being serious that you're reading that Trump's winning? Because literally right before I got on, it's the other way around everywhere else. Even Fox News has Joe Biden winning. Literally, Trump last night was on the phone with Rupert Murdoch yelling at him, saying, "You need to change Arizona. You need to not call it for Biden." And Rupert Murdoch, the father of, like, right-wing propaganda in our country, is literally saying, no, we're going to go with what the election is saying, not what you're saying, Trump. Get down! I am here for a woman's right to choose! And for those immigrants! Get out of here! That's what you saw. What, like, you said from one site? Are you kidding me? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Actually, just so we can be unbiased, let's see what Fox News is saying. Well, your friend sounds like he is a MAGA chud. One almost snuck up behind me. No, I don't know about your friend, but look, even Fox News has still got it. Man, dude, that was so crazy last night. We were like, Wisconsin, Michigan. But no, Trump's winning if you're like, there's 2 million illegal votes already in Arizona. So yeah, we're still waiting on Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. We don't really care about North Carolina. It's not going to do anything. It's going to probably go Trump, and maybe it'll go Biden, but if it goes Trump, it's not going to help him. Literally, they're just finishing the counting at this point, to be fair to Trump. I mean, if Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Nevada outright, maybe he'd be at 270. I don't think so, but maybe. But, they're just counting the votes now. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Let's go back to, here. This is USA Today Election Watch. This is fraudulent. You don't have enough Patriot observers watching them count these ballots. What are they doing? How do you know that the ballots really say Biden and not Trump? Look at these people. How do you know that there's not Patriot? What? Oh wait, they literally have a camera watching these people count the ballots. Oh shit. There's not enough observers here watching. Damn, that one was close. shit, they're sounding the alarm again. Fuck, that must mean there's more. Go. Batter up. Out of here. Home run. Alright. Batter up. Let's go again. Oh, what? You're against immigrants? Just generally against immigrants. That's all you're gonna say? Well, get out of here. Bam! Oh, you're against a woman's right to choose, are you? Come on, bring it. Let's go. God! Done for. We're only getting started. So you know what? This ain't really scary. It's a motherfucking party.
Battery.
Oh, you don't believe in climate change? You think it's a Chinese hoax? Okay. Let's go. Bring it. Oh, Obama was born in Kenya, you say? You need to see his birth certificate still, do ya? Alright. Out of here. Oh, yeah, you wanna still, you still think the border wall is gonna get built and Mexico's gonna pay for it, do ya? Ha, funny. Out of here! Oh, you think child separation is a good deterrence policy for immigration? Oh. Oh, yeah, you do? Out of here. You don't view ICE as a violent terrorist organization of the police state that is no different than the Gestapo? Oh, alright. Let's go. Bam! Oh, what's that I hear? You don't view healthcare as a right. You think it's a privilege only for rich people so poor people can go die when they need health insurance but can't afford it? Oh, come on, bring it. Let's go. Oh, you wanna further continue the war in Afghanistan and Iraq and escalate them further into Iran? Oh wait, Democrat president will probably do that shit too. But anyway, Trump, fuck you. They need more patriots down there in that building holding their militia rifles, AR-15s, at these people counting the ballots to make sure that they're not switching it over to Biden. Oh, oh, we got some more coming our way. I see them in the distance. Oh, they're shouting that they think they were good people at the Charlottesville rally 3 years ago. Oh, yeah, come on, let's go. There, I just saw her. She just got rid of a Trump one, a whole bunch of them. She lit them on fire right on TV. See, the liberal news media is not reporting on this stuff. Like we are here at truthpatriot.org. One more time, just one more round. Oh, what's that? You think Black Lives Matter is just a Marxist organization? That all lives matter and that even blue lives matter? Come on, bring it. Let's go. By the way, I consider myself a part of BLM, and I am a trained Marxist. That's why I know how to use my Second Amendment rights so well. You see this? There, right there. She just put that Trump one to the side. They're gonna set it on fire in a minute. They've millions of Trump votes burned. Chat, I'll be right back. How are we guys doing? How are we doing today? How are we doing? How we feeling about the election tonight? everybody. Because as I jokingly, maybe I was joking, I didn't really think it would happen, but I alluded to last night, it might come down to my state and my county. It's seeming like that. We're waiting on, I mean, Arizona's already been called. I don't know why anybody's even, like, there's all these people in Arizona right now, like, outside of the election clerk's office, all these militia people, MAGA people. I don't know if they're, like, demanding a recount or what. Let's try to figure out what's going on there. I know there's some people, like, Unicorn Riot is in Minneapolis.
So
right
Chris
now.
June just said that he was, they were told, you want to talk to the camera about it, or should I? Yeah.
Yep. So they called us over there and said they didn't want to. They want to be clear that they're not making us go under duress. That press can stay if they want to, but if we do, there's no guarantee that we won't get arrested and processed.
Okay.
So,
What the fuck? Yeah. Journalists, you're gonna get arrested. What
sort
the
of like
fuck?
the dilemma here, as press.
When that goes on, like in a war, like in the Middle East, and we hear about them arresting journalists, we call that a war crime.
Even,
But when it's here, but it's good old-fashioned patriotism when it's happening to a peaceful, like, BLM protester. But actually, I don't know. I don't even know. I think these are MAGA people, maybe. Oh, I'm seeing a V for Vendetta mask. I think we got some QAnons there. I think this is a bunch of MAGA people. But still, if they're being peaceful and civil, I don't want the police to attack them either. You never want the police to attack anybody. You never encourage state-sanctioned violence. Damn, dude, that guy's ready for fucking battle. He's ready to go. The music that's being played gives me the feel that this might be a BLM protest. Chill vibes, you know. Sounds cool. It's not like they're not like playing like Ted Nugent or like Kid Rock or something.
Nope, that's not what was said.
Okay, cool.
So we've asked the media to meet us here, the credentialed press. If you'd like to leave at this point, you're more than welcome to leave. We want to make sure that it's under your own free will and there's no duress. But if you'd also like to stay and document the remainder of the event, you're more than welcome to do that. So we do have to.
Wait, what happened to the you might get arrested?
By some time, place, and manner restrictions at this point, just to make sure that there's the ability to process the people that we need to, and also provide a level of safety for the credentialed media here.
Thank you. Can you say your name?
Captain Joe Dwyer.
Joe Dwyer. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Appreciate
Yep.
it.
Are you wanting us to just stay over here and do that, or what?
Yeah. Do we have the time, location, and place, or we don't even yet?
So this is going to be identified place right here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Take care.
So we are going to. I think there's been ample opportunity for interviews and that piece of it. So we would like you to abide by this general area.
Okay.
And you're free to document.
No more talking.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Is there a way I can just leave right now?
Yep.
If you'd like to.
Yeah, I got it.
See you, kid.
As you heard,
Thank you.
the captain of the state patrol said
All right. So we got some clarity there. Sure you all heard it. Very clear orders, actually. There's a long line of people who've been arrested.
Yeah, I am not clear
We have a
on
new
who
camera
is
battery
there.
in, so hey.
I'm guessing
Not trying
it's
to bring the
MAGA
screen down.
people.
Thanks, Chris. Yep, appreciate it. Stick around. Yep, good.
So there's 5 or 6 of us left here.
Yeah, Louis Chan right here, Liberation Lens Media streaming.
I feel like the
Tyler,
music
streaming.
being
Are
played
you
is
streaming?
way too chill for a QAnon group.
Facebook, yeah.
Tyler Putnam.
Tyler Putman, Putmon. First name Tyler, Tyler.
So, oh, there they go with the movements. They took about maybe 5 to 10 steps forward. These officers at least don't have the batons in their hand at this moment. Looks like they're going to try to move in and make more arrests quicker, get this process going faster, but not sure. This process is taking a long time. There was hundreds of people on the freeway when they kettled everybody. The dance party is continuing.
I would say blocking a freeway. Yeah, I don't know if this is a QAnon. I feel like this is like a BLM, like anti-Trump protest. I don't know. But I was gonna say, usually like blocking highways, blocking the flow of commerce isn't something I attribute to like Trump supporters to do. That's usually something that they constantly criticize like BLM and other like peaceful protesters for, like social justice protesters, things like that, civil rights protesters. But in recent weeks, we literally saw a bunch of like Trump, MAGA, right-wing guys in their trucks literally run Joe Biden's bus out of Texas. Straight up, like, that's like what the brown shirts did when Hitler came to power. They would go and disrupt their political opponents' rallies and
expensive equipment that was bought by you all. So thank you for purchasing this for us. To get more, we are only able to do that from your all support. So thank you for allowing us to be in your television screen, in your phone.
Are they stealing their bikes? Dude, you don't have a fixed gear bike if you're a fucking MAGA dude. Single speed fixed gear bike, that's not a thing if you like Trump. And those were single speed bikes or fixed gear. Dude, they would not be playing this at a fucking QAnon rally. So, just to clarify, like I said a lot last night, I am not a fan of Joe Biden at all. When he is declared, if and when he is declared the winner, I'm fully prepared to go into a little segment about how shitty of a person he's been in the fucking 4 or 5 decades he's been in elected office.
Quite a big dance party's continuing.
But we still don't know the results yet fully. We need to wait till every vote is counted.
Just missed it. Toussaint
to make a full, fair determination of who wins. Some people seem to think that counting all the ballots is wrong. Like that's fraudulent in some way.
Facebook and YouTube, we do not own the right to this.
But what that means, or what that actually is, when you don't count the ballots and ignore the will of the people, right? And go with the sitting incumbent president, that is called fascism.
Breaking it down.
Authoritarianism, dictatorship. Look those up. All different.
We got a circle where people are jumping in, doing some dance moves. Takes a lot of guts to make that circle, to be the inside of that circle.
Play some gabber! Let's get this party really rocking! Happy hardcore! I love all of you!
For the press that is still here, y'all are fucking real ones. Keep your eyes on the prize. Keep focused on what is happening here. When you look around, not a lot of these people in uniforms know what they're doing here. But when you look around your community, you know why you're here. Keep the cameras up. Keep the cameras up. Do not let them not see this. Keep the cameras up.
Oh shit.
Make a rest. Oh, I'm sorry. So sorry.
They turn lights off.
Here's a family right here, mother and daughter.
You know, sometimes you have to make that decision. Do I want my fucking daughters to get fucking their heads bashed in by some fucking psychotic fucking like terrorist of the fucking state, bro?
Yeah, so there's a lot of the press have left. We got Louis Tran, Liberation Lens Media, Tyler Putnam, who was streaming as well. Kid Jeff went to be a parent, to be his dad. King D, I don't know if he's out here still. Also, Chris June is out here. So those 4 people for sure. Unicorn Riot, Tyler, Louis, and Chris June. Oh, and homie over here, I forget his name. Got the camera, he stayed.
Like what's happening? Because CNN's going to have their reporters get straight up, like what's happening. Because CNN's going to have their reporters further out because they don't want to have their reporters injured, potentially.
Right. Listen. All power to the people.
Much love.
Good night.
Good night. Take care.
Oh, did she just end right now?
Get straight up, like what's happening. Because CNN's going to have their reporters further out because they don't want to have their reporters.
Dancing into an arrest. One of the first times I've seen that.
Damn, we missed that. Oh, wait, here, let's see.
Unicorn Riot, Tyler, Louis, and Chris June. Oh, and homie over here, I forget his name. Got the camera, he stayed. Dancing into an arrest. One of the first times I've seen that. And he walks away with a fist up. Yep, those are MnDOT over here with the shiny little suits. I think they're taking care of the bikes. Yeah, the speed of the arrests has picked up quite exponentially. State troopers are now coming in continuously, taking one at a time. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I feel like
I'm fucking stupid. We can't be playing this. God damn it, dude. That's so annoying. God, all the DMCA fucking music going on. I didn't even think about it. Where are you, chat, telling me not to play that? Alright, let's see what's going on with NBC.
Back to school. What do you guys think?
They're on commercial. Let's see what's going on with ABC.
That their vote counts, that their voices get heard, and we want to make sure no voter is disenfranchised when they're a qualified voter. So we're going to count every vote, and hey, that's what makes our democracy great.
Let's go out west now to Arizona. Whit Johnson is there in Phoenix. Joe Biden has held a lead through most of the counting, but some new votes are coming in. It's getting tighter.
Yeah, George, Joe Biden is still holding on to that lead, although it is a slight lead, and both campaigns are really working their mathematical jujitsu to try to find a path forward. The Trump campaign at one point today suggested that not only would they win Arizona, but that they could come back and win by as many as 30,000 votes. The Democrats, on the other hand, think that this race is just too far out of reach. They point to, both sides are pointing to some narratives that actually work. If you look at the numbers here, and let me back up and explain what we're waiting on tonight, and that is these absentee ballots, most of them from Maricopa County, about 400,000 just from Maricopa County here, but total statewide, we're looking at about 600,000 outstanding ballots. Now, these are specifically those absentee ballots that were sent to voters, but that they actually came back and turned in, dropped off in person, either on Election Day or on the weekend prior. Now, the Trump campaign points to the fact that people who dropped off their ballots on Election Day, they're kind of lumping them in with the people who voted on Election Day. And they had data that suggested that they were going to outnumber Biden supporters on Election Day here in Arizona by a ratio of 4-to-1. So they like the fact that some of these late voters they think could help them. But Democrats point to the fact that, look, this is Maricopa County. This is an area that has been leaning to the left, especially in this race. They think if most of the ballots
I'm just sitting here thinking how I'm going to have to delete my fucking
George, I also want to mention the Senate race because there is a potential scenario.
I'm going to have to highlight the good part.
Kelly is actually
probably split it up into 2 videos.
Biden, and there is that potential.
And
we've
then,
seen it happen before
yeah,
where they split the ticket here. Where the Republicans could vote for Donald Trump, and
Fox
Mark
News
Kelly
called
could, in fact, win the Senate
Arizona
here. So
last night. Everybody did, basically, except for a few people.
Thanks very much. Let's go next door.
A few
to
organizations,
He's in Las
but
Vegas,
yeah.
right now.
It's
Only
basically coming down to my state, my
fucking
fucking county.
Yeah, just about the number of people who can stay at the Mandalay Bay Hotel behind me, George. So that razor-thin margin is one that the Biden camp obviously hopes to keep. Now, the Secretary of State says that they're going to reveal unofficial results tomorrow morning. We don't yet know what they are. They say that in many counties there are outstanding ballots. Those are the people who did mail-in ballots that arrived either on Election Day or after, and the people who registered to vote on Election Day and then voted on the same day. We don't exactly know how many they are. The state won't say, but the Biden camp tells me they believe there are about 60,000 of those votes. And because the bulk of them are coming from Washoe County, that's Reno, and here at Clark County, Las Vegas, they believe that heavily favors Joe Biden. So they're feeling pretty good right now, even though it's a pretty thin margin. Haven't heard from the Trump camp about that, but it may not quite be over. The president still has a chance to contest it. There is no minimum threshold for contesting and demanding a recount, which means the president could still demand one. So we might not know for quite some time. The state says that it reserves the right to have official results on November 16th. So could be quite a while, George.
Matt Gutman, thanks very much. Let's bring in Aaron Ford now, the Nevada Attorney General. General Ford, thank you for joining us this morning. Tell us where things stand right now in your state.
Thanks, George. So first, I want to say that I'm incredibly proud of Nevada's elections this year. All the evidence, whether it's been in court or otherwise, has shown that our state has conducted a fair, safe, and secure election, and that Nevadans were able to exercise their constitutional rights to vote during the pandemic. And, you know, obviously there's consternation about the time it's taken to count, but election workers, I believe, should be receiving our commendation, not condemnation. But to your point, to your question about where we are on the precipice of some decisions. We will get some additional numbers out tomorrow.
Arizona's not going to flip
County,
for
which is where
Trump.
Reno is located, and down here in Las Vegas, where I'm located, in Clark County. And we think that we are getting close to a decision.
Why is it taking a little bit longer? I know you had well over 90% of the vote in mail-in vote, but an early vote before Election Day. Have there been any problems in the count?
No. So listen, it's taken longer than normal this year because every active voter received a mail-in ballot this year. Our legislature, in its infinite wisdom, and I agree with them, decided to have every active voter receive a mail-in ballot so that they could exercise their right free from potentially exposing themselves to COVID. And so many voters chose to use that mail ballot.
The right way.
Processing mail takes time because election officials must ensure that no one casts more than one vote. And counting ballots is also taking time because we have many safeguards in place to prevent fraud, such as signature verifications, unique barcodes, and other tools. And in addition, ballot counting, it should be noted, is overseen by a bipartisan counting board in each county in Nevada. So to your question about concerns, we have none. It's just taking time because the results, there's only one result to an election, and that's when every vote is counted, and Nevada's going to do exactly that.
General Ford, thanks for your time tonight. Want to go down to Georgia now. Steve Osensami is there.
Stand by. George, it started off as a dream on behalf of members of the blue team that they could actually win the state of Georgia. And at one point, the president was up about 200,000 to 300,000 votes. But currently, Joe Biden is only down about 33,000 votes. And it is now mathematically possible that Joe Biden could do what Barack Obama could not do here twice. Now, when you look at the numbers, there are about 100 to 120,000 absentee votes that the state and now different sources agree are still out there that are being counted tonight. And about half of them are in blue counties. A good number of them are in Fulton County, the largest county in the state. About 8,000 of those votes are in DeKalb County, which is a majority black county, one of the bluest counties in the state. However, when you look at the math and you look at how those votes are breaking in those particular counties and you look at what's out, the math that I see doesn't quite add up to Biden being able to overcome the president, even though that vote is so close. But stranger things have happened, and it is entirely possible that Biden could win. Fulton County is promising to count every single vote. They've got about 24,000 votes, they're telling us. They just told me that they are going to work all night to get those votes counted. George?
Steve Osasami, thanks very much. Let's go up to Wisconsin right now. Deb Roberts in Wisconsin. We see the results, basically a mirror image of 4 years ago.
That's right, George. You know, the votes are in right now, but the process is far from over. And as you say, right now, it looks like Joe Biden is about 20,000 votes ahead, about the same margin that Donald Trump had 4 years ago. Wisconsin is accustomed to these razor-thin presidential races. In fact, this would be the fourth time in 6 presidential elections where it was decided in less than a percentage point. But also, recounts are a big deal here, too. They do those a lot. And election officials wanted to be very clear that they have nothing to hide here, that they believe in the integrity of what's going on here. In fact, they made a big show of it yesterday, streaming some of the results. We made a visit to one of these election sites and watched these workers meticulously feeding these votes and working on them. But I have to say, in some ways, George, a recount is still going on right now because these are unofficial
I know
results,
CNN hasn't,
earlier.
but if
they
Fox
are still working on
News
these votes, on these ballots and
is
tallying
calling
them.
it.
There'll even be probably some
Like,
kind of random
Fox
look
News
at some
would be
of
the
the
people
machines
that would be
to
trying to,
compare.
like,
So they
stop
make
it
it very
from
clear
being called,
that this is a solid
if
system. They run a
anything.
tight ship, and they
They're
feel
they
very
called
strongly
it
about how
last
the votes
night.
are tabulated and that they did a good job here in Wisconsin. George?
Deb Roberts, thanks. One more big
But-
state is out there. It's the state of North Carolina. Janae Norman
Even
is in
if Trump
Charlotte.
gets all of these,
Yeah, George, President Trump has that slight edge over Joe
He's
Biden
still
by about
only at
76,000 votes.
265.
There's still about 117,000 outstanding mail-in ballots.
Now,
but if you're Joe Biden, that's not a whole
if
lot
Trump
to be excited about.
wins
He did what he was expected
Georgia,
to do in
North
those
Carolina,
heavily urban
Pennsylvania,
areas,
and Nevada,
Raleigh, Durham, here in Charlotte, but he wasn't able to really run up the score in the suburbs.
then he's at
But the
exactly
bottom line here in
270.
North Carolina, we're not anticipating to have final results until sometime next week. Absentee ballots postmarked on or before Election Day have until November 12th to be received. They'll be counted on the 12th and 13th. So this isn't even a case of seeing a slow trickle and those numbers fluctuating and going up. In the next few days, they'll remain pretty steady until the 12th at the earliest, 13th at the latest. George.
Janae Norman, thanks very much. Chris Christie and Robert Manuel are standing by. We'll be right back.
Get back! Stay back! Yeah, Nevada is leaning blue. And they have only Washoe and my county left. Why did you hear sirens? Because you missed the intro. I had a whole Battlefield intro going on, and I just put it back on. It's so funny. USA Today's like, oh, you really think that like you need more like patriots like in the clerk's office counting votes. Here, we'll just put a camera there so you can watch them counting the fucking votes for you. And it's like, it was kind of even weird that George Stephanopoulos asked that question a minute ago, like, why is it taking so long? It makes sense, though, because he's not asking it to be like, why? That's how a lot of people are asking it. He's just asking it so he can clarify, and it's like, dude, every single person was given a mail-in ballot. Most of those people that usually vote in person voted by mail. It takes a lot longer to count the mail-in ballots, especially when most of the people vote mail-in ballots. Like, it just takes longer. Not some conspiracy of voter fraud. They're trying to steal the election. No, nonsense. Look at him, this guy in the yellow right here. He's nodding. He's been, oh, look, and now he's touching his nose. That's the code. Flip vote to Biden. Flip vote over to Biden. If it's Trump, flip to Biden. That was the signal we just saw right there. Look, now he's just like, oh, fuck. I was just caught on camera. Inaband at Truth Teller Eagle fuck Trump fuck.me. Just saw that live on his broadcast. Truth Teller Patriot Trump fuck.me. Reporting live. Real riveting stuff, though, right? Watching them count these ballots. There definitely should be some Truth Teller Patriots in there with their AR-15s holding them up to him. Like, Shane, no, make sure it says Trump. Oh, he's going to change the ballots now.
It straight up, like what's happening. Because CNN's going to have their reporters further out because they don't.
I know, that's why I started my intro with like a battle going on. I was like, it's coming down to my state. They're breaking into my house. The MAGA freaks have stolen the ballots from the clerk. And they're trying to get every single person to change their vote from Trump to Biden so they can win and steal the election. But yeah, I know that's what's going on. But let's go back to this really quick, but let's mute it.
Moving a lot faster, whereas before it was, you know, and I guess maybe they're going to try to say it was media in the way. They couldn't arrest quick enough, but now they're definitely moving.
Okay, we can't. I want to watch this, dude, but the music, ugh, it sucks. But nothing crazy's going on. I want to see coverage, of Arizona. I bet if I go to Twitter, we'll see some. But let's see what Hassan's stream is doing right now.
I'm not gonna play League with AOC.
Ooh, Ida Chavez new article from November 2nd. I gotta check this out. She's great.
You gotta
She's a great
refresh it if
reporter.
you haven't since using Prime. I have Twitch Prime and I get no ads, lol.
Okay. So they're not even talking about news. Let's go through Twitter. Here. They're turning on their own favorite news media organization. They've got the fake news media has gotten a Fox now too. I know I'm a broken record, but it cannot be said enough. No matter who ends up winning the presidency, the Democratic Party's performance this election cycle has been indefensible, and that is true. Even if Biden skirts by and gets the nomination, it is not what pundits and the news and them have all been saying was going to happen. It was going to be this sweeping electoral college win. We were going to defeat Trump's racism in America. No, a lot of fucking people voted for him. We lost a lot of seats in the House because they ran a bunch of neoliberal candidates instead of how they did in 2018, where Bernie backed a bunch of progressive candidates and a lot of them won. Yeah, this time they just ran a bunch of wish-wash neoliberal candidates that didn't really stand for anything, and then they lost to people like Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, some of the most evil people left in the world. So yeah, the Democratic Party did a horrible job this election, and like they normally do. If it holds, Libertarian national candidate got 38,000 votes in Wisconsin, and the margin between Joe Biden and the real Donald Trump is less than 21,000 votes. Jesus. A lot of those people would have voted for Trump anyway, though. Come on, they're libertarians. So Trump wants to count the votes, but then his folks are showing up armed to stop vote counting. Now that they've messaged they're filing a lawsuit in AZ, finish counting the votes.
Everyone knows Ohio's important. You're going to go down here. Ohio's important. Everyone knows Ohio's important. You're going to go down here in the valley between Columbus and Pittsburgh. And then you got the Akron Triangle right here. Hillary Clinton carried this next to Canton. And then there's Worcester. But in 1876, it was a different story. Orville. This is a problem for Orville. This is a problem for Biden. Trump carries these North Lawrence down over here up here to Canal Fulton. You're going to zoom in. And get up here to 9321 Triangle Circle. That's what they call it, right around Nickajack Farms. Everyone knows that Nickajack Farms has always been carried Trump ever since 1884 when he only won 42% of the vote. We're going to go south. We're going to head our way south. We're going to zoom in a little bit. Right there's a green patch. We call this Elms Country Club. Back in the day, Elms Country Club is where, of course, Hamilton lost the duel with Washington. Everyone knows this is a huge Republican mainstay. We're going to back up a little bit. I never stop talking. I always just keep moving the map. We need more data. Of course, there's East Canton. East Canton, of course, runs east of Canton, which is just east of Massillon. And then Massillon's north of Navarre. And we all know that these are Republican hotspots. Perry Heights, Biden. Exiting polls say that the 627 is backed up here all the way down to 77. I never stopped talking. I was told to keep talking. Never stop.
CNN in the last 24 hours. I don't know. Do we want to hear what Michael Rappaport has to say? I guess.
Good. I say recount, stop the count, count it again, okay? Then triple count it. It's over, fucko. You lost. You fucking lost. The fucking ghost of John McCain bit you right in your fat fucking ass in Arizona. Good, you fucking asshole. Your big fucking mouth came back to fuck you. Okay? The fucking, you don't want to back the governor of Michigan when there's a plot to kidnap her? Good, you fuck. Pack your fucking shit and you're gonna lose Pennsylvania. Huh? The ghost of Daryl fucking Dawkins, the Broad Street bullies, you're fucking done in Philadelphia. You're done. Pack your fucking shit. You got a bunch of fucking flunkies around you. Get your fucking stupid sons, your dumb fucking daughter, your fucking mute fucking blowjob Jared fucking Kushner fucking son-in-law. Get the fucking tape, get the boxes, and pack your fucking shit. Pack it now. Go the fuck away. 4 years of this fucking nonsense, you fucking blowjob. Get the fucking trucks. It's time, asshole. We could count, we could recount. Let's do it 3 fucking times. We'll triple check it. It's over, asshole. You fucking lost, motherfucker. You dumb fuck you.
We shall see. If you ever watch something like that and like try to justify the cops' actions in any way, you don't have morals. Like your moral fiber is you're bankrupt, morally bankrupt. You have no moral fiber. Crazy. Just people just walking. These aren't heroes. These aren't people you need to look up to ever. These are pieces of shit. And if you ever see something like this going on, you should not feel bad if you see like the group of people around here try to defend this guy that's being attacked by 2 basic state-sanctioned terrorists. This is in New York, no more hippie chicks. You know what, Rexy? It's been happening for a long time. It's not, the Trumpism is not new. It's new because we have Trump here, but shit like this has been going on. This was going on with police during Obama and everything. It's a systemic problem that needs to be addressed. Just kneeling on his neck. Yeah, good, dude. Actually, funny. Ha. Yeah. Slip right into that. Yeah, fuck you. Boing. Alright. I wouldn't say it was better because like Ferguson and all, like there was still like just as many like police shootings going on of unarmed black people. Nothing was done about it. Like, oh, like he did the thing with mandatory body cams, but there's still no accountability. This stuff's been going on for a long time. He didn't do enough. He did not do enough because, like, they're still going on. They went on during him. You're never going to get me talking like Obama was a good dude. Obama was nothing more than a Republican. He was like a fake progressive. And when he became president, all he did was concede and try to be a bipartisan with the Republicans. People say that it was not as bad under Obama because under Obama, people were able to become complacent. They didn't have a president like Trump where every single day you're constantly hearing about, oh my God, they did this, they did this, they did this. But all that did under Obama, 8 years of creating the status quo and doing nothing like to really change things for the working class people, and only doing things like passing more tax cuts for the rich, and literally just helping the 1%. Like Occupy Wall Street started under Obama. Like that's like real. Like it's not like fake. But the people that say that it wasn't as bad under Obama are just privileged people. They are more privileged than the people that after Obama's term were like, wow, I voted for this guy maybe once, not or twice, and nothing fucking changed for me. My life got worse. And that's why we have Trump. And that's why when we get a Biden presidency and nothing changes, especially now that the Senate is going to be a Republican for at least 2 years, maybe even more, and we lost so many House seats to Republicans, it's just going to be another 4 years of status quo, and then we're going to have an even worse Trump come along. Just wait. Former Vice President Joe Biden is currently leading in both popular and electoral votes. Interesting. You may, and see, you're just proving my point. No more hippie chicks. You got to experience a privilege under Obama that still millions of people didn't. Millions of people didn't get health insurance under Obama. And you have people like Obama now being against things like Medicare for all and coming out and ensuring, like, literally the whole reason Biden ended up becoming the nominee against Bernie is because 2 days before, or a day, 48 hours, whatever it was, I think a day or two before Super Tuesday, Obama came out and told all the centrists to drop out and coalesce behind Biden, the anti-Medicare for all candidate. If Obama cared about giving everybody health insurance, he would have fought for something like healthcare for all or a public option for everybody. What Obama fought for was a Republican healthcare insurance plan that did nothing but say every single person has to sign up for health insurance now. Private health insurance. A big kiss to the health insurance industries. What it did on top of that that was good, though, that you can argue, is saying it expanded Medicaid for some people, like maybe you, or however you got it. It got rid of pre-existing conditions, so insurance companies couldn't deny you for that, which was the most important part of it. The like one thing that made it like, oh wow, this is like a progressive piece of legislation, and why the Republicans hated it so much. And then the other thing that made it like a progressive, almost socialist legislation was that you could stay on your parents' health insurance until you were 26. But Obamacare, other than those three things I just mentioned that were added on there, which were good things, was Mitt Romney's healthcare plan. They just called it the Affordable Care Act, and then it got called Obamacare by the opposition. Obama is the reason why we got Trump. When Obama left, we had lost the House and the Senate. A leaving president is supposed to leave with a House that is aligned with him, a Congress that is aligned with him. Wasn't. It was because he did nothing really that great for the working class people.
Only Democrats. This ain't gonna go away. The short and also. Who's checking the mail-in votes?
That guy's drunk.
Democrats are checking them. Democrats are checking. Count them votes. Count them votes. Only Democrats.
He's drunk as fuck, dude.
The short and also.
A fine job, despite.
This video you're about to watch, why Latinos surged for Trump in certain areas, is the Democrats' fault. And that was because people like Chuck Rocha from the Bernie Sanders campaign, who were like leading the Latino outreach in the campaign, and why Bernie won Nevada by so much and by such a huge like Latino populace, was constantly hitting up the Joe Biden campaign being like, you guys need to do Latino outreach. You guys need to do more Latino outreach. You know what the Joe Biden campaign said? We don't view the Latino populace as our path to victory. So just going to ignore them. And they think that by ignoring them, that they're just like, oh, but the thing is that like, you're a part of like what is considered in society as a minority group. So you're supposed to vote for the Democrats because they have your best interests in mind, unlike those Republicans, when there's like really no legislative proof of that in recent years at all. So they just think, oh, but they're supposed to vote for us anyway, even though we're not going to offer that community anything or even like have them like take part in our process of trying to get this guy elected.
I think he's done a fine job, despite the pandemic, despite it all. He's done an incredible job. He's bringing back the economy. He's brought back jobs. He's fixed our trade deals. He's caring about the American people where no other politician has cared, because Donald Trump is not a politician.
55% of Cuban American voters. And like I was saying last night, that is in part to Cuban Americans back in the 80s being given amnesty because they came from a country of communism and they were being used as political pawns to be like, look, communism is bad. Come here, we'll give you, we'll make you legalized. So some of them have this kind of privilege complex where they're like, oh, we did it, we're legal, why aren't all these other people legal? So they have more of a reason and like just this privilege complex that brings them over to the Trump side. But still, it's not just the Cuban American voters.
Coming from Cuba, we all know what communism and socialism looks like. We know fake promises when somebody says it, and Joe Biden is basically giving us fake promises.
Biden doesn't believe in Medicare for all?
Biden and Barack Hussein Obama made a pathetic one-sided deal with the Castro regime on Cuba. That was the other thing I did. I said, who made the deal, Obama? I said, we're going to go the exact opposite way, okay?
And that is one thing I've heard a lot of people talking about, like the Trump campaign doing, is going into these areas like Florida where there's a huge Cuban population and talking about a very specific thing in that community that a lot of them care about. And even if he's not going to do anything about it, really, he's going to tell them that he is. He's going to say, yo, that deal that Obama made with Cuba, I'm gonna do the exact opposite. A lot of those Cuban Americans hate Cuba now because, like what I just described, the whole political pawn situation back in the 80s. But so, and like there was another instance of Trump doing that in Maine where he went there. There was some kind of lobster thing going on between them and Canada, and Trump was like, "I'm gonna help you guys out with this." And like people were talking, like I saw a tweet, we'll probably see it soon when I go through my likes, that was somebody like, Flint, Michigan didn't vote for Biden. What, do they not want clean water? And then somebody else posted a video that we watched last night of Michael Moore talking about how he contacted the Biden campaign, telling them exactly what they needed to do. Go to Flint, have a rally, talk to the people there, and say, we're going to refit all the pipes in your houses and in the streets and everything. We're going to get you all clean water. You think the Biden campaign went and did that? No, they did not. So Flint went Trump. Democrats are colossal failures. If anybody is like, oh my God, look, Joe Biden won by this much. Look, we just made it. You have no idea what's going to happen in the next 4 years. And what's going to happen in the subsequent 4 years when Kamala tries to run instead of Biden, because he's not running for a second term.
First. I am on board with what he's doing with the border. Secured our borders, get the criminals out of the country.
You know, I was raised Catholic, very, very strong Christian beliefs. Everything that says is exactly what is in the Republican Creed. God first, country to others, good stewardship of our finances, and that is what's happening in this country now with President Trump. And it would be a shame if we lose that, because 4 years, it could go all back.
Yeah, that's another thing, is a lot of Latin American voters, especially the older ones, are like Catholics, and when you start talking about things like abortion and stuff, they will turn on you.
Having my family come from Bolivia, it's very important to me to know that immigrants are being protected by whoever the current president is. And personally, I do have friends who are affected by DACA, so making sure that their rights are being heard is an important part of why I'm voting for Biden and Kamala Harris.
For me, I think that Biden, it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time to get where we want to get. As a community, as the Hispanic community, it's going to take time. And I think that Biden is the correct person and the right person to be able to hear us out, listen to these students. There could be good doctors, good lawyers, good reporters. We need to give them a chance. And if we don't stop to listen to them, then we have lost a generation.
Decab? Okay, wait, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, Pennsylvania is going to be Trump. It's 99% in. Or is that... Oh, 89. I thought that said 99. Still, I don't see... I think Pennsylvania is going to go Trump. Like, this is literally, like, all Biden needs. And then if he were to win... If Trump were to win these three, it's still... He's only at 265. But then... That calls into question, is Trump going to try to pull what they did in 2000 with the George Bush election, where they just take it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, nope, we're not doing a recount, or we are doing a recount. Like in 2000, they were going to do a recount in Florida for Al Gore, but the Supreme Court literally made a decision that said, if we do a recount, that could deny George Bush the presidency. So we're not going to do a recount, and George Bush just became the president. And the Democrats are too weak to fight back. If Trump tries to take it to the courts, his newly packed Supreme Court, that was the people were put there to help him out with this type of a thing, I don't think the Democrats will fight back, and I think he'll just end up being president. Yeah, the county, the Atlanta one, yeah. That could happen. It's very close in Georgia. It is very close. What does it say, though? That's 98% in. How many votes? Oh, yeah. Didn't I see, though, that it was... I think I saw in that one in Georgia, there was 90,000 votes left. And I think they said 60,000 of them were going to go Biden. They were predicting. Is there anything new? Any live news? Anything? Here? Nope, still just counting away. I get worried about watching CNN live. They've DMCA'd streamers on Twitch before for watching their live streams. So I don't really watch them.
This covered, Bill, let's go right to you. So we know that we're expecting, well, there's 600,000 votes outstanding in Arizona, we learned from the Secretary of State, approximately 400,000 of which are from Maricopa County, and we're going to start to see those perhaps dumped out in batches this evening.
Oh, shit.
What do you make of where they're coming from? Would you rather be Joe Biden in this moment or Donald Trump?
Well, gosh, I hate to say this as the Republican, but you'd rather be Joe Biden. You're up 95,000 votes. There's 600,000 votes left. You've got to win the outstanding vote by about 18% to break even. But here's why that's possible. Because Republicans drop their ballots off in person. And if you look at the Election Day vote, all across Arizona yesterday, people who voted on Election Day, they were voting for Trump by either 20 to 40
Arizona
margins, depending
is a mail-in ballot
so
state.
include, as you were
Cross-party lines. Democrats and Republicans, old, young, they vote by mail. It's a thing that they all believe in there.
They might. And this could, I think it will get closer. Whether you can make up 95,000 votes, I think that's a lift. But it's what makes America great. It's interesting.
And Jeff, I guess the same question to you: where do the Trump folks see those numbers? Are they real or are they fool's gold?
Well, again, I think this first batch, we have to wait and see. And but we do know, that a lot of the vote that's out, whether it's Arizona or other places, the projections are about 21 million votes still out there, and we need to make sure that they're counted. And what we do know, what we've seen in other places, whether it's North Carolina or Georgia or Pennsylvania, that the vast majority of the vote that's still out there is this early vote, which, given how divided our country is and how we voted, we know that is a vote that is much more likely to go for Joe Biden. So we'll see how this first group of votes go in Arizona, but there are more to come. And if they're early votes, that's a good sign for Joe Biden.
Bill, give us a little bit of a taste of Maricopa. I was bragging on your work there. You've done a lot of work for over a decade in Arizona, so you've had to navigate Maricopa from a Republican point of view as it's been shifting away from the Republicans. So, you know, there are good parts of Maricopa for the Republicans. There are good parts of Maricopa for the Democrats. So walk us through it a little bit of what's been changing and what, you know, could be your expectation.
All right, so you remember that great line, you never put your hand in the same river twice? Maricopa is not the Maricopa of 4 years ago. Arizona's gone through an economic boom. God bless my governor, Doug Ducey. But you know what's happened? One, there's been a high-tech boom in Tucson and all across Maricopa. There's been new jobs created. More than 1 out of 3 people in Maricopa County said they've registered in the last 4 years. So you've got Generation Z and millennials moving to the Mountain West. And then lastly, of course, you have a Latino population that's aging into the electorate. And so sort of like everything you think you know about Arizona from 4 years ago, this is a very different state. And what you're watching is real, which is Arizona moving from a red state to truly a toss-up state as Arizona's changed demographically. And that's the big thing that you're seeing here in Arizona right now.
Let's go to Gotti Schwartz. Gotti's on the ground there at one of the places where the ballots are being processed and assessed. Gotti, I know you're clicking refresh. You got any new numbers for us?
Yeah, I've been clicking refresh on my cell phone. I'm going to try to show you this if you can see it. But this just came in. We know that it's a slight bump for Biden. The total votes now are 887,000. And then this is Trump-Pence down here, 802,000. So we're trying to do a little bit of the number crunching ourselves, just looking at what it was before. My math is horrible, but right now we know that the updated results show 1.729 million votes out here. Again, we know that there were about 400,000 votes still outstanding. Now this dropped down to about 300 or so thousand. So that batch may have been about 100,000, like what we were talking about a little bit earlier, maybe 70,000. We're still going to do the math there, but it does show that Biden has gotten a little bit of a bump from this. And remember, when we're talking about 500,000 votes and 500,000 ballots that are still out there, and the race is getting closer and closer. We were doing some more math, and it looked like President Trump, if he wanted to win the vote here in Arizona, he would need about 6 out of every 10 people that have dropped off these ballots to be voting for him. And what we've seen now is about this 70,000 batch hit, and it doesn't look like there were many more votes for Trump. Instead, it gave just a little bit of a smidgen of a bump to Biden. So we're going to continue to do some math
all right,
here.
Sorry about that. I was
I
making a post in the
Discord. You guys are tabulating back at 30 Rock with some much bigger screens. So hopefully you guys will have a little bit of better math.
Ooh, Rexy, you don't have to dox yourself at all. Have you told me before what state you're in? I can't remember.
Crunching those numbers.
But
that's what I was talking about a little
I've
bit
been
earlier.
lucky pretty much my entire political voting life. My state has been blue. Before that, it was red always. I don't even think it went red during Clinton back in the 90s. I'm not sure. I was too young back then.
Ballots, making sure that everybody is staying within
like
the lines,
Bush,
or making sure that they know exactly which candidate.
I can't even remember how it went the first Obama. It might have went blue the second Obama for the first time. Might have been the first Obama term. I don't know.
But surely moving.
But Nevada has become a very blue progressive state. Like Bernie won by such huge margins back in January during the primary.
So much is going to happen in this room right
I have to go to the
here,
bathroom
and
really
it could
quick.
Decide the rest of this election.
Oh, Montana? Okay,
Thank
yeah.
you, Gotti.
Right.
What do you think, Chuck?
How was that? How did that one play out?
We have nothing yet. And, you know, one of the ways, you know, when we do this, our folks like to go over the, we don't just store the data in our system because, again, we actually found this last night. If you were following the Virginia results for some reason, it's my adopted home state these days.
Not too bad.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Not that many votes off. Not that many people even voted, though. That's so crazy, dude.
Delivered their vote. We thought they may
so
have
few
double
people that
counted
vote in this
something.
country. There's like 150 million people that don't vote.
We're like, put it in. Whoa, we took it out of the system and said, hey, we need to go through this make sure there isn't double counting going on. And there was a lot of concern of double counting this year, not because people would do it on purpose. You're just dealing with a lot more mail-in votes and all this. And so there's always been, we know there's multiple categories now of stuff. So when we get this vote, we don't just put it into the system, right? We do actually vet it ourselves.
Well, and let's just take one quick second. Those folks behind Gotti Schwartz and the people across the country that are doing all of this tabulating, who are, probably making mistakes. They're dealing with so much. They're out working for all of us in this pandemic. I don't know.
The whole country saying, "Are you finished yet?"
Yeah.
I know, but we should be saying thank you. We really should.
Yeah, and it's thankless at times.
It really is.
They don't get thanked. They get browbeated.
Yeah.
Let's
we say thank you.
Let's bring in former Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill and conservative columnist and editor of National Review Rich Lowry. Both are NBC News political contributors. Claire, I'm just curious. This is a moment we're all watching these numbers trickle in, and certainly both campaigns are right now. Is this one of the gut check moments along the way to 270?
Well, I think it is, although this is quite a margin they would have to overcome. I mean, these votes would have to be pretty lopsided for Trump to take the lead in Arizona. And I spent the afternoon on the phone with a lot of my former colleagues, and nobody knows states better than the senators that are from those states. When you have to run statewide, you know it like the back of your hand. There's a lot of comfort about what's going to come in Nevada, and there's tremendous confidence about Pennsylvania at this point. I was surprised how confident people were about Pennsylvania ending up in Joe Biden's column. And the recount stuff is kind of weird. I've never seen a recount be successful when there's tens upon thousands of votes difference between the two candidates. I frankly don't get it. Usually it's the recounts that matter when you're within 1,000 votes of each other.
And Rich, we want to weigh in on the recount idea, the risk reward.
Recounts, I mean, unless it's
So, I want to say this.
Thin, 100
Rexy,
votes,
I was just thinking about it, and no
votes,
more hippie chicks.
You're just not going to overturn a result. And Arizona is really key here for Trump's path, which is
True.
diminished.
But Jessica, 212, what's going on?
Or so.
But
really the most plausible path.
I could sit here all day and criticize Obama and Joe Biden. Like I've said, when Joe Biden wins, if he does, I have a whole YouTube playlist ready to go that's going to dive into criticizing him, his past as a legislative representative, the things that he's passed that prove that he has tried to uphold systemic racism in this country. I could go forever on both Biden and Obama on how that they are not really Democrats. They are Republicans at heart. But at the end of the day, Rexy, I do think what you said, it was a little better under him. I can see that point of view because when an African American was murdered by a cop senselessly under Obama, at least he would get on TV and be emotional about it and express some type of empathy or sympathy and say he was going to do something about it, instead of being like our current president getting up there and being like, oh, I backed the blue, the guy probably deserved it, and trying to just scapegoat for the police. Like I said, Obama at least did the thing, the mandate of body cams on officers. Now, whether or not there's any accountability under those body cams is something I will sit here and say, no, there's fucking not any accountability under those. Like, there was body cam footage for the Breonna Taylor case. No accountability there. No justice. All these cases.
Well, there is still uncertainty about the result here.
Jessica, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I think that they have all been bad, like pretty much. I think I've been saying this the entire election, that the only hope we had to beat Donald Trump was a Bernie Sanders presidency. I'm kind of being proven wrong, and I'm somewhat glad about that because I believe Joe Biden is the lesser of two evils. Like, Trump is demonstrably worse of a person than Joe Biden is, and he's proved that in 4 years with some of his super inhumane policies that he's done, especially at the border with immigrants. But at the same time, like, we can sit here and talk about how the Trump administration used child deterrence or child separation as a deterrence like policy. They literally made it a law. They separated children from their parents. Some of those women have been forced into hysterectomies at the border. It's all real. So we could sit there and talk about how inhumane and horrible that is and how that makes Trump way worse than Biden. But then you look back at the Obama-Biden administration, how many people did they deport? 3 million.
Well, I think if it becomes anything more serious, you'll get.
Then you look, okay, wait, how many people did the Bush administration deport?
Cringing.
Oh, 9 million. Okay, so that's more than the Obama. But wait, the one before that, the Clinton administration, the one that was supposed to be like the holy grail of like the Democrat, like neoliberal era. Oh wait, they deported 12 million. Fuck. So every single president has sucked. You can go back. For real. I could sit here all night talking about Obama. Obama, like I said earlier, is the reason why we have Joe Biden as the nominee right now instead of Bernie Sanders. Had Obama not stepped in, that vote on Super Tuesday would have been the moderate vote would have been split between Joe Biden, Amy Klobuchar, and rat face fucking Pete Buttigieg, and Bernie would have gotten the vote. Whether or not Elizabeth Warren would have fucked with Bernie getting all of his vote and fucking it in some way, that could have happened too. But Obama is the fucking reason why Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar dropped out of the race and coalesced behind Biden within 24 hours of Super Tuesday. Yeah, we're not going to find out my county in Nevada either tonight, not until tomorrow.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever.
Yeah,
it's my job to ask the tough questions.
I'm not going to know tonight. If we called it now, though, that's the thing. If we called it now, Joe Biden would win. So this whole thing of Trump, like, trying to call off the votes is, like, insane. Because it's like you lose at that point. So it's in his best interest just to have all the votes counted, get him as close as he can to victory so then he can try to contest it in the Supreme Court. Which is what myself and a lot of others have been saying for a long time. But like to Jessica's point a minute ago, we watched this in a video, I forgot what the video is called, but a second thought video. Every single president has engaged, pretty much almost every single president in American history has engaged in fascism abroad. Like George Bush may have started. Well, he didn't even start the wars. The wars in the Middle East had already been going on for like 2 decades, but he really started like what we consider the modern Iraq and Afghanistan wars. But then what did the next incumbent, or not the incumbent, the next democratically elected president do? He ramped up the wars. Made them even worse. Killed more innocent people. All in the name of, what is it? Democracy. Spreading democracy. Getting Saddam Hussein and those bad guys out of there so we can put somebody we think is better in there. When it's like, yeah, Saddam Hussein was a piece of shit, horrible guy. But he's not as bad as the fucking dictator we're about to throw in there, who's only being thrown in there to give us that country's natural resources. Because if we don't get in there and do it, you know who is going to do it? Or who is also actively trying? Russia. All these like wars in like the Middle East, or like the coups that you hear about going on in South America and stuff like that. Why like all the people from South America and Mexico are like coming to America trying to flee the political violence that we cause. Like it goes on because it's like a never-ending Cold War between us and Russia trying to take over areas for their natural resources. We just did a coup, I think it was in Bolivia or wherever, what was the coup? Yeah, Bolivia. We just did a coup there. Elon Musk was trying to like work with our government to get it to happen, so we could get their lithium reserves with the guy we put in as president. Luckily, that guy didn't win the election. The democratically elected guy got it. Elon Musk cried that day because he had to tear up all his lithium mine reserves. And you just think, man, like, why do we have to go and start these wars to get that stuff? Why can't we just do it through like diplomatic, like foreign policy, where we like pay that country or region like a fair living wage for their natural resources that they want, instead of going and destroying the area, killing innocent people, and erecting a fucking dictator to give it to us at a cheap price at the expense of the people that are like left living there. Well, you know, Trump doesn't really need money for lawsuits when he's got Attorney General Bill Barr at his side. And a newly appointed Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, along with Kavanaugh. And wasn't there like another guy? I think, didn't he appoint 3? Was it just 2? Oh. Yeah, Neil Gorsuch. Duh, I forgot. That's why they were put in here. To help ensure that a 2000 election happens again. So. We need patriots in there, in that clerk's office, holding their guns up to these people counting the ballots to make sure they're not switching them from Trump to Joe Biden. We need everyone in every one of these states down there defending this democracy. It's patriotism to go and hold your gun in front of an election clerk office. So fucking ridiculous. Jessica 212, no, I don't. Are you a follower? Like a long-time follower from a long time ago? Pardon me for having forgotten. There's just been like such a like a solidified chat recently that new people, it's like, or people I don't remember from a long time ago. Oh, Saucy's girlfriend. Okay, nice. I didn't ever know that Saucy had a girlfriend. And Saucy's another one of those people that just like comes in chat every once in a while. Like, it's been a minute. What's going on? Welcome back. Let's see what Hassan is doing.
Closer.
Oh, good.
And then the political headquarters says it's about 16,000 actually. Well, regardless, I don't care. I just want it. I just want something.
That's like a very long-winded way of him saying we don't know shit.
No, there's gonna be. Why can't they just modernize the ballot counting instead of resorting to caveman counting? No, it's actually not bad. No,
Ballot counting in California was super modern. They had like the ballots that printed out your results on it, and then
like, you mean you would defend the ballot, like the people counting the ballots, you would defend them? Because honestly, man, the moment Trump tells federal marshals to go in there and fucking grab those ballots, those cops are gonna turn right around and like let those guys in there to go fucking grab those ballots. So I wouldn't say like stand with the police, National Guard, because both of them right away will turn around and go fucking grab those ballots and go very quickly from we're defending democracy to we're fucking like helping fascism go. Like they're not people that have like strong beliefs. They just like do what they're told. And when they do have strong beliefs, it's usually very strong right-wing beliefs. So A lot of those cops and National Guard are probably sitting there like, all right, just like, can we just let these guys in there to fucking go like grab these ballots and go hand them to Trump so they can stop being counted?
Crazy.
awesome.
That's so sick. They have such like weird graphics and shit. Like
But I hope it comes across that when I say things like the Patriots need to go in there and have their guns held up to them to make sure they're not switching, I'm being sarcastic. Like, I'm not being serious. That's like me putting on my Alex Jones voice and literally saying what he said earlier on fucking stream. He said directly that.
Of those men can move beyond a stiff walk. Neither of those men have run in many
No,
years.
Joe Biden runs. He actually runs on every.
Really?
Joe Biden does run.
Yeah, he runs on purpose. Like whenever he's like doing a rally, he like runs up to the podium. I mean, it's like a light jog for like a brief moment, so it doesn't
You can
really...
cuss if you want, but just
that would
no
be so
nothing,
awesome
no gamer words.
if he just
But
dead
I know you're
up
actually
every time
respectful.
like the Ultimate Warrior.
Most of those gamer words are blocked anyway.
Good one,
but,
dude.
Still, people
Spalding,
try to
like,
figure
as in
out ways around
Spaldingo?
it, putting spaces and all that dumb shit. But
Just
yeah,
got
you can
back
say
from this.
fuck if you
Stay
want.
safe, y'all. Police in Minneapolis have shut down I-94 as their massive operation to arrest hundreds of protesters trapped on the freeway drags into its 4th hour.
Hassan, don't fall for it. Don't play the audio. You're gonna get DMCA'd. I think I'm gonna have to delete my stream after this because I played their
Dangerous
stream and there was a
Bubble
bunch of
50,000?
DMCA music.
No.
Sucks. Oh god.
AP shows 0.4%.
It's like a huge fly. This fly from yesterday, it's like as big as my thumb, is like flying around here.
0.4% of the votes left.
Ah!
Is that what they're saying?
Where'd it go?
That's on.
No, I think there's a difference.
All
right, we're 5 minutes out from Maricopa. Maricopa was supposed to, of course, report numbers half an hour ago, and then the fucking idiots outside, they were like, count the votes, we love you, but also we're going to scare the shit out of you. Got them to postpone the results for at least another half hour. So thank you to the idiots over there. That was really fucking tight of you. Really smart, really fucking tight. What? Wait, no, that's OAN, man. Why would you ever send me a fucking OAN reporter? They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're charlatans, dude. They're not real news. They're... More from Georgia. DeKalb County just reported more than 4,000 ballots, and Joe Biden won the badge with 69%. Nice! And this may be it for DeKalb. This corresponds to what AGC said was left there. And oh my, there's now more from Fulton. Now this badge is more in line with what Biden needs. Fulton reported 5,600 more ballots, and he won this badge by considerably more than his overall lead in the county, which makes sense as the mail ballots are skewing Democratic.
How many percent was that again, Hassan?
69%.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice Instagram post. Follow Hasanabi on Twitter and Instagram, guys, for the best takes. Thanks, man. It's not Hasanabi on Instagram though. It's Hassan D. Piker. So, breaking ballots found on Hunter Biden's laptop. Found a mix of dick pics and George Soros.
I'll be right back, chat.
A good one. You're number 3 in subs now. Only XQC and Nick Merckx have more. Dude, I don't want to have more subs than XQC or Nick Merckx, okay? That's fucking nuts. Shouldn't have this many subs to begin with. It's crazy. I don't know how the fuck this happened.
I agree, Hassan. And that's why you can take your subs and spend them at Will Neff on twitchtv.com. That's me, Will Neff. Go spend those subs there offline right now. Give them to me. That's me. That's me, the other guy. Doing this for the love of the game. Just the love of the game.
Proof of stealing the election. A man named Bill Dipperly died in 1984 and sent in an absentee ballot this year in Detroit. Wait, did you just say a man named Bill Dipperly? Just say a man named Bill Dipperly died in 1984? Wait, what?
Hey, Pokey, wanna come out here?
My name is Bill Dipperly. I approve this message.
I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. Yeah, I'm Bill Dipperly. You don't wanna smoke, so ask for the check, please. I just made a big bag. I just bought a Bentley. Always on your mind, please. I be living rent free. The girl wanna fuck, even though she just met. I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. Wake up in the morning and I had to take a big pee. Only thing I know how to cook is spaghetti. Met that bitch once and she never forget me. I'm Bill Dipperly. 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 Hey, this is my dick. I barely knew her. I go real fast on my scooter. Skirt don't have a gun yet, but I shoot her with my dick. I'm a coomer. Wow. Where the fuck is Mario? Dude, I've been looking all night. I've been searching on computer. I'm Bill Dipperly. Yeah, I'm Bill Dipperly. 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 I'm Bill Dipperly.
I don't even know anymore. Why am I here? What? Yo!
Goodbye, everyone. I have to go now. I must have to go now. I have to go. I have to leave this song, yeah. Okay, goodbye now. I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Pokelaw's a musical talent. If you were, I don't know if you're aware of him or not, but he's very good. A famous music artist. CNN's Dana Bash says Trump is feeling down. Oh, we know that already. We found out about that earlier, yeah.
Panthers taught us we say power to the people. That's it.
Word. Thank you for that. Can you talk about real quick the tactics that you've seen? I know you're sort of a veteran in the movements area, as well as like seeing the tactics that they use on people, going back to your own personal times. When it comes to these tactics, what do you see?
So, I mean, this is an absolutely unnecessary, overwhelming use of force on an entirely, unarmed. There was no drama here. It was a straight up march, simple rally and march. And, we're blocking a couple lanes of highway for a bit. But that's our right. These are our streets. We pay for these streets. There is absolutely no reason to inconvenience the whole city for all these hours, but also no reason to place all these people under arrest. These charges aren't even going to stand up. This is just harassment. I guess that's the nicest word for it. It's repression. It's state repression. And this is a little bit of what a police state looks like. And, these guys, aside from killing our own community members like George Floyd, they love Donald Trump. So I don't know if they're here, if they hate us more because we don't love Donald Trump or because we don't love them killing our people. But either way, they show they just can't even stand to have people speak the truth on a night like tonight. And they'd rather do all this. I think it also speaks to the political establishment that gives them this endless amount of resources and absolute freedom to use it. It's not even clear to me who ordered this operation, but there's no one in the political establishment who's been willing to take responsibility for it and call it off. And those are all Democrats in this state, in this county, in this city.
Okay,
so
that's
here we
it.
sit. Yeah.
Fuck it.
Thank you. Anything else you want to say?
Nah, I'm good.
Fuck
Thank
it.
you.
I'm saying it, dude. All right, listen. This shit's got more delays than fucking Cyberpunk 2077. Okay?
Dude, it's gold disc. It's gold disc. Holy shit.
Wow. 4chan is behaving like a bunch of libs. It's pretty funny that they're like they're behaving exactly like the Clintonite liberals that they once despised. And that was the reason why I thought they.
That is a crazy thread, dude.
That was
what
why I
the
thought they
fuck is going
became,
on
you know,
in
Trump supporters
4chan?
and shit, but
Is 4chan a bunch of libs
turns
now?
out they are
What?
now officially what they hated.
Yeah,
yelling
what the
at third-party voter Andes over here.
Oh
at
my
fucking
God.
4chan.
In an election where the third party barely took any votes.
Oh yeah, no. Well, technically, the margins are so fucking narrow that.
True.
I heard that they did in Michigan or Wisconsin, one of those. It made a difference almost. Oh yeah, one thing though we can all look forward to is once Biden wins in the next 24 hours or whatever, COVID will be gone. Have you heard? COVID's just gonna magically disappear once Biden becomes
Hill.
president, because it's all a hoax, right?
The
By
world's
Trump, that he says.
What?
Just kidding.
It's fucking real, dude. There's no way. The USPS statistics on mail ballots look worse than they actually are. They failed in South Florida, where 27% of the mail-in votes may have never been received. There's no way. That's an insane number, dude.
Holy shit.
There's no way. Wasn't turnout insanely high anyway? What the fuck are these crackpots doing? June Aiken, born in 1900, voted via absentee ballot in Jackson County, Michigan. That would make them 120 years old. Wait, are these people serious?
This tweet is great. Hold on. I'm gonna vote for JoJo. Whatever, as long as Trump wins, I don't care. Wait, hold on. Oh. Someone's just yelling something outside. Maybe the race war is beginning. Hold on. I don't know. But yeah, I bet Trump people are kind of mad at third party this time. Not like they were not mad last time. That's interesting. One plausible and hilarious outcome is that Democrats lose the Senate by 1 seat, but then 78-year-old Mitch McConnell dies in the first few months. KY's Dem Gov appoints his replacement, giving Dems a temporary majority, which they will use to admit Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. as states, giving them a firm majority. Because when you make Puerto Rico and Washington D.C. actual states, you're gonna get at least 3 or 4 new representatives. I think. I don't even know the exact number. And they're all gonna be Democrat. But one thing you need to do in order for that to happen is get rid of the filibuster. And one person that loves the filibuster is Bernie Sanders. And that's so funny because, like, what Nomiki just said, my whole intro was, like, not about them, like, stopping the votes from being counted. It was them, like, breaking in and, like, forcing them to count the votes and making sure that they weren't switching them over. And it seems like that's, like, they're, like, what she says. So the armed amateur militia outside of the Maricopa vote counting location are protesting that the vote continue? It shows how they take whatever Trump says verbatim. Nobody is trying to stop the vote count in AZ. If anything, it may speed up the process of Trump's loss. Is Lincoln Project ready to take on this conspiracy theorist congressman? Wait, here. Let's go. Oh, that's a congressman. Wow. It looks like he's got COVID. AOC wants to do a Star Trek stream. Thoughts on who should be involved? Oh, dude, I hope AOC comes back, please. Thirst? Oh my god, wow.
If it's someone else behind that, what's up? Move on org says, why is streamer's head so small? I wonder if that's actually Move On org or if it's someone else behind that account right now. Like, I wonder. This wonderful political organization that I like is commenting on my head size. Very strange. I wonder who could it be. What's up? Move on org says.
I don't think he does. I think it's his camera angle. I don't think it's that small. But if it is, it's because he just got too big around here, man. It's not proportional. Can't grow your head size. I mean, you can get a little fatter, I guess. The head gym. Okay, wait, let's go back. Let's see.
You got hacked by the deep state?
Ear ups.
I'm not going to want to Summit 1G out of context. Did you actually just get hacked? No, I didn't just get hacked. Are you crazy? Nah, it doesn't matter though because I am going to bed. I don't think this shit's coming out. So.
All right. Well.
Are you gonna go live, Will?
Yeah, I'll probably hang out for a few hours, see if there are results, maybe play some games. I don't know.
Oh, he's done. It might not. I thought. Wait, did Maricopa County come in?
Was the youth vote. That's what's getting counted right now in the and there's 25% Latino youth vote.
This whole thing of CNN not calling Arizona though, but Fox News, MSNBC, everybody else having it called is fucking crazy to me.
That were Latino that were voting for Joe Biden. But then you also have not just the Latino demographic aging in.
Because like I say all the time, all these organizations suck.
New industry.
If you want to get good news, you go to like people like Hassan.
That you're seeing in Georgia. So it's
if you want more like news-like organizations, things we were watching yesterday, like the Young Turks, Democracy Now, Majority Report, a lot of those live streams that I had pulling up, not these mainstream news ones, but the live streams, those are all amazing news sources that are all independent. They're not corporately run. They don't have some kind of agenda or bias they're trying to push.
The young Latino vote heading that
except that they're
charge,
leftists, and if you're going to say that all leftist stuff is like biased, then
just simply weren't there in 2016. Now in Nevada,
but it's not that they're like, because even then it's like if a leftist does something wrong, they're going to be honest about it, call it out, and things like that. So they aren't biased.
But in those
I've seen it.
States, in Georgia,
we call Bernie out all the time for things he's done.
It is the young Latino vote.
Not all the time. He's pretty fucking
Latino,
bunch of perfect
we have
god.
67,000 in Arizona, 35,000 respectively in Nevada and in Georgia, and they have been responding. So I think it's still up for grabs, but I do think that just based on the demographic aging in, what we know what happened in Colorado, what we know what happened in Virginia a couple cycles back, that is the road that we see for Nevada, Arizona, and possibly Georgia.
I got to ask you, Maria, when this is all said and done, though, are you going to be looking hard at, the president did well with Latinos, relatively speaking, improved on his numbers from 2016, and also with the Black community as well. So it was an uneven performance for Joe Biden in terms of the Latino vote across the
Very
country.
bad.
I think that what we saw specifically in the Latino vote in Florida was that, unlike the states that I just mentioned, they did not have show me your paper laws. They did not have anti-immigrant laws. So the Latino person there was able to see and talk very much about why they fled their native lands, whether it was communism in Cuba, Venezuela, which was socialism, or even in Colombia, failed democracy. So that socialism message really stuck because they're not being pigeonholed, sadly, as show me your papers. Whereas in Virginia,
These people have no idea what communism and socialism is.
But in Georgia,
Zero idea.
Arizona, in Nevada, you see these show me
They're
your paper
describing
laws.
dictatorships.
In Texas, I mean, we're not talking about it tonight, but in Texas, you saw a 600%
Authoritarian
increase in the Latino youth
dictatorships.
vote because of the strenuous circumstances. And so, yes, the Latino vote is absolutely not monolithic. But when you start peeling apart, especially intergenerationally, where the opportunity is for the Democrats, it's the young voter. They're almost half of the eligible voters, and it's young Latinas, and it's female. It's the men that they are going to have to figure out, how do you talk to the men in the Latino community? They don't necessarily outperform their white gendered on the other side. Terribly put, guys, but you know what I'm saying?
We're all cruising on 20 minutes sleep.
but I think that the Democrats are going to have a
Man, I'm really bummed about the beginning of the video having that music in there
that is
when we were watching the protest footage.
And that combats a lot of the disinformation that we know actually is
The
out
intro
there,
was so good.
online.
I'm gonna highlight it,
All right,
but
Maria
still, I'm gonna have to
Kumar and
delete
Hugh
the
Hewitt,
VOD.
thank you for
I think I have to
coming
do the same thing with
Another quick
yesterday's
break here. We'll
VOD
be
too.
back
I gotta
with
highlight
more
it and
as
delete
Decision
it.
2020 continues on NBC.
Sucks, but whatever. Okay, what else? What's going on with ABC News? Buy this car.
Who made the order to make this mass arrest? And he said the protesters, because they're on the interstate. So that was the interesting thing that I learned from him. But
God, yeah, I can't listen to it. I want to watch this so bad. All right, let's see how these election ballot counters are doing over here in Georgia. Count them ballots, all right? Make sure you don't switch it from Trump to Biden, but if you feel like going from Biden to Trump, whatever, you know. It's for democracy, for patriotism, ensuring it stays that way. That guy switched my Kanye vote to Biden. How many votes has Kanye gotten? Was he only on the ballot in Vermont? Oh no. What the fuck, bro? I can't even. That's fucking sad, dude. Anybody would vote for that guy. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Why? Why has CNN not called it? I'm gonna check. Damn, that's crazy. Does CNN have some like hidden information, like for real? Ow. I don't think so. That's insane to me. That doesn't I don't understand why that's happening. Like I just have no idea how many votes are left, so I can't really do the math. All right, let's go through Twitter some more. The top Democrat in the House is an 80-year-old white lady worth $120 million. We tried to tell you she sucks, but you were too dazzled by her mastery of putting on sunglasses and clapping funny and ripping paper. Well, I mean, we don't know for sure yet, but we're pretty sure that that's how it might go down, just by 5 points. And man, if any Democrats being like, "Yeah, we won," you're just fucking dumb. Alcohol, dude, what's going on, man? Good, man. It's been a crazy, just fucking fun 2 days of just talking nonstop politics, man. Been crazy. But now I'm like just going through tweets that I feel like I've already gone through, but I'm seeing some new ones, but I'm just going through like stuff I've gone through. I feel like I'm just waiting for new stuff to come in from Maricopa County right now. That's like kind of what we're all just waiting on. It's so crazy too. Because like Biden lost Florida, but voters there voted to increase the minimum wage to $15. Yet Democrats constantly will concede to Republican ideals. Being like, no, we can't raise the minimum wage. That's too much. Hillary Clinton back in 2016 was like, maybe $11 or $12. When it's like, economists will tell you right now, $15 an hour isn't even enough for one person anywhere in the country to go out and get like an apartment and live off of. It's not a reality. Wages have not increased like significantly to match like inflation and just like price growth in the country since the 70s. So it's like you have the Democrats who could take bold stances and say, yes, we stand for things like a $15 minimum wage. Yes, we think that every single person should have health care, like as a right. But they don't. They take people like Bernie and they cast them away, be like, oh my God, these socialist, communist like nightmares. And then the Republicans just turn right around and say, whoever's going to win, no matter if it's Biden, Bernie, whatever, they're going to be like, they're communist socialists no matter what. So then when the Democrats sit there and go after somebody like Bernie for that, they're just hurting themselves, because then they can't come back and say something like, oh yeah, no, I stand for Medicare for all. Like, they just, oh God, they're neo-libs. That's all they are. Like I've said a bunch of times, they are just moderate Republicans. But like I'm saying, they won't stand for something like a $15 minimum wage. Neither does Trump. So neither of the presidential candidates stood for that, but the voters there, which were majority Republican, voted to pass a $15 minimum wage. These things that both of these parties try to tell you are partisan or bipartisan, where it's like, oh, there's two sides to this. It's not. There's policies out there that are for the working class. It's not for Republican working class or Democrat working class. It's for the working class. And both parties try to push us away from that. Okay, let's see. Anything new from NBC?
Who the next president will be? That's what Arizona is showing right now. It is too
Fox
early
has
to
been
call.
here
We've
all
been
night.
looking at a Biden lead there, but we've got some new numbers recently, and Donald Trump adding to his total. So we'll continue to watch. More numbers expected to come in there a bit later on this evening. Also, right now, Pennsylvania, that's the other big prize everyone is watching. Too early to call in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, dude, because when I originally made the contest for it, we only had 2 slots, so I was going to use 2 of them. But then we got up to so many subs. We're at 47 now. that we unlocked one more, and if we get to 50, we have another one unlocked, which I posted in the Discord.
Out in front there, but Biden has been slowly but steadily closing that lead.
Yeah, and we're waiting for more votes to come in and be counted there. In Georgia,
banana.
it is a nail
think this'll
biter,
be
too
it.
close to call. We are being told by our correspondent on the ground they're going to be counting late into the night there. This one is a squeaker.
And that's
North
because of people
Carolina,
like you, bro.
Press pause on this one. It's too close to call, and we don't anticipate any more counting.
Sorry
to
if
be released
and
until
fourth. I was just
as
about to
far
say
out
literally
as next
before I started
week.
saying what I
Which
just
still
said
feels like a
that
weird thing to
yesterday
say. November-
fourth
really, guys?
dropped
We're going to wait till November 12th.
3 tier 3
You think?
subs. It
Well,
was
Nevada,
insane.
they'll be
It
back
was
at it
fucking crazy.
tomorrow.
Yes.
So
But it's
hopefully
because of all you
Nevada,
guys.
That is too close to call, but they
But
have knocked off.
sorry if this isn't like you like what you want to be like watching. I understand for some people Twitch is like an escape from like this type of stuff. But politics is a big part of my life. I really like it. And when I lost my job, I told everybody in the Discord that streams were going to get a lot more personal. It wasn't just going to be gaming. So if this is stuff where you're like, oh my god, I fucking hate Inaband talking about this, but I still dig him as a person because like he's not like crazy, like he's obviously like he chill and play games together and stuff like that. No worries if you're just like want to check out and not be kicking it tonight. But like I've also said, you're never gonna get a liberal shill like a Democratic Party member here. I'm switching over to nonpartisan as soon as I can. The only reason I was a Democrat is so I could vote for Bernie.
That's just assuming that.
At this
point. And it is a
I am very much so against the Democratic Party. They are my enemies. I just view not the constituents of the Republican Party, but the actual elected representatives, the Republicans, as actually being evil. Like the way Alex Jones describes like Hillary Clinton as being like a demon that's eating your babies. Like I kind of feel like they are evil, like demons. But I know that they're not like fucking eating babies and shit like that. But you'll never get me being like, Chuck Todd, yeah, I fucking love you, bro. Thank you for reporting these numbers to me right now. Or like, I have, regardless of who wins, I have a Joe Biden wins YouTube playlist and a Trump wins playlist. And whoever wins, I'm going to go directly into talking about how shitty both of them are. It's not like I'm going to be like, Joe Biden, yeah, the author of the 94 crime bill that disproportionately locked up African Americans, that like fucking printed systemic racism into our country. Fuck yeah, I'm going to sit there and talk about that. I'm going to sit there and talk about pedophile. I don't know about that. There've been that's a little much. There's sexual allegation cases against him from women. There haven't been any from children at all. There's weird pictures of him and videos of him like going up and like touching children in a weird way that make me be like, weird, bro. Like, but there's no like actual cases of pedophilia against him. But if you want to go look at Donald Trump, we could start talking about pedophilia and how he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, the king of pedophilia. And we can all sit here and talk about Bill Clinton being friends with Jeffrey Epstein too all day. And how horrible of a person he is. But bringing Joe Biden into the pedophile thing, it's not, you can't really do that. It's dishonest. I just have to say that. Like, I'm not a Joe Biden stan, but there's no evidence. It's the same thing with like the whole Rudy Giuliani trying to say that there was like pedophilia on Hunter Biden's laptop when it was literally like a family picture of his niece, like the only like photo of like a girl on there, like a young girl like on there. So wait, dude. There's like literal video footage of Trump talking about him going in and like inspecting beauty pageants that he was running with kids. He was like best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. So to say like Biden is a pedophile, but then it'd be like, no, not Trump. That's when you start getting into this like Republican hysteria. I believe QAnon type stuff. Yeah, that's that kind of, I won't allow that kind of disinformation to be said on stream.
Strategy, because they're going to want to make sure that one of Arizona, Pennsylvania, or Georgia comes through, because they're in this position. They only need.
I have actual, like, in my videos of my Trump wins the election, there's tons of videos of him not just like talking about his own daughter wanting to have sex with his own fucking daughter, literal on TV, being like, I'd fuck my daughter. Like, fucking, not only that, but like him talking about Miss America, like young beauty pageant girls, along with like the older ones, him going in. Like, I have all that video, so like, yeah, I have no. Don't even go there. Don't even go there. Biden is a rapist. Tara Reid. I believe Tara Reid. I think Biden is a sexual assaulter. 100%. Once you start talking about pedophilia, you're stepping into fringe QAnon conspiracy, and that doesn't fly.
We're not seeing that from the president, and not as much from his allies either. Now, I've been talking with sources in Arizona, and they, of course, are looking at your home state with great interest. And part of what we've also been looking at is how do these states, especially with a Republican governor and Doug Ducey in the case of Arizona, how can that partnership and relationship
the moment a credible accusation comes up of a kid like taking like Biden to court or trying to sue him for that, then of course we could change the story. But there's actual like cases, sexual assault cases out there against Trump for minors. It's like a thing. Here, I'm gonna find it right now.
Electoral history
that doesn't exist for Biden, so it's like you can't just say things like, because like there's no facts to like even back up your
Joe Biden, but retaining her Republican credentials, not getting involved in other races, speaking to Republicans in places like Scottsdale, Maricopa County, truly red places where she has a long personal history with her late husband, of course, Senator John McCain. And if this ultimately becomes a Biden story in Arizona, that relationship of Cindy McCain may tell part of the story, especially with suburban women. But the Trump campaign is still arguing that their math is what they know best.
And so is
their data
Trump.
Is what they know best.
Trump has way more allegations.
Come in,
that's my whole
County,
point. This entire.
They say, then you'll have a county like Pima County.
Okay, you're just proving my point even more and more and more and more. So this entire time, this entire race, I've been saying they're both horrible people. Both shitty. One, though, is demonstrably worse. How many sexual assault cases does Biden have out against him? There's the one of Tara Reid, and Lucy Flores of Nevada came out and said, it didn't say he like physically like raped her like Tara Reid did, but said he groped her. But Trump has 26 women have accused Trump of sexual allegations. So, like, that's the whole thing with, like, the Trump brain. It's so crazy. It's like you call Trump out and they're just like, yeah, but he did. It's like, yeah, but Trump did too. Just going and saying the other person did it doesn't erase that Trump did it. Like, yeah, and like there's videos like, okay, like you can try to say like all those videos that I find creepy too, but none of those like kids in those videos or any of that have ever come out and been like, there was like he tried to rape me or sexually assaulted me, anything like that. No. You're being hypocritical. You're being hypocritical because I'm able to say that they're both rapists and horrible. One is just more of a rapist than the other. One is way more of a rapist than the other. Both rapists, but in this election, you have a choice, and you have to make it between two rapists. There you go. That's the choice we're given. It's fucking stupid and shitty. It's called the lesser of two evils for a reason. Not being hypocritical at all. But trying to say, just like pin it on Biden, but just like ignoring Trump's, that's hypocritical. No, I won't allow disinformation. Like you trying to say that Trump... No. The disinformation is you calling Biden a pedophile. It's not you saying he's a rapist.
Being a rapist and a pedophile are different things. Being a pedophile is when you do it to a minor, which is something Trump has been accused of multiple times. I was just reading an article where he paid a $35 million settlement to a minor to get the case dismissed. So it's like, you can't just like go and say like, I'm not allowing that in my stream. I'm not going to allow you to say disinformation. Yeah, that Biden is a pedophile, because he's not. Trust me, I've seen those exact videos that you're talking about. I know exact videos, but he's not. It's, dude, for you to go and say he's a pedophile for those videos is ridiculous. You can't. I know exactly which video you're talking about. I've seen them. I use those videos to say, look at this fucking creep compared to Bernie Sanders. I know exactly what you're talking about. But if you're going to sit there and focus on that compilation of Biden, you have to acknowledge that Trump's is, like, you can find so many more videos. Here, like, let's just go. Like, why am I wasting my time even talking about this? Here, like, let's just, like, go with it. Yeah, here. Fuck, I'm just gonna have to type it in. I have so many videos. Okay, here. I'm not even gonna say that.
Thank you, everyone. Donald Trump has every right to be proud of his daughter. Ivanka is a successful, Ivy League educated businesswoman, author, and mother. She's now helping run his campaign and introduced her father at the Republican convention. Yet at times, his fatherly praise is downright cringeworthy, like on The View in 2006.
I said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop
You know
it.
what? You are sick.
Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times. On Howard Stern's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter,
she's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
See, typical. We're talking about both pedophilia and sexual assault, and it's like, we were talking about pedophilia. Here's evidence of my guy being wrong, but what about Joe Biden? Just accept that your dude is fucking weird, bro. The idea that you can't do that is so...
My father, obviously, my whole life, and he has total respect for women.
Please welcome the lovely Ivanka Trump.
Still, even Ivanka seemed confused when talking.
But the fact that you're even trying to be like, oh my god, dude, alcohol, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Oh god, it's okay. I love this, dude. This is the first time I've had like a chatter coming in I can like kind of own a little bit, so I don't mind this at all. But here, let's keep going. Let me just look up Trump sexual assault. Or pedophile stuff. Yeah, but I've already, like, dude, we've been over this. Oh my god, dude. There are no actual legal cases against Joe Biden being a pedophile. If you want to sit here and talk about like conspiracy theories all day based off of like a video like of a compilation of Biden, then you can think that all you want, dude, but you're not proving anything. You're just like perpetuating conspiracy theories.
Oh my God, I just played a video about him talking about wanting to fuck his own daughter. Like, you know, his daughter was like a young girl at one point, right? Holy fuck. Oh my God. There's no footage of him groping a 10 years old chest. Like, the most it is him like brushing her hair back. Dude, like you're getting a little just too crazy right now. You're like pushing these like crazy conspiracy theories, man. He's not. He's literally not. There's no credible pedophilia accusations against Joe Biden. I'm going to have to time you out if you keep saying that, man. I'm just saying. I don't care how much anybody has given to this channel ever. Like, if you like are going to push like conspiracy theories like that, that's how it has to be. But let me keep looking stuff up real quick. Okay, bruh. Oh my God, bro.
Donald Trump's stretch of bad weeks just got worse. A lawsuit against the presumptive GOP nominee alleges he raped a girl when she was 13 years old. The lawsuit describes a, quote, savage sexual attack in 1994, alleging Trump tied the girl to a bed before raping and hitting her. The woman also claims Trump threatened her family if she told anyone. The case isn't new. It was originally filed without any legal help in April in California, but was dismissed. Her lawyer told the New York Daily News that lawsuit cited the wrong statutes. Trump's denied the claims before, calling them categorically false, adding the allegations, quote, perhaps are simply politically motivated. There is absolutely no merit to these allegations, period. The lawsuit claims the woman was scared to come forward until this year and is requesting the court provide a waiver for the statute of limitations, which for most sexual assault claims in New York would be 5 years. For Newsy, I'm Eugene Daniels.
I'm waiting. Wait, or did he leave already? Was he too, like, he couldn't handle the truth? Couldn't handle it? Let's hear it. I gotta see the Biden video, too. The compilation made by some, like, random YouTuber. Which I agree are very weird, and it's like, I would never, like, meeting kids, like, touch, like, a kid's, like, hair. Or be like, hey kid, how you doing? Touch him in the face a little bit. Like, there's some, it's weird and creepy, like old guy creepy shit. But I'm just waiting, because like, now I just like presented like an actual lawsuit against Trump of him allegedly raping a 13-year-old girl. So, It's like, where is it now? Ooh.
Since becoming president, Donald Trump has branded Mar-a-Lago the Southern White House. But in the 90s, Mar-a-Lago was Trump's South Florida party palace, one frequented by Jeffrey Epstein, who is facing charges for sex trafficking. He has pleaded not guilty. The president says his relationship with Epstein was no different than anyone else in their elite circle.
Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years.
Yet, a tape in the NBC archives of a Mar-a-Lago party shows Trump giving Epstein his personal attention. The footage, shot in November of 1992, before Trump opened the resort as a club, shows the future president surrounded by cheerleaders for the Buffalo Bills and
Married
Miami
Trump,
Dolphins,
bro. Whoa.
capturing Trump's fun-loving bachelor lifestyle.
Look at
for
him
an appearance
go.
on Faith Daniels' NBC talk show.
We're going to get great ratings on your show.
After a while, Trump goes to greet 3 new guests. Among them, the financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Come on in. Go inside.
More than a decade before his guilty plea on state prostitution charges.
Donald Trump knew the cameras were there. In the video, he makes a point to draw Epstein's attention to them. And the video captures Donald Trump and Epstein chatting while watching a group of women at the party dance. It's not an image that matches Trump's declaration that he was not a fan of Epstein's. He said, quote, he's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life. So even that, I mean, to Bob Costa's point, in 2002, Trump had knowledge that Epstein liked women who were, quote, on the younger side.
And here's my question. How many times did you see him? Was it 1? Was it 100?
Right.
Was he at your house? Was he at your house? Have you met any other? Make him lie, because I will tell you one thing right now. As we are sitting here, Mr. Epstein is in a little box somewhere sitting, and Joyce Vance tweeted about this, with the SDNY, and they're saying to him, we want a complete cooperation agreement, which means anybody you know that did anything illegal. There are a lot of powerful men, I think, having sleepless nights right now as a result of Mr. Epstein, and I think Trump is one of them. But the press should force him at everything. Let him get angry. Let him stomp out. Let him do whatever. Keep putting him against the wall on this. Based on that alone, once again, we're not accusing Mr. Trump of everything, but his answer of just, I broke off my friendship with him is not good enough. What was that friendship?
Well, look, I think the big unanswered question about Epstein is, you hear there's been a lot of, people going out and getting him women, young girls. Question is, was he getting them for anybody else, number one? Number two, who was it that was getting him the women? I think there's a much broader net to be cast here than just one person, because he can't do it alone.
So, okay, that video didn't really prove anything other than they were friends at one point, and they were friends long beyond that. There's other, footage of them being friends beyond 1992. But I think I proved my point pretty well. I am not a Joe Biden stan in any way, but QAnon has infected the brains of millions. It's got everybody calling everybody a pedophile. And pedophilia is a huge issue. It's disgusting. One of the most disgusting crimes that's out there. But you can't let conspiracy theorists make you think a problem is a lot bigger than it's not. QAnon conspiracy theorists go around touting this number of there being 300,000 kids a year that are abducted and thrown into child trafficking, in the way you think, where it's they're literally kidnapped and fucking slaves in some Epstein Island type thing. That 300,000 number, only 84 of them are actually 84 people out of the 300,000 are actually sold into sex trafficking in that way on average, which is still too many, but it's not 300,000. All those other ones are people who, children who were taken by a parent during a custody dispute or something like that, but then they were given back and things were resolved, or kids that went missing for a while on the missing persons list and came back. Things like that. So there's that point. And the whole calling everybody pedophiles thing, it's an age-old, very much so right-wing thing to do. And it was always aimed toward the Jewish people. And when you start going down these QAnon conspiracy theory rabbit holes, it all leads back to this big Jewish cabal, this big elite of Jewish people that run everything. And they're all a bunch of pedophiles. And only the Democrats are in on it, though. And that's my other point that I was trying to make, is that there's people like Alcoholism who are just in chat who will sit there. Oh my God, this fly is crazy. They will sit there and say, Biden's a pedophile. But then you just keep saying Trump is too. Or Biden's not a pedophile, he's a sexual assaulter. But Trump is both a pedophile and a sexual assaulter. But they just keep saying, no, Biden. And it's because they just have this, he tried to say to me, hypocrisy. It's he can't, he's projecting his hypocrisy onto me.
trying to make it seem like I'm the hypocrite when I'm like, no, bro, I'm telling you, Joe Biden has been accused of sexual assault in the courts before. Like, it's a thing. Has he been accused of pedophilia in the courts? No. Is there that weird footage that I think is totally creepy and weird? Yeah, but none of it is pedophilia. Everything he's talking about in this video is just weird, creepy. Like, what are you doing, Joe Biden? What year do you think this is? You don't touch kids like that. Like, you fucking weirdo. But it's all video of him, like, when, like, other, when he was vice president or something and other elected officials were being sworn in, and it was his duty to swear them in, and their kids are all there, and he'll, like, come up and he'll, like brush, like, back one of the, like, girl's hair or something like that, or, like, he'll pick him up to, like, hug him and, like, kind of, like, hold him close to his face and, like, say something, like, and it's, like, gross, weird, like, you're a creepy old uncle, bro, but none of it is textbook pedophilia, like him touching them in, like, a gross, like, in their private areas or anything. It's disgusting to say that. And, like, but then you provide evidence, like, literally, I just, like, provided evidence. And I guarantee he was in here and saw that video. And right when it said that about Trump assaulting a 13-year-old, fake news, out, fuck this. And he's given a lot to this channel. He's gifted a lot of subs. But one thing you'll learn about me is no matter how much I appreciate that, and I'm doing this for that reason, to, like, build this community and try to like, be able to, like, make just a small, like, living off of it, hopefully one day. But at the end of the day, I will never sacrifice my morals or integrity for $1. So, that being said,
County in Arizona, which could give
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line.
this is one of the videos he's talking about. So, he's swearing somebody in or something. This is like a government event where he's doing something. It might even be like a fundraiser or something.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, nice to see you guys.
Creepy. Weird. Disgusting. If he did that to my kid, I'd be like, whoa, what are you doing, bro? Is that pedophilia? Did he try to have sex with that child? Did he have sex? No, that is not pedophilia. That is being weird and creepy. At best, dude. That's so crazy that you would try to say like this, like, and there's like other videos of him doing somewhat similar things, but nothing even more than this, really. And it's like, you're gonna try to say that is like makes him a pedophile when Trump actually has like a legal case against him from a 13-year-old? That is hypocrisy. Let's see. I'm going to try to find more. And here's another one.
No matter who
this
wins
isn't a minor, but this is in the video that he's talking about, the compilation. I can't find the compilation. I just keep finding separate videos of it.
Next battle for the White House here.
But
She
this
will
isn't even a
likely be
minor.
working with Ashton Carter.
foreign policy and the best strategy for our nation's military. Carter was sworn in as the next Secretary of Defense yesterday. But the headline-making moment had nothing to do with the Pentagon's new chief and everything to do with this incident when the Vice President Joe Biden squeezed the shoulders of Carter's wife Stephanie and later seemingly whispered into her ear. The awkwardness stretching far beyond the White House to social media, where the hashtag Biden pickup lines soon made the rounds on Twitter. Sadly, most of those pickup lines we cannot say on the air, but we can give you a sampling of the reaction from other outlets. BuzzFeed saying, quote, Joe Biden got a little handsy with the new defense secretary's wife, noting Biden left his hands on Stephanie Carter's shoulders for an estimated 28 seconds. The Daily Beast being a little bit more blunt, declaring, quote,
Creepy. Like I said, Joe Biden actually has a sexual assault allegation against him from somebody that is above the age of 18. Not denying he's a fucking weirdo. Probably has done it more times. We just don't know. But what we can go off of for like actual factual evidence, not sitting here like making up he is a pedophile. What? No, we actually have evidence that he has been accused of sexual assault, of raping Tara Reid. You can go off of that. You can't just make stuff up.
House Speaker
did his
That's like the only one, that one of the little girl where he like tries to like, he whispers to her and then he gives her like a little like blow kiss, like, and it's like you can even see the girl's like weird. Yeah, I'm like literally seeing nothing. This is like, it's so sad that that's how alcoholism had to go out. That's the cross he wanted to die on, was calling Joe Biden a pedophile.
What the expectation is out of Philadelphia.
Has that moved at all tonight since we've been on
all. It is everything.
Has it moved since last night?
This is all about.
Do we need to get the Eagles to send these poll workers?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
The Eagles aren't having
some
a
wine
good
and beer.
You know,
hey, I'm an Eagles fan. I don't need to hear it. Thank you.
It's a rough season for the NFC elite these days. But this is the issue. Just none of the early vote has shown up. It's just not much of it. And so that's what it is. And so whether it's I'll be curious, is it processing the envelopes? Is it whatever it is? We have not budged at all. But again, let me remind you the importance of Philadelphia, the margin that matters here. Andrew Mitchell's reporting was saying she's got some Democrats who think they're going to get a margin that was like Obama's 2012 margin, which was because we kept Romney under 100,000 votes. This was a nearly 500,000 vote margin just in Philadelphia. They think they're going to hit that Obama spread. So that would make up, again.
Wait a minute, guys. Hold on. Oh man. He unfollowed. We're down to 185. Ah. No. Ah. Oh, he had to die on that cross. He bared it. He bore it and he died. Oh, alcoholism. I had so much fun playing Zelda with you. have to project their hypocrisy onto you as if you're the one being hypocritical, even though you're saying both sides are horrible, just pointing out how they're really driving a conspiracy theory and not accepting that their side is even worse and not accepting the evidence. Oh. Just kidding. I don't give a fuck. Like I said a minute ago, dude, I appreciate every single thing people give to this channel. And I appreciate the money that he helped me get this month that I'm gonna get in a couple days, or the 15th or whatever, that he helped me get to my Twitch goal. But at the end of the day, I will never sacrifice my morals for $1, so. Yeah. To be honest, I never believed in politics. I just watching this so my folk can get off my damn back. Nice. 13K left in Georgia. Oh, shit. So the guy Alcoholism that was here in chat earlier that was saying Joe Biden's a pedophile nonstop, and I was trying to give him proof that Trump's actually a pedophile and a sexual assaulter, where Joe Biden is just accused of sexual assault, not pedophilia. And that's the cross he wanted to die on. And he just kept going after I was like, yo, bro, here's like proof and proof and proof. And he just kept being like, no, wrong. He's a pedophile. And just ignoring everything I was saying about Trump while I'm sitting here trying to look up a video and combat him, like trying to find a video proving Trump's a pedophile. Then I find the video right as he says, okay, bruh, peace. I play it. And he watched it. I'm sure he did. He watched. And it said, Trump accused of raping a 13-year-old. And I'm sure he was just like, fake news, and left. Like, Joe Biden's the real pedophile. Like, yeah, dude. And I just went through trying to find those videos he's talking about. Because I saw the same exact video he's talking about of like a whole compilation of Biden being creepy. And yeah, Biden's a creep. But I can only find that one of him like brushing that girl's hair and trying to go in and like give her like a side like kiss on the forehead, the side of her forehead, which is weird and creepy, totally gross. You don't do that to anybody's kid. But like for someone like Joe Biden, that seeing that just makes you think, man, what fucking time were you born in? Like obviously he's a boomer that thinks he can just like kiss a fucking like a girl on the side of the forehead like it's his own granddaughter, you know? And it's just like, dude, that's weird and creepy. But it's not pedophilia, bro. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Nope, he unfollowed. And I think he left the Discord too. Cause I told him, I was like, bro, if like I say that kind of stuff, like I'm all about like having like a civil discourse, but once you like start pressing like conspiracy theories, especially after being given evidence like otherwise, I'm gonna time you out. And I told him, I was like, if you're gonna keep saying Biden's like a pedophile, like I'm gonna time you out because it's like not true. There's no evidence of that. You're just pushing a conspiracy theory. And he just said, okay, bruh, peace. So that's how that goes.
A huge difference.
It's a huge. We're up to. Sorry, it's getting late. My brain is getting late. When we're sitting here, and just a reminder, 184, he's going to add another. He's going to net 120,000 likely, perhaps, and cutting into that. So then all of a sudden, Biden just needs 60,000 more extra votes out of the rest of the state. We know. Look at Delaware County.
Show us Pittsburgh. Okay,
Pittsburgh,
Allegheny County.
The blue spot. You know, there was a time that there was a lot more blue around Pittsburgh.
All the way down.
Yeah, it used to be. This was sort of union. You know, you had urban Democrats, union Democrats.
Well, this is
why
where
it was a Democratic
Donald Trump
state.
made it happen and rewrote
That's exactly
the
right.
Pennsylvania map.
This is the union Democrats. All these union Democratic counties, whether the Connor Lamb district.
Well,
all
so
of
I was
that
just going to say, check a little bit of.
There's not, like I said, the only blue left is Allegheny, and let's just see what kind of historical performance we're doing here. And as you can see, he's actually performing slightly better than Clinton and Obama the last two times.
Yeah, well, and Chuck, very briefly, you mentioned Philadelphia, obviously critical, but there's a couple House races. Republicans are watching swing areas, the Conner Lamb district, another one outside of Scranton, where they think they're seeing Democrats tick upward, perhaps hanging on there, which they take as another potentially bad sign for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania.
So we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We might get some, I wouldn't be surprised if sometime tomorrow Biden takes the lead as this vote comes in.
In Pennsylvania.
And that becomes a narrative changing moment, not just, not us calling the state, but just when you're waiting for these numbers, here the president wants to file lawsuits. All of a sudden he's losing Pennsylvania too, right? And then it's, you're running out of places to find your 270 electoral votes.
All right, let's back with us now are Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill and editor of the National Review, Rich Lowry. Good to have both of you with it. Claire, you're watching, hopefully, Chuck's explanation there at the board. What are you thinking right now tonight for the Biden team and what they're seeing and what the reality is of these paths that they apparently have?
Listen, it will be terrific if Joe Biden carries Pennsylvania. They worked very hard there. It was the focus of their campaign. It'll be great if we can flip Arizona finally in the next couple of days and put it in the Democratic column. But the prize I think the campaign would be most excited about is Georgia. That is a strike in the heart of the South. It is, and a lot of work has gone into working that vote in the Atlanta and the suburbs. And besides that, think about this. If Joe Biden wins Georgia, that has huge implications for control of the Senate, because that means if he can win Georgia, so can those Senate candidates in a few short months, which could deliver the majority to the Democrats in the Senate, would be a game changer for the Biden administration.
We've been talking. Georgia really wasn't on anybody's mind until, I don't know, a month or two ago in terms of, I just made a joke.
Yeah,
very good.
Oh, wow.
In fact, last year we thought it was smooth.
I should have just owned it, right? Moved on.
Oh, Georgia. Come on, man. There you go.
I don't even remember my question.
I mean, it wasn't on anyone's mind for months heading into this. I mean, Chuck, we didn't have very many conversations. You and I have been talking on and off about this race for, a year plus
No, it was always
now.
the special we bought, because in a runoff you never knew. But even like the Purdue race, there was a lot of Ossoff keeps running. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those, like Texas, one of those things where every year Democrats say, no, really, this time, no, really, it's going to happen. And
Rich, do you think this is a significant moment, a shift, or is this just a 2020 anomaly of the way the forces came together?
Well, it was certainly significant in terms of getting to 270. There's no doubt about that. If Georgia slips out of Trump's hands, then you're on this unlikely scenario. He needs to hold on to Pennsylvania, and he needs to flip Arizona and Nevada, and that gets him to a 269 tie. So that's a pretty fanciful scenario. And look, Georgia, it reflects a lot of work by Stacey Abrams, registering a lot of new Democrats, and just the swing of suburbs against Republicans in the Trump era.
Rich,
I wouldn't be... Yeah. Sure.
I was just going to say...
I wouldn't be as certain as Claire that those runoffs, if Biden wins, I think that Republicans are more likely to win those two runoffs in Georgia and the Georgia Senate races rather than lose. I think that it would naturally, the dynamic would be, we're running as a check
By the way,
on Joe Biden and the
there's
Democrats.
two examples of this. Bill Clinton wins the presidency in 92. A Senate incumbent named Rice Fowler gets forced into a runoff by a guy named Paul Coverdell. Coverdell wins the runoff.
This is a deep pull, Chuck.
Yeah. Saxby Chambliss, Jim Martin in 2008. That was a shocker. Nobody expected, nobody was talking about that Senate race, ended up in a runoff, and it was a blowout. But what we've never had, Rich, and this is where it's never been a Democrat in one of these runoffs, an African-American Democrat is certainly somebody with the persona of Reverend Warnock. And that's something, in talking to Republicans in Georgia who said to me, that makes them very nervous, because what has been the secret of their success in surviving runoffs is there hasn't been an enthusiastic Democratic get out the vote effort, particularly among African Americans. That could change with Raphael Warnock.
Yeah, could be.
Well, we'll pause. We're in suspended animation with Georgia on our minds, guys. Rich and Claire.
I should have. I'm just kicking myself.
No, I mean, it
Are
was
you going to start
brilliant.
singing Eagles lyrics with Arizona? Right?
Perhaps.
Winslow, Arizona?
Yeah,
Is that what
yeah.
we would do there?
You know I love the Eagles. Let's go to Justice correspondent Pete Williams and Stanford law professor and NBC News legal analyst Nate Persley. Professor Persley, you're just joining us. It's been a very dignified broadcast.
Man,
for the
that
last
shit is so
24
funny.
hours,
Oh my God, the
We're
fly.
in the final stretch here. Let me start with Pete because Pete, we've been talking about. I look at the
Like, I was even just talking to my girlfriend, and she was like, dude, there's video of, like, the girls from the beauty pageants when they were underage. Like, I think they're over age, like, when they were on this video, but they talk about when they were kids underage, when Trump was the head of the beauty pageants, he would just come back in the locker room when they were naked and shit like that. Like, so it's just so sad that these people, he literally called me a hypocrite when I'm like admitting like Biden in one case literally has sexual assault allegations against him, and I'm calling him a rapist. I'm calling Trump a racist, but I'm also calling Trump a pedophile because he has actual legal allegations against him. That same type of person, though. Okay, get this. Wait, some like 5-head shit. That same type of person that is gonna tell you, or that is gonna ignore that type of stuff. Wait, what is it? Okay, hold on. I lost it. It was so 5-head. Oh my God. It was like that meme where you start off at like one level of brain and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I forgot.
That was right or wrong. You know,
The House did impeach him, I mean, but that was for stuff related to his financial ties to Russia.
To the Pennsylvania court order that was issued in December that extended the deadline for mail ballots.
The House impeached him. The Senate just they didn't even vote on it. I don't think because they knew they weren't going to get the votes.
Could have changed the rules, and there are at least 4 justices who agree with that claim. So, if it turns out that the outcome of the election,
Oh shit! This is really quiet.
On the mail ballots in Pennsylvania that arrive between today and Friday, then the Republicans would likely ask the Supreme Court to hear their appeal and act quickly, and this time Amy Coney Barrett would be able to take part. But the big question, of course, is what's the margin of litigation? Are there enough votes to make it worthwhile to fight over? And we just don't know the answer to that. And I just want to raise one other thing that's not about lawsuits. I mentioned it yesterday at, I think, 3 in the morning or something. But what brought it to mind was Chuck describing earlier that the outcome of the electoral vote could be 270 to 268. And if that's the case, then I think the candidates and their parties will be leaning very hard on those presidential electors to remain faithful to their commitments, those people who meet as the Electoral College. They may also face pressure campaigns.
Oh, hey, we lose one in the Discord and we gain one.
Else, and that could
Somebody named
change the outcome of the election. As Nate knows, this past
I love
term,
the Queen.
The Supreme Court upheld laws in 33
I'm guessing that might be
states
Jessica
that say
who was
you
in
have
chat,
to vote for
Saucy's
the winner of the
girlfriend. I don't know if she's
popular
still
vote.
here, but
the fact
that's
is
just my
only
educated
14
guess.
of those states have laws that actually allow them to make
But
a substitution.
I feel
if
bad
somebody goes rogue. They
the way
can
that
throw
just
that
went
person
down
out,
because
drag
it's like
someone else
alcohol
and
was a
say,
cool dude,
"You count the vote for the
and
person who won the popular vote."
I truly believe that you're never gonna change people's minds that way. Like the way we just had that. Like I can present him with straight up facts like I did, and he'll just ignore them. And like, oh, I was just saying, I talked to my lady. We found that one evidence video of Trump being accused of raping a 13-year-old, but it was thrown out of court because they filed the wrong statute, and now the girl, it said, had to wait 5 years to fucking to refile. So it's like, okay, great, like it's fake until then, I guess. Like they can refile and try to prove it in court. But my girlfriend also, I just said this, yeah, how there's the footage of him going into the Miss America dressing rooms, or the girls talking about how he did that when they were underage. So she's gonna send me that when she finds it. But it's just, yeah, it's like I'm saying, like when you're presenting information like that, Like, it's usually not going to change their minds. The only way you change people's minds like that is by them, one, knowing what your political positions are. Like knowing I'm like a hardcore leftist, but then us just kicking it and playing video games, or like watching videos together and chilling and having fun. And it makes him like, oh, you know, he says he's like with Antifa, and I have this like crazy idea of what like Antifa is, like they're terrorists, but like this is like a normal kid that like I can just chill with and play video games with. And oh, like he thinks like everybody should have healthcare as a right, and like things like that, and like all these like crazy propaganda conspiracy theories that they've been like filled in their head with kind of like start to like dissolve, like, oh, that's not true, you know? So that's how you get through to people like that. Every once in a while you can get through to people in a spirited debate, but that's usually people that are already somewhat on your side. Like when you're debating like two leftists going at it about how you're gonna achieve fucking socialism or whatever, or democratic socialism or social democracy, whatever version you want to call it. That's like leftist infighting, and you can bring people over. But when it comes to people that are talking about others being pedophiles and stuff like that, it's kind of just impossible at that point. People like that have gone so far into the Kool-Aid, man. The person that joined is my friend. Oh no, wait, what do you mean? Why is that oh no? They're your friend. But yeah, that's sad, man. I feel bad because he was cool. I liked kicking it with him during Zelda when he would come around late nights. Those were fun times. He was a cool guy, but that's the cross he wanted to die on. Unfortunate.
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice.
Fuck Kamala Harris. Or Kamala, sorry. I didn't do that on purpose.
Back in West Virginia, Kelvin Pierce's search for his father's national...
I'll pwn you. What's up, dude? Look at them counting all the fake ballots. They're all fake, all the ballots. They're not real. People are still voting right now. If you go to polling locations, you'll find people still casting ballots this very minute. Now, chat. Chat of the Truth Teller Patriots. Trumpfuck.me. I need you to go to every polling location with your weapons and ensure liberty and patriotism do not die. I'll pwn you. What's up, dude? Do you mean what happened with, like, the election, or what happened with the sad departure of our Republican friend, alcoholism? There we go. You have it here first. Senior correspondent, I'll pwn you on the scene right now. Just saw people still waiting in line at his local Smith's shopping center. You heard it here first. They're still voting, folks. That 330,000 million votes that just came in last night, all fake, all fraudulent. Yeah, dude, I feel bad, but it's like there was nothing I could do. At the end of the day, it's because I threatened him with a timeout if he kept saying Biden was a pedophile. Wait, is Maricopa County out? Did we miss that?
Choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala?
And then
the
crowd appeared. So we're not exactly sure what all of their complaints are. We have heard them talk about how this election is being stolen.
It's
from
being
the
stolen.
president.
They're
We've heard
fake.
them
Keep
talk
counting
about
them. They don't know
the use
what's
of
going on.
Sharpies in the election. We checked into that. Some of them were
That
saying
guy
that
in
they
there
used
counting is a
Sharpies that they were given
pedophile.
Sharpies
He's a
during the election
pedophile.
process, and that
You
invalidated
can't have a
their
pedophile
vote.
counting the
That appears
votes.
to be not the case.
That's what's going on out there right now. I guarantee multiple of these people have accused people inside of being pedophiles.
They've been told
Because
to
that's
use those
just like the
because the
go-to.
ink dries
It's
faster.
throughout
So,
the past
the
1,000 years. It's
officials
like the
here have
go-to when
assured
you're
us
trying to
that all those
demonize
votes are
a
going to be
certain group of people, calling them
counted. But
pedophiles.
as you can see, this crowd,
Like I've said, is pedophilia a real problem?
People
Yes.
are voicing their anger here in front of where poll workers
Is Joe Biden
are
a
trying to
pedophile?
tabulate those votes.
Well, people
Not
blowing off
legally.
steam. It's unfortunate because
Not
we were
that
talking
we've,
about the,
like, found
the
out.
poll
It's
workers
going around
and the
saying
work
that he
the
is
tirelessly
a
working. It's
conspiracy
late there. It's late everywhere.
Not partisans. Leave them out of it.
Well, you know, and it's ironic too because they're counting
But-
votes, and that's Donald Trump's best hope right now in Arizona is that they'll count those votes and that the margins will become slimmer. But you know, this is a time of great tension as we wait here. It's the second night. It's Wednesday night. We don't know who the president is yet, so you know, you understand why tensions boil over. But hopefully, it's not directed at the good people who are just trying to count votes. Let's go to NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. And Michael, I mean, this is a time we need a historian. We need perspective. That's the antidote to times of unrest and anxiety.
Yeah, you know, we're a divided country, but we always have been. And, you know, we've always gone through all these crises from Valley Forge with George Washington through the Civil War, Great Depression, World War II, the Cold War, you know, all these things. Somehow America always survives and flourishes. And whenever we're in a time like this, I think the best thing is to say, never bet against the United States, because through all of this, for all of our flaws, and for all the times when many people have suffered in a way they never should have, in the end, the country survives and finds some way to get through and improve itself. And I think the one thing, Savannah, if we had to
Okay,
look
he
at the
gifted
next
9 subs.
2
Chat, are
months
we
or
going to
so
be able
until
to
the
make
next
up those 9
inauguration,
subs next
would
month?
be to say, let's quickly, if it is at all possible, count all the votes fully, accurately,
It's okay. Like I
fairly,
said,
and get to a point where there's
I
someone who
appreciate
concedes,
everything
someone
more than
who
you guys will
accepts
ever know. That's
victory,
why I try to
and
go as
whoever
hype
is
as I
next
do for
president,
every single
taking
donation.
that oath in January,
But I will
is
never
someone who is
sacrifice what I
sworn
believe in
not only to be
for,
president, but to do a job that is important
for a
to a
dollar.
president, which
You
is
could say
to unite
I'm.
this bleeding and divided
I even
country.
said it in the Discord. Please, I welcome like debating. Like I'm all about that. Like earlier, like Rexy and I like were talking about how I think Obama's not that great, and she was like, it was better under him, and we talked a little bit, and I even said, conceded a little bit in the end, being like, yeah, there are ways you can say Obama was better than Trump in certain ways, and it's like, I'm all about talking like that. But once you get into the area, like I said, of bigotry, and I didn't make this area clear, which I should have, but like once you start like touting like crazy conspiracy theories that are easily disproven, which I disproved quickly, and you just keep going, it's like, but I probably didn't need to be like, hey bro, if you keep going, I'm gonna have to mute you. But I don't want him to keep saying Biden's a pedophile, Biden's a pedophile. It's just like, you're gonna confuse people when it's like, yeah, he's creepy and has done some creepy stuff, but here's evidence of Trump actually being a pedophile, or like being accused of being one in the courts. Or about like girls. Him saying he wants to have sex with his own fucking daughter, and he's not like, he's still like, but Biden, but Biden, but Biden, but Biden. It's like, bro, that's brain disease at that point. And then you go and called me like a hypocrite when it's like, bro, I'm showing you both sides. And it's like, no, you're the hypocrite because you won't admit it. And it's like, what? What? Like
It's a big challenge. Those were comforting words, but it is a big challenge in an era of the way we communicate and social media and
You were
the
so
things,
right,
you
Lester.
know, the things that change the conversation or direct sometimes the conversation. But Michael Beschloss, always appreciate hearing your thoughts, and thanks for giving that historical perspective.
We were talking about it on the Today Show at the end this morning. You know, just in a moment, if you can do the thought exercise and think about what it would be like to be in the other person's shoes, somebody who voted for the person you didn't vote for, and try to find in your mind some compassion and grace. You know, we are Americans, we are humans, and we will get through this together. And I think that's, if we could all adopt that perspective, I think it would help make these days.
It's like Tim and I in the chat, in the Discord, like having a little
challenge for our politics.
dispute about voter fraud, and it's not even a dispute, it's just a discussion, and it's cool, it's chill. It's like, I'm not gonna be like, yo, I'm muting you because you're like, you think things are fraudulent. It's like, a lot of people are gonna think that. especially if you're a Trump supporter. All he's been saying the past few months is that it was going to be fraudulent. He was setting up the narrative that it was going to be fake this entire time. And the reason the Democrats wanted such a sweeping electoral win is so there could be no, like, oh, who knows what's going on. That didn't happen because they suck and are a party of fucking losers. And because of that, Trump's probably going to take this shit to the Supreme Court in some kind of a way. And in 2000, it was like one electoral vote, I think, between them or something. That was like deciding the election. Or no, it was a few. What was it? Oh, yeah, so he got Florida, and that brought him over to 271, and whoever got Florida was going to win, yeah. But it was way closer. Or no, it's within that, so we're going to see him do that shit. Yeah, please do. Like I said earlier, I'm so confused as to why CNN has not called Arizona yet. Part of me thinks that they're just trying to 100% uphold like a journalistic integrity, like just in case it were to flip. They don't want to be like, oh, we were wrong. They want to be able to be like, oh, we didn't call it, like Fox News and NBC. But everybody else has called it. Google, Fox. Wait. Oh, no, so that's the CNN. Yeah, here's the CNN one, but I won't pull up the feed. But yeah, dude, keep watching it, man. I don't know if that's... I remember during the debates, Hassan got DMCA'd and he actually got a 30-day ban for watching the live stream from CNN. And every time I watch Hassan do political stuff now since then, he never watches CNN. So I'm just always like, I don't want to risk it.
Rally.
We want a free, fair, and transparent election, and the Democrats are trying to steal it right out from underneath us.
The unrest coming as 5 states remain too close to call, including Arizona, where Biden holds a slight lead.
And I can tell you that the attitude at the White House tonight is maniacally focused on Arizona from a political perspective. That's where they think they can break through and create a new conversation.
In Pennsylvania, the counting continues. The Secretary of State saying they're ahead of schedule.
The counties have been counting around the clock. Everybody's tired, but incredibly dedicated to getting this done.
And now the race tightening in Georgia. Trump's lead shrinking overnight after workers scanned the final absentee ballots in Fulton
Damn,
County.
Ava.
Most populous county, which
Gamer
includes
girl
Atlanta.
streamer coming with a hot take. Watching armed Trump supporters yell, count my vote in Arizona, while also yelling, stop to count Detroit. They don't know what's going on. They have no clue. They just know it's fake because Trump's been saying it was going to be fake the entire time.
That has some question as to the way it was marked. The vote review panel then decides voter intent.
Now confusion over when Georgia will finish reporting results. The Secretary of State saying they expect that to happen by Friday. But officials in Gwinnett County say they expect a final tally by Saturday. Joe Biden this morning feeling confident he will win once the votes are counted.
Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive, but I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart.
While the Biden campaign has not officially declared victory, they have launched an official Biden transition website.
The Trump campaign is mounting a flurry of...
When I bought Miss USA, Miss Universe, it was a sick puppy. Right. And I bought her for a sick puppy price, okay? Good. And then I made sure that the women were really beautiful because they were getting a little bit not as beautiful. They had a person who was extremely proud that a number of the women had become doctors.
Right.
And I wasn't interested.
That was not what you were looking for.
Some
people, when they have pressure, don't eat. And some people, when they have pressure, eat too much, like me, but like Alicia.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it.
Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you. Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings. Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. I've made it hot. I'm very proud of that. And people said, how did you do that? And I jokingly said the heels got higher and the bathing suits got smaller.
Either.
And then I said, and I was joking.
Okay, so it didn't have it in there, but okay. Timeline of Donald Trump's creepiness while he owned Miss Universe, from walking into a teen dressing room to joking about his obligation to sleep with contestants. On the heels of the damaging videotape on which Trump and former Access Hollywood host Billy Bush salivated over Days of Our Lives actress Ariane Zucker and joked about sexually assaulting women, that's the one where he said he could grab women by the pussy if he wanted, came allegations that Trump entered the Miss Teen USA changing room where girls as young as 15 were in various states of undress. But no matter if alcoholism was still here, he would see this and he would probably say something, oh yeah, but Rolling Stone is owned by a bunch of pedophiles. Or that's fake news. So it's like with people like that, no matter what kind of facts you present them, they think they've done the research already and that everything that you're presenting them is fucking fake. Like that's the conspiracy theory is what you're presenting them. So... oh shit. What the fuck? Why do I keep missing this?
Here, 802,000. So we're trying to do a little bit of the number crunching ourselves, just looking at what it was before. My math is horrible, but right
me
now
too.
we know that the
You guys, I'm so glad
show,
Rexy and other people are here that are good with
1.729
numbers because I'm
million
not.
votes out here. Again, we know that there were about 400,000 votes still outstanding. Now this dropped down to about 300 or so thousand. So that batch may have been about 100,000, like what we were talking about a little bit earlier, maybe 70,000. We're still going to do the math there, but it does show that Biden has gotten a little bit of a bump from this. And remember, when we're talking about 500,000 votes and 500,000 ballots that are still out there, and the race is getting closer and closer, we were doing some more math, and it looked like President Trump, if he wanted to win the vote here in Arizona, he would need about 6 out of every 10 people that have dropped off these ballots to be voting for him. And what we've seen now is about this 70,000 batch hit, and it doesn't look like there were many more votes for Trump. Instead, it gave just a little bit of a smidgen of a bump to Biden. So we're going to continue to do some math here on all these different screens. I know that you guys are tabulating back at 30 Rock with some much bigger screens. So hopefully you guys will have a little bit of better math. But also, we've got people back. If you can take a look here, they are back. They are crunching those numbers.
Mariah Bilato, Miss Teen Vermont 1977, told BuzzFeed, I remember putting on my dress really quick because I was like, oh my god, there's a man in here. 3 other teenage contestants from the same year confirmed the story. The former pageant contestants discussed their memories of the incident after former Miss Arizona Tasha Dixon told Los Angeles CBS affiliate that Trump entered the Miss USA dressing room in 2001 when she was a contestant. He just came strolling right in, Dixon said. There was no second to put on a robe or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, others were naked. Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. The Trump campaign did not offer a response to either story, but in a 2005 appearance on Howard Stern's show, Trump bragged about doing exactly what women describe. I'll go backstage before a show, and everyone's getting dressed and ready, and everyone else. A pervert, but at the same time, walking in on a woman that's naked, especially a child, I would breach out on the line of pedophilia. Especially after watching the video where he was accused of raping a 13-year-old. Being friends with Jeffrey Epstein for years. But these people, man, they just like... You could say all this stuff to them and they're still just going to be like, but Biden. And it's like just like what Bill Clinton did, or Trump did when he was running against Hillary. When the Access Hollywood tape came out of him talking about how he could grab women by the pussies because he's famous. What did he do the next debate? Instead of addressing that and trying to like do cover up and say apologize maybe, try to say that it was like taken out of context or something. No. He just brought all the women that have accused Bill Clinton of rape and bought them like plane tickets and tickets at the debate and had them sitting front row and like addressed them at the beginning. So it's like his voters or people that like him do the same thing he does, where they just scapegoat and project their problems onto other people. Whether those problems on the other people are real or not could be true. Bill Clinton's a piece of shit. So's Trump. Maybe even worse. And that's the whole point of this entire election. Joe Biden sucks, but Trump sucks even more. And sucks is an understatement. But, damn, dude. Didn't know we had a QAnon conspiracy guy in chat. I know he said he was a Republican, but he seemed like kind of like a working class guy that was just like a little bit confused with some Republican like propaganda. Well, I mean, Trump, who knows what he did with his daughter? I doubt anything because she's never said anything, but like we watched a video a minute ago of him saying he would date his daughter and how sexy he thought she was, how she was voluptuous on Howard Stern. So, yeah, that's pretty incestual. He didn't commit any acts of incest that we know of, but saying that about your daughter is creepy as fuck. And it's like I'm showing that video and the guy's just like, yeah, but we're talking about Biden and pedophilia. And it's like, how are you going through that many mental gymnastics to where you're like, this is so far separated from like pedophilia, dude. He's talking about his daughter, bro. Like, Jesus. He talks about his daughter at that age. How do you think he talked about her and thought about her when she was growing up? You think it's like when she was 18, he was all of a sudden, she's hot, I'd date her. Yeah. And I just keep going back and addressing it even more and more, but it's like those Joe Biden videos he's talking about are just videos of Joe Biden being fucking creepy and weird. There's nothing of him groping a child's breast. There's no footage of that. Like, that's fake. It's like, and that's where I draw the line. If you're going to come in chat and try to push conspiracy theories, whether you know it's fake or not, I'm going to either time you out or ban you depending on how bad it is. But the ban probably won't happen unless it's like, if you say something straight up racist and horrible, homophobic, bigoted in any way, out, you're done. For good. I don't care how much you've donated. Done. And the only way you'd be able to get an unban appeal is if you write me an essay about what you learned. Like, go and do like a research essay on like if it was something racist on like the Civil Rights Act, and you have to write me an essay about it and like why you feel you were wrong. Shit like that, you know? Exactly, Rexy. That's been my point this entire time. The entire time. I'm not trying to sit there and say Biden's a good person. I'm just trying to dispel the conspiracy being sown that he is a pedophile. Because he's not. You can sit there and think it all you want and conspiracize or whatever, theorize about it all you want, but you can't go and say he is one. You can say, I think he is one. That'd be different. Then we'll sit there and say he's not, and then you can just keep saying, I think he is. But when you're like, he is one, just like spreading fucking conspiracy theories. And like, who knows, bro? Biden, if a case comes out against him when he's president, I'll be the first one to talk about it. I will be the first one to talk about it. And that's how you know that I'm honest and genuine. And saying that is just weird, but it's like, that's how you gauge when you're trying to, like, say you're watching Hassan, or you're watching a piece of shit Ben Shapiro video or a Steven Crowder video. When their own side does the thing that they're criticizing the other side for, if they then get mad at their own side for that, then you can understand, like, see, like, okay, this person is probably coming from somewhat of a genuine, like, perspective. Like, he's not trying to fool you. Because somebody like alcoholism will not do that. When you call his side out, all he'll do is just keep saying, no, your side though, but your side. That's not intellectual honesty. That's intellectual dishonesty. Oh my God. The same year former contestants say Trump unexpectedly entered the Miss Teen USA dressing room, the reigning Miss Universe, Brooke Antoinette Mahalani Lee, recalls Trump asking about the looks of his daughter Ivanka, who was co-hosting the pageant. Don't you think my daughter's hot? She's hot, right? Oh, she was 23 at that time. He was saying his 23-year-old daughter was hot. Not pedophilia. Okay, yeah. But it's like, even then, it's like the fact that you'd watch a video of like Donald Trump saying his daughter's hot and like voluptuous, and then go right back to, oh wait, no, but Biden's the real problem. You've lost. You've lost the plot. You're gone. You're so deluded. You can't even think straight. You're not intellectually an honest person. Okay.
Say, I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder.
Oh, the most comprehensive police reform bill wasn't put to Congress by Barack Obama? Wow, I wonder why.
If now is the time. If now is the time the protesters.
Zoop, what up, dude? We lost a member of the Inaband community tonight.
Of legal challenges even before an official winner is declared. They're seeking a recount in Wisconsin and suing to stop vote counting in Michigan and Pennsylvania. And they filed a lawsuit in Georgia claiming late ballots were counted. ABC's Marcy Gonzalez has more.
With millions of ballots left to be counted, the president falsely claiming victory and promising a legal battle. His team already filing suit in several states, one in Georgia seeking to order Chatham County to store and account for all ballots received after the polls closed. Another suit in Michigan seeks to stop ballot counting there, claiming the campaign hasn't been given meaningful access to some counting locations. And early Wednesday morning, the president going even further.
Be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Legal experts say at this point, the Supreme Court will not get involved in the way the president wants.
I don't think the Supreme Court's very likely to resolve this election, and I think for our democracy, that's a very good thing.
In Pennsylvania, the decision to allow ballots mailed on or before Election Day to be counted if they arrive by Friday, still facing legal challenges. The president's lawyers filing with the Supreme Court seeking to join a pending lawsuit on the issue, writing, "This court, not the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, should have the final say." The state's attorney general disagrees.
Two separate occasions, the Supreme Court didn't step in. This should remain with the state, and the state says these ballots.
Wait, Zoop, what? What had to happen? Well, you knew what had to happen. You know, I never got that vibe from him. Like I said, I always got the vibe that he was just like a Republican because like he probably grew up that way. He didn't really think too much about politics because he literally said like politics are tacky once. So I was just like, okay, this is a guy that's just like Republican just because he grew up being told he was Republican. I never thought he had any strong stances, but once you start calling people pedophiles, like you know, man. You know where they're coming from usually. It's like a 99% chance that they're coming from a QAnon message board. Yeah, Zoop, it was alcoholism, and he gifted like 9 subs last month, so hopefully we can still make those up. Fingers crossed next month. But if not, like I said a bunch of times, you weren't here, but I don't care how much anybody's given to the channel. Like, I appreciate it, and that's why I go as crazy as I do when I can, because it's like means so much to me that anybody would give to me for just hanging out, playing games with you guys. But at the same time, I will never sacrifice my morals for $1. Ever.
And this may be the last time for a while for them to do
he just
that.
kept saying Biden was a pedophile, and I kept being like, he's not. He's a rapist, sexual assaulter, accused of in court, but has never been accused of pedophilia. And then I was like, but Trump has been accused of pedophilia and was like in the process of about to provide examples of Trump actually being accused of having of raping a 13-year-old and the stuff we were just looking over about him walking in on underage Miss America pageant members. I was trying to look that stuff up, but he just kept going, Biden's a pedophile. And like I'd already given him information like saying otherwise, but he was just like, nah, dude. And I was like, bro, if you're going to keep pushing conspiracy theories, I'm going to have to time you out. And he was just like, peace, bro.
For Democrats, although it looks like it's heading in that direction. We see that in Arizona.
No, what happened to Travis Scott? Did he finally get outed by the Jenners, by the Kardashians? Did they get out him?
That's where you can grow your party. It's not in the.
Has he been get outed?
That's not it. For the Republicans, let's look at they got 3 million fewer votes.
Is he in the sunken place like Kanye?
The Democrats at the electoral level. You need to broaden your tent. What is life after Trump?
But Zoop, as we were talking about that, since alcoholism isn't going to be here to give those 9 subs, I expect you to pick up that weight. Since you've been here a long time, you're a mod, like you can give 9 subs a month, right, bro?
Biden is a socialist and he's buddies with Castro. That's not a long-term strategy.
Joe Garofoli with the San Francisco Chronicle.
Post it in the Discord, please. I'd love to see it.
To him about just kind of how unprecedented this election is when it comes to the way people are voting. We know it's coming in 3 ways. There was the early vote, there was the mail-in vote, and there was the in-person voting, and that is why a lot of Americans are frustrated. They want these results right now, but
no way.
Delaying the process. Different states, different rules.
That's funny.
And so some states didn't even start counting until yesterday.
What's interesting is that as people are frustrated about the fact that the mail-in voting tabulation is taking a while, I think that it seems that people are forgetting also we're in a pandemic. we know that there are parts of the country that are in more of a pandemic than others, as far as the lessons learned here in New York versus out in, obviously in the middle of the country when it comes to how dense the population is. And so this takes a while, especially in a densely populated area.
Yes,
and if
exactly.
option,
like in my county, where there's millions of people, all
do
like probably millions doing mail-in ballots.
Time to count those votes, and every vote
it's like way more counting
should
time.
be counted. Coming up, we'll check out.
No, it's just like it's taking too long, and they what? You're telling me that there's 100 more thousand votes? They're fake. They have to be.
And later in the skinny, what Mariah Carey just did to jumpstart this year's Christmas season.
Oh no! DMCA, DMCA.
When they blocked this off.
3.5 hours ago.
God, they still got music going on here. I'd love to see this. I'd love to sit here and listen to that for a while. Okay, USA Today, what's up? Dang, the voting cam is gone. The ballot counting cam is gone. That means the election is for sure being stolen right now. Like we saw, there were no freedom fighter patriots with their AR-15s in there holding the guns up to the election clerk. So since there wasn't that, we at least had the camera. Now the camera's gone. What do we have to trust the integrity of this election? All those people were obviously bought, paid for, paid actors that were just sitting there told to like count blank sheets of paper, and they're all probably pedophiles too. How do we trust this? How do we trust this? I don't know. Fuck. Come on, Fox, give me something good. Nope. Let's listen to Nomiki a little bit. How long was her stream?
Hey guys. So I'm doing this spontaneous live because our dear friend Tommy Sunshine texted me. He's out on the streets right now. And we're going to bring him in right now to talk about what's happening in New York.
Frigid.
Hey Tommy, can you hear me?
I will preface this like I have been. I'm a leftist Bernie Sanders supporter who hates both Biden and Trump, but I hate Trump a lot more. So I'm really hoping that it goes blue. I'm really hoping my state goes blue. It's probably gonna go blue. It probably is. It's gone blue every election like since Obama. But we'll see. We're not gonna know till the morning, like you said, when you wake up. That's like when they're gonna, like by 10 a.m. is what they've said. Hopefully earlier. Let's see, where are we at again? We still are waiting on Nevada, and then these. We don't know. Georgia, Pennsylvania, those could switch.
This is really interesting because it's not like Donald Trump.
Holy shit.
Tommy, if you can hear me, what's happening?
Wait, are you talking about the video from like a few days ago of the guy? It was like in the daytime and he like pulled his gun out like on some protesters and people like ran up and were trying to grab him. Because I saw that. If there's one today, I haven't seen it. I don't know what you're talking about. But I saw one the other day of some dude pulling out his fucking gun and just like, what the fuck? And like brave ass protesters, peaceful protesters run up and try to grab his arm and be like, yo, bro, you're about to do something that not only like could affect them, but you're gonna regret this because you're gonna go to jail if you shoot somebody. Like, it's like brave people, man. This audio is really bad. Oh, Frigid, I'm sorry. Links are blocked because I've had people come in and post weird stuff before, and I'd rather just not even have that stuff get posted. But if you want, you can message it to me on Twitch, private message me, or send it in the Discord. We have a Discord that is linked. I'll just post it right now, since my mod sucks. So hold on.
What's going on right now is they preemptively boarded up Thousands of businesses and banks across America, big corporations and banks.
Nice.
That is
But yeah, if you just want to post it there, or if you want to message me, just click on my name and send it, and I'll look at it.
And they're just preventing
Hackermans. Oh, I almost did the Hackermans emote from BTTV.
Just cops lining up. Hundreds of cops. Those are all cops.
I'm chilly. That is pretty funny.
Oh, I can. Tommy, we can't see. You gotta zoom in a little bit. I think there seems to be an altercation.
This is a police riot. You're watching a police riot. This has been a peaceful protest since it started. Everyone!
So they're right by Union Square, not too far, like a half a block away, which is a central point where organizers meet up in New York. Often, it's also a big subway stop. And look at that. They've got a bus there ready to arrest people. That guy's trying to bust through and cross the street. And they grab him immediately. And I guess the big question is, for what? For what? They're exercising their free speech. I mean, this is such an extraordinary abuse of police power while Donald Trump is still president to protect what? Banks? No, there's no looting. There's nothing happening right now. People want to show up and exercise their free speech in a democracy around an election. This is such an extraordinary response to a few folks showing up. I mean, this is such a common occurrence in New York. And the other thing is these police officers are so used to some of these organizers. Tell us more, Tommy. Tell us. I'm listening.
I have never seen anything like this. I've been protesting in the city for 10 years. I have never seen anything like this. Not even close. This is just like pure, unbridled police aggression. And it has nothing to do with anything. We were totally peaceful, and then they just snapped. And, this is what they do. Look at this chaos.
Peace signs. Okay, they are at Union Square. Tommy, what?
There are hundreds of police.
Yeah.
And I would guess right now, half the police force of New York City is on the streets. I drove up 6th Avenue. There were 20 officers on every corner from 14th Street to 59th Street. I've never in my life seen a police presence like this. This is not a police presence. This is a coup. And if it's not about DC, it's about the Police Benevolence Society doing a coup over the
Frigid.
city
One thing I have to say, though,
what this is. Look at this.
Is despite Biden maybe clenching a very tight victory, it's nothing to celebrate, because
there hasn't been one piece
in the past month and a half, all you've heard from news media, even on Fox News the past few weeks, that it was going to be a sweeping victory for Biden. The soul of the nation was at stake, according to Biden. That was his meaningless campaign slogan. And we thought, or everyone was saying, we're going to defeat Trumpism. We're going to show that the whole MAGA thing isn't that big.
I can see with my eyes right now.
What's going to happen with a Biden presidency, especially now that it's a Biden presidency ensured pretty much that the Senate is going to be Republican, that he really won't get anything done. And when he does get stuff done, it's going to be major concessions to the Republican Party. And at the end of the day, Joe Biden has been basically a Republican his entire political career, although he's been a Democrat, registered. He is, along with most of the Democratic Party, they are all moderate Republicans, except for people like Bernie, AOC, and them. They are the left. They are leftists, progressives. But all those other liberals, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Biden, Hillary Clinton, Obama, all those when you think of like the liberal establishment, they are all moderate Republicans. They're not in the left. They're in the center right. So, knowing that, Joe Biden already was been a Republican. He's done things in the past that have been like exact things Republicans do, such as cutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, being friends with segregationists, like best friends with segregationists, writing the '94 crime bill that disproportionately locked up African Americans. other trade policies that were horrible under him and Obama that did bad things for the American worker, shipped jobs overseas. Same things that were done under Bush too, though. Like I'm saying, they both suck. But so my point is, Biden is going into this barely having won, and not having a Senate on his side. When he does get stuff done, it's going to be major concessions to the Republican Party, but that Republican Party is still going to make him look bad for it. They're still going to flip it and try to make him look horrible for whatever he does, even if it's helping them out in a way or their constituents. They're still going to flip it and be like, what he's doing is bad. And then in 4 years, because nothing really changed for the working class or the status quo, we're going to get an even worse Trump to run.
Where I am in Manhattan. But I mean,
are they blocking traffic? I mean, the cops seem to have shut. I mean, M14 Street they just shut down.
Had the Democrat Party taken bold stances and ran with somebody like Bernie Sanders, who was a man of the people, not just a man of the Democratic Party, a man of the people who could get from Republicans to Democrats to independents to people who don't even vote and aren't registered to come vote. Instead of going with somebody like that, I went with Biden. But going with somebody like Bernie would ensure that progressive policies would reach everybody. And then everybody would be like, whoa, I don't care if this guy's a democratically elected president. He's just a good president. And he would get 2 terms, change shit in the world. And then our next president would be another progressive. Because people would be like, this was so great. Our wages went up. We have health care. We can go to college for free now. And it would just be like, everybody would be like, oh my God, this is like the first president we've had this great since FDR when he did his first New Deal, giving everybody Social Security and Medicare.
You know, I've gotten into shouting matches with cops, but they've never rounded me up and put me in a
So, to me, being the person I am, either way, we're fucked. We just would have been more fucked in like an inhumane, disgusting, evil way with Trump. Whereas Biden, it's just like ensuring we're going to get an even worse Trump. Oh, wait, what did you post, Zoop? Hold on. I feel bad, Zoop, like when you post links, because everybody else can't. So sometimes I feel bad for everybody else, and they're like, why can't I?
Instagram, and the reason will shock you. Seriously, when I first heard this, I thought there was no way it was true, but here we are. Happy post-Halloween, y'all. I'm Amy Cassandra Martinez. If you have a costume that you loved, that either you wore or a celebrity did, make sure to share it on our socials and comment below. And don't forget to share this video with your friends. Halloween is a holiday you can dress up and be anything you want, as long as it's not problematic and offensive, right? Well, wrong. Travis posted this photo of himself dressed in his custom-made chocolate brown Batman suit, proudly standing next to his 2 cars of the same color. I mean, he definitely could not have seen what was to come. Trolls online compared him to a roach, which is just
oh shit. Zoop thinks he's privileged.
Brown, even though Batman's suit is black. Although the earlier versions of the suit were gray, yellow, and black, but that was OG Batman. Well, all the comments seem to push Travis off the Instagram grid as he deleted his profile by Sunday morning. Some fans think he was straight up bullied off Instagram. Others think he stepped back to focus on preparing more music later this year. Look, if it's the second option, the timing is a little too suspicious. Since his exit from Instagram, some fans have come to the rescue saying people are being so mean to him and that they shouldn't have done that. This user responded with what most people seem to agree with, saying, I completely understand where you're coming from, and what you said is very positive, but it still doesn't help the fact that the costume is straight. Look, does it look like Batman's suit? Not really. Maybe his cousin, sure. But look at him. He was just so proud and just looks like a very happy kid standing in his costume with his
It doesn't look that bad.
toys, you know, except he's an adult and his toys are insanely expensive cars in his costume.
Okay, whatever. You know, I don't really feel like getting in a voice chat right at the moment, honestly. Hopefully that's okay. I'd rarely get in voice chats on stream. I only do that like if we're playing a game together, really. But I actually need to go to the bathroom again. I keep drinking water and it's just going through me.
My theory on this is, Trump can't have a military coup d'etat because the military is not with him. The generals are opposed to Trump, but he can have a police coup, and that's city by city, block by block, fascist cops are taking leftist cities. That's my theory on this.
I mean, what people don't understand is that the Police Benevolence Society in New York City backed Trump.
Right. Exactly.
As did most every other police department across the country. And since we now know that the majority of white Americans voted for Trump, they voted for this.
Well, and meanwhile, de Blasio, is he doing anything? Of course not. Technically, the police union, the police department, the police chief follows orders of de Blasio. Look at this, more police showing up. So, Tommy, tell us a little bit more about what usual protests look like. I don't know why I'm leading it. You can hear me. Yeah, I can't hear you.
No, it's all good. I mean, typically the police, follow on the sidewalk like they were doing for 2 hours, and everything was fine. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they just started grabbing people out of the streets. Oh, wait, now they're pushing us off the sidewalk. Hang on.
Yeah.
I think we're about to get kettled.
I was just going to say, have you been kettled in yet?
I mean, there's cops in every direction.
Everyone, please cross the street! Everyone, please cross the street to the other side!
Who is doing that? Is that an organizer?
My I just stepped in a puddle with my booted my fractured toe boot, so now I have a wet sock. That's a good time.
Done that at a protest. I once. Well, on this transition, a couple years ago, I got caught in a snowstorm, and it was the first time I wore my boots. It was like the first snowfall, and they had holes in them, and they started drenching my feet, and I had to pull over at like an Anne Klein or something and say, I don't just socks, shoes, anything, just give me something. And we were like massaging my feet. It was the craziest New York protest experience in terms of hypothermia I'd ever had.
I mean, what you have to know about tonight is that tonight's protest was black-led. It was very focused on trans and queer liberation, and all of this was very peaceful. I mean, the kids from Portland brought those peace signs from the front line from Portland, and I was speaking to them earlier tonight. And this has been completely peaceful in every way. And it was, as always, the cops that are the aggressors every time. Like, this was not the kids doing anything to provoke this. This was entirely the police. But I think this is, everyone keeps talking about what everything is going to look like on the other side of COVID. This is what everything is going to look like on the other side of COVID. This police state that I'm showing you that is happening in New York City and that is happening in multiple neighborhoods in New York City. There are multiple helicopters flying in the air.
For 200 people?
Right.
I mean, that's like a normal gathering in New York, and that's nothing.
I mean, this is a new surveillance state. That's what we are living in. And it's not just cameras anymore. Now it's like actual, unbridled police aggression in the streets. And there's nothing to mitigate it. And most of the mayors in the biggest cities who are Democratic mayors are totally under the thumb and beholden to the police unions who basically run the cities. So there's no repercussions for any of this. I mean, it's not like de Blasio could tell the PBA to stop this. They would just laugh at it. He has no control over them whatsoever. And, here we are. you know, and what happens next, you know what I mean? Like, so, I mean, this is just shocking to me because when I came out tonight, I expected things to be chill. I expected things to be the tone of like, hey, it doesn't matter who wins this, we're still going to have to fight, which is what it was. But it wasn't violent, and it wasn't turbocharged, and it wasn't any of that. But, here we are, and now, this well, I know of at least 3 other instances tonight in other parts of Manhattan where things were as crazy, if not crazier, than what I was just showing.
Okay, so Tommy, just a reminder to folks, we're talking to Tommy Sunshine. Tommy Sunshine is an amazing activist. He's also a world famous DJ and musician and producer. And he was a surrogate for Bernie Sanders, and that's how we got to know each other. But Tommy, let's just go back a little bit and sort of talk about the scope of protests in New York. Like what we're seeing right now, it looks like several hundreds of police, maybe even more, helicopters over what's a peaceful protest. Like I'm not seeing anything, having been in these places and seen like, okay, sometimes there's a little bit of escalation, there's a little bit of arguing, they kettle extra hard, and then they push up against you and then you fight back. I mean, sometimes that happens and then it can provoke arrests. But it seems as if the number of police in relation to the level of protesting is really uneven, or even typical horrific New York police sort of aggression. So talk about like what previous experiences have been like, just like, say during
Good night, Zoop.
just say 4 years ago. I'm not even.
Yeah, Rexy, sorry. I hope you're okay with that. I don't know. I'm not always in the mood to talk on voice chat. And just, I might switch over to a video game here in a little bit since nothing's really progressing with the election.
Order to change, it's not good.
When you say order to change, meaning the change of strategy.
Just absolutely unforgivable aggression.
Yeah.
Towards people
Just to clear my own head some more. I'm gonna search on the side here of like the creepy Joe Biden video to try to see if there is any footage that's like, okay, maybe that could be looked at as pedophilia, but I've seen it all. I was the biggest Joe Biden critic 6 months ago.
I started going out.
I still am.
Ducati Park in the Occupy movement, and I was going to Black Lives Matter protests in 2014 in New York City when they were 40, 50 people, and I have seen, I saw an escalation May going into June. I saw like a wickedness and an evilness. Oh shit, somebody's really hurt. Hang on.
Don't let her down. Don't let her down though.
Shit, somebody got really hurt. Probably. I mean, listen. Here's something that people aren't talking about this, right? Like, yes, there's the obvious harm that's done by cops with batons and with pepper spray and whatever else, right? But most of the people here in this protest are people of color who have suffered their entire lives from this system, and at a certain point you break. Like, I mean, there is mental repercussions from
Okay, so
from this
all right, here's 2 more little instances that are also in that video. And this is all the same day. He's been like kissing old ladies left and right who walk up while they're doing this. Like, I'm pretty sure it's like he's swearing. Yeah, mock swear-ins is what it is. And like all the wives are coming, he's kissing them all on the cheeks. Some of them like kiss him on the fucking lips, dude. They go for it too. It's weird. I'm not into that kind of culture. I wouldn't want to be kissing people in this type of setting. But here's 2 interactions with kids that he did.
You get 2 old and 2 lovely.
Weird, creepy thing to say. Yeah.
Too lovely.
But he's literally saying that around like their whole family. He's just like being the old creepy grandpa just complimenting her for getting old. Like,
you're getting too old. You're getting too old and too lovely. What are you seeing?
oh,
This
here.
is my daughter-in-law.
Touched her on the face. Like, that's not pedophilia. And these are all, I guarantee, footage that was going to be in whatever compilation video he had. I'm pretty sure it's the same compilation video that I saw. It was like 10 minutes, like 6 months ago. I can't find it right now.
Kelly, how are you?
But, all right, let's, here, I'll just keep looking so I don't have to fucking bore you with this shit, dude.
That, you know, is...
Hi, Jack. You have very good taste. Good to see you, man. You have good taste.
You know what I mean? Like, you're being exposed to the same... I mean,
Very good taste.
exhibiting the same levels of...
He just complimented one guy on his lady and said, you have very good taste. Weird, creepy guy, dude. He comes from an era where he was a fucking probably like hound dog with the chicks. Like weird.
That sounds minimal, but
Different
there's that
nowadays,
too.
bro.
What's your reputation?
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh,
maybe
here's
the
another
same
one.
police,
Oh God,
you know,
what a pedophile, bro.
chiefs, for instance, or the lieutenants that are in charge
What's your
of
reputation? Very good taste. Come on, this can hurt your reputation, man. You're going to have to go home and explain. What would I do with that Democrat? Kids, come on over here, okay?
extremely racist.
Yeah, that's how it's been, Rexy. We're waiting for fucking Georgia, but I don't think we're gonna get really anything to move too much until tomorrow. That's why I'm sitting here thinking maybe we'll just play a game the rest of the night.
But go ahead, continue.
Hang on.
But like,
I just want you to see.
that's not like what we just watched him doing to that boy was not pedophilia.
You ready? Now, you getting in this picture? Doing that Democrat. Kids, come on over here, okay? You ready? Now, you getting in this picture?
Not weird. Like he's like taking a picture there in front. He's like putting his hands on their shoulder. Like maybe like too long, whatever. But like that's not pedophilia. That's just creepy at best, like and weird. And he's like known for that. People know that he's like too handsy and shit like that. That's why he has problems. But it's like he's not a fucking legally accused pedophile. When you start calling him a pedophile, you're just getting into conspiracy theories.
There you go. You can put it away. Pleasure to meet you.
Good. And again, please looking right here.
Okay, so tell me about you.
His wife, Holly.
And like it's all this is all the footage like that was gonna be in that compilation. There is no like secret footage of him like touching kids or like allegations of him ever having sex with a kid. No. This is all just footage from like a couple mock-up things. It's so crazy, dude. These people, man.
Holly, how are you? Now, Holly, you come over to my side. You come over this side. I want you next to me. I want you next to me. I know, sister. You come over this side. Sister. Come over this side. Okay? Come on, sis. You get right in the middle with me. You go right over here. Over this. Mom, you go right in the middle. Come on, Dad. Okay, here you go. Good. How old are you?
28.
28. God, I love you.
26.
26. You look like you. I thought you were still in school.
Like he's just being weird.
You got one job. My father used to say, for real, keep boys away from your sister. That's the job. Just remember, no serious guys in your 30s. Is this your sister? Yeah. You have a hard job.
He's like literally being like weird, but also at the same time like telling them to like watch out for like actual like weirdos. Like I don't know, dude. I'm just it's so crazy. I feel bad for people's brain rot, man.
Any media, please don't take any pictures of her in this condition. This poor kid is so shook up, and what you have to understand, you know, again, is that, you know, anybody that has been fighting this fight, you know, I mean, listen, we're all going through a global pandemic. Like we're all going to have like crazy PTSD of some sort on the other side of this, and you know, but this is elevated. Like this is just to such an infinite degree, because, you know, we are being attacked we are being hunted and we are being abused by the police. And you know, again, you know, I said this when we spoke last time, but you know, I think it's something that's worth reiterating.
This is one where, to me, if she survived, Biden was going to carry Iowa. The only way she was going to survive, she needed Biden to carry Iowa, because this is how Democrats win Iowa, by doing well in the 1st and the 2nd district. Obviously, that didn't happen.
Very talented candidate on the Republican side, though, very well known. But, you know, Chuck, big picture, I don't know if we're able to put up the map of all of the House races just to kind of take a look at it, because I think it shows you, and this is part of what I've been relying on in terms of how we talk about the presidential race and how divided the country is, because we still don't know. It's possible Biden could win with 270 electoral college votes. It's possible he could lose entirely. It's possible he could win with a whole bunch. But this really shows.
I remember my point earlier. People like alcoholism who will go ahead and just straight up be like, oh no, Joe Biden is a pedophile. That's a fact without any kind of evidence or legal like proof, are the same type of people during the Me Too movement who will believe the men like over the women who are accusing the men and say something like, oh, what? Like guilty until proven innocent? Like what kind of bullshit is this? You need to like prove that they're guilty before they get fired from their job or something. They don't understand the hypocrisy in their mind. That's why they like their first thing to say to somebody is you're being a hypocrite. Like, it's so crazy.
Shows you kind of how the cultural divide is playing out in this country. And the fact that, you know, Democrats went into this election night thinking that they were going to win 2 hours, Rexy. 5 to 7 additional House seats. So they thought there was going to be more blue on this map than what
I'll tell you where they thought they were going to get some blue. It was
right
in the state
there.
of Texas.
Yeah, in Texas.
There was a whole bunch of some blue they thought they would add over here, some blue, and then, of course, this district, which we haven't called yet, but this is at the border. It's a district that the Democrats always think they should have. They struggle with it at times.
Yeah. There were districts in Michigan, too, they thought they would hold on to. Michigan as well. I don't mean Michigan 2nd District. And then North Carolina, there's some seats where they're disappointed. This just goes to show they were incredibly, frankly, overconfident about it. And they were saying we could win as many as 12 to 14 seats on a good night. It just showed you how they were thinking about
so you've
Donald
probably
Trump
like
and
already
what
slept,
they sort of
and you
viewed as
woke
the
up.
absurdity
And that's
of
why
the
you came
idea
to stream so
that he
late.
would win re-election or that they
In fairness,
would
Republicans thought they were going to lose big as well.
That's true. That's absolutely
it's
true.
kind of interesting that
The weekend before, I had a Republican from the big super PAC say, "Oh, man, we just want to be on, above 190 in the House."
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm not trying to just criticize Democrats and their numbers here, but I do think that it shows you the depth to which Donald Trump has really, whether it's that he's stoked the culture wars or that people feel like they're participants in that. You know, you look at those House numbers and
people
that
are
can really help you
infatuated with him.
understand
They love him, dude.
We're gonna fit in a break here, and we'll.
They're literally willing to, like we just saw, they're like willing to like put aside that he's like said his daughter's hot, wants to date her, and is voluptuous and all that, and that he's possibly a pedophile, like legally accused and actually legally accused of sexual assault. They're willing to put all that aside, dude. It's so crazy. Whereas people like me will accept that they both suck, but one sucks a little bit less. A little bit.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my
A very busy news night.
America's
Like, you know, as children, we were taught that, you know, the police were there to protect us. And, you know, that's our parents told us that, you know, we were taught that in school, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, when you become an adult and you live in a city and you watch the behavior of police, you very slowly realize that that's a lie, and that the police are, you know, here to preserve the system. They're here to protect Best Buy and Dwayne Reed and Whole Foods, and that's why they're here.
Yeah, it's very clear.
This is conservative Twitter right now.
Biter, too close to call. We are being told by our correspondent on the ground they're going to be counting late into the night there. This one is a squeaker. North Carolina, press pause on this one. It's too close to call, and we don't anticipate any more counting to be released until as far out as next week.
Which still feels like a weird thing to say. November, really, guys? We're going to wait till November 12th?
Well,
we think.
Well, Nevada, they'll be back at it tomorrow.
Yes.
So let's look at Nevada. That is too close to call, but they have knocked off for the evening, as we mentioned, but they plan to get back at it 9 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow. Alaska, it is too early to call there, but you can see Donald Trump with a significant lead right now as we look at 56% of the expected vote in.
All right, so there's the White House, and we can fire up the 270 map, the road to 270. It's filled out quite a bit, but the suspense still with us. Chuck, you're over at your what if map. So what are the different scenarios now?
Well, number one, I just want to remind people, if we just we know who's leading in every state. So let's just do that. All right? Alaska, Trump leads. Nevada, Arizona, Biden leads right now. Pennsylvania, Trump leads. North Carolina, Trump leads. Georgia, Trump leads. So if we just did that,
exactly what I came up with
would
earlier.
be your final result.
And Trump will contest that 100%.
2000 election was 271, 267. So we have never had it that close. That's just assuming that. At this point,
Democrats are colossal failures. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise.
The fastest path now for Joe Biden to get to 270 actually is just simply Pennsylvania at this point. If you check
fastest,
it out carefully,
but not the neatest,
not the easiest. But it's the one with the most pain. Exactly. Where Nevada and Arizona, where you don't need it, a lot less pain on that front. So look, it's. In that sense, I think let's see how the night goes with Arizona, and I think it then dictates. I mean, if Arizona is suddenly a jump ball, then the Biden campaign is going to be, I think, basically becomes a three-state strategy because they're going to want to make sure that one of Arizona, Pennsylvania, or Georgia comes through because they're in this position. They only need one of those to come through, assuming they keep Nevada.
It always strikes me when you think about these campaigns that have invested so much time and focus, and they control their own destinies. And you get to this point now, you're a day after the election, and there's not a thing you can do. We at least have this. We can do this and play with the boards and have this academic and journalism exercise, but they can't do anything to move.
Can't buy another ad.
Yeah.
Let's put an ad. We can target that. Oh.
No, the votes have all been cast. That's done. Now it's just the counting. And in some places, that's taken longer than anyone would like. Kelly O'Donnell's with us. She's at the White House. I should mention we are awaiting more vote from Arizona tonight. We expect a little bit more, so we'll keep our eye on that. Kelly, what are you hearing from Trump world tonight?
Well, one of the things that really stands out, Savannah, is the unusual silence from a president who is known for being blunt, brash, always using his own megaphone of social media. We're not seeing that from the president, and not as much from his allies either. Now, I've been talking with sources in Arizona, and they, of course, are looking at your home state with great interest. And part of what we've also been looking at is how do these states, especially with a Republican governor in Doug Ducey in the case of Arizona, how can that partnership and relationship help the Trump campaign understand their numbers? Before we all got to to nights like this and the country's learning about the counties and so forth, the campaigns have their own personal histories with knowing where do their voters reside, who do they work and spend the most money to draw out? And then you layer in a Republican governor like Doug Ducey, who has his own electoral history in his state. And then you bring in the Cindy McCain factor. She, of course, came out in support of Joe Biden, but retaining her Republican credentials, not getting involved in other races, speaking to Republicans in places like Scottsdale, Maricopa County, truly red places where she has a long personal history with her late husband, of course, Senator John McCain.
Wait, sorry.
And if this ultimately becomes a Biden story in Arizona,
I guess you could say I'm your CNN correspondent. That is great,
may
Rexy.
tell part
Please,
of the
CNN
story,
is live
especially with
again.
suburban women. But
Let
the
me
Trump
know.
campaign is still arguing that their math
Wait.
is what they know best, and their data is what
So
they
is
know best.
NBC not
And that
calling
as some of
Arizona
these results
anymore?
Come in,
Hold on.
Maricopa County, they're outperforming, they say. Then you'll have a county like Pima County in Arizona, which could give Biden some more help. Close, close, close. Arizona is one of those states where the president spent a lot of time in 2016, not as
Still
much
not on
time
here.
in 2020. And you have to think that in the
Dang, they have
silence
him
of
at
these hours of
253.
waiting, if there isn't some thinking about places where they might have used the candidates' time, resources, and so forth. Arizona's history and the president's own personal combative history with the McCain legacy. In Arizona may be part of the story as well. So that.
I'll take the baton from my good friend and colleague Kelly Owen talking about Pennsylvania, because as we wait for the numbers to come in, all we can really do is read the tea leaves right now in that state.
What's up, Rick?
One Biden campaign staffer is taking heart in what's happening in Pennsylvania's 17th district, particularly with Congressman Connor Lamb. He's a 36-year-old Marine Corps veteran who was sort of swept into office with all of the progressive energy in the 2018 midterms, sort of as a...
Okay, Rexy, while you're here still, you just tell me if there's any crazy updates, because what I want to do now is go into some videos I wanted to go into yesterday at the beginning of Election Day, but we didn't have time before it really started rolling. I want to talk about, first I want to watch this video that talks about the 2000 election and how if we see what we just saw play out on NBC about there being a 270 268 electoral college almost tie, but still Joe Biden winning, and how Trump is going to contest that in the Supreme Court most likely. We're going to watch a video talking about how that was done in 2000 and how it was super easy for the Supreme Court just to decide that it was George Bush instead of going through with a recount. Oh, what band, dude? What band, Rick? Where's the video? Here, I'll just do this.
I love Twitch. Twitch is 90% this.
I mean, I have a lot of respect for the Twitch.
No way! That band sounds sick, dude. No, I like My Chemical Romance. They got some bangers, dude.
Audience and their patience levels for what they say about the youth. This is a stunning rebuke to all of it.
They've learned to get dopamine hits from this.
Yeah, they're piggies. They like it.
think the first thing I ever saw on Twitch was when they were doing that Bob Ross set of streaming.
They were
Like a few years ago. Like they were just streaming. They were just streaming a bunch of Bob Ross episodes. You were just watching him paint, and every time he'd like paint a tree, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's like an amazing tree," and So there's a built-in, I don't know if you want to call it patience, tolerance, whatever. But
Boom.
streaming's exciting.
Okay, I did it.
Do we have faces?
Yeah, we can see your faces now. Hold on. Why isn't this? Okay.
That's Virgil,
It's just
Texas,
the sizing is a
Chapo
little
Chap
weird,
House,
but
and now the
it's
Bad
whatever.
Faith podcast.
It's all good.
Okay, well, Hassan, again, we are on the Hassan Piker Twitch stream, our first live panel, and Hassan, this is your stream, so why don't you introduce all five of us?
Okay, I'm gonna do that. I mean, look, I'm a very inexperienced host. Okay, but I'll try my best.
I just want to hear your take.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's Virgil, Texas, that you're seeing on your screen right now. You saw Asita earlier. We are live doing the first ever live taping of the Bad Faith podcast with Brianna Joy Gray and Virgil, Texas, and I'm one of their guests. They were foolish enough to have me on, along with much more intelligent people such as Asita and Megan Day. So take it away, Virgil and Bree.
Sure, that is Osito Wanevu, who's a writer at the New Republic. Megan Day, who's writer and editor at Jacobin Magazine, and Hassan Piker, who is a Twitch streamer.
It's a real who's who of the alt left.
The far left.
We're not calling ourselves that. We're not.
We're the radical Joe Biden.
Brianna Joy Gray was going to be Bernie's press secretary had he become president. I forget what her position in his campaign was, but she was so great, dude. Brianna Joy Gray is a queen.
Biden
Endless
supporters.
mirror.
Okay, so the first thing we wanted to do today. By the way, I'm sick, so no one can be mad at me. The first thing that we're going to do today was go over something that people have been talking about for the past couple weeks, and with like increasing intensity, is whether or not the election will be stolen. Whether or not what are the possible scenarios where Republicans will just steal the election before our very eyes, or what if Trump doesn't leave? And like there's a lot of I think a lot of fraidy cat stuff going around, but there is as well a lot of truth to this. And when Mira and I were setting this up, she was like, I don't really know this whole electoral college crap. And I said, I do
exactly in those terms.
And I said, well, I know it, kind of. I get the gist of it, and I assume the rest of you do too. So I was thinking, just to lay the groundwork of this, we'll play a game where I'm going to explain this entire process. But I'm going to make shit up too, because I forget a lot of it. And everyone can buzz in when they think I've lied. We're going to play the lying game. We invented this. It's the lying. It's a game where I lie to you. And along the way, we're going to explain the Electoral College.
He doesn't really lie.
It'll be fun.
I've watched
this makes sense, right?
He's just joking.
You might have heard of something called True or False, but that's different than the lying game, which Virgil invented.
Yeah, this is just me lying. This is kind of what I do. Okay, so here's how it starts. So on the first Tuesday after the first Wednesday in November, there's a day in November where all the people vote. All the people in the country vote, and what they're voting for is electors. And each state, and District of Columbia, they all have a set number of electors, and they vote for a slate of electors pledged to a single candidate. So if Wyoming goes for Trump, then Trump gets 3 electoral votes. He gets 3 electors. In the Secretary of State or Secretary of Elections for whatever state, they certify that vote. And they say, okay, it was like this slate of electors won. In some fucking day in December, in the first Wednesday after the second Tuesday in December, the electors meet in each state capital and they cast their votes. And then this gets written down in a certificate that gets sent to Congress. In January, the new Congress is sworn in, And the new Congress then counts the electoral votes. Both of the houses meet, the Senate and the House. They all get together. It's all big. They're all friends, and they bring in a box, a mahogany box that has all of those votes that were cast at the state capitals, all of them, and then they're counted on the floor of the House of Representatives in front of all the Congress. And the vice president, as president of Senate, oversees this whole process. He's in charge of the whole Megillah. It's going to be Mike Pence, because this is before the next vice president has been chosen.
It's in good hands. Very excited.
It's in good hands. It's in good hands. So he's like the speaker of this whole,
being
this whole
ironic
committee of the both houses. So they count the votes, and then once someone gets the majority of the votes, they win. They win the election. And then that's when the new president and vice president are chosen. But here's where it gets tricky.
Yeah, and what he was saying about the lying thing is just that, like, sometimes... Wait, hold on. What is playing? Oh my god. He was just saying, like, he might, like, say something a little bit wrong, and if he is wrong, for, like, people to chime in, like if he says something, like, mistakenly wrong, but he wasn't, like, saying, I'm gonna deliberately lie. But let me know if there's anything you're confused on.
He's
basically just talking about how the Electoral College works and how they go vote and stuff like that. But he's going to talk about the 2000 election in a minute.
Can object to the counting of the votes, to some aspect of it, as long as there is one member of the Senate, one member of the House who both object, and then the Congress will debate it for like 2 hours. And then both houses will vote on it, whether or not to accept the objection. And if this is where it gets complicated, there's no real process, as far as I know, for what happens if the Senate says, yeah, that's bull crap, we object, and the House says, no, that's not a real objection, we're going to count the votes. As far as I know, there's nothing that actually resolves that situation. Of course, it would not be complicated if everyone just kind of played by the rules and agreed that, okay, whoever gets the most votes will win. But the scuttlebutt...
What he's talking about is saying, like, an elector from, like he was saying, like, Wyoming, where they all went Trump. That elector does have the power, if he wants, to vote the other way. But it's a thing that they have to debate. And, yeah, but, like, and he said once it gets into that debate, like, there's no... real in Congress, once they have to vote on it, there's no real procedure on how to handle that. It's not written in the Constitution anymore.
Is that in states like, say, Wisconsin, which has a Democrat governor and a Republican state legislature, that the state legislator will just say, oh, well, Trump actually won. And then they will appoint their own electors, and they will send that to Congress. And then the Republicans in Congress will object to seating the counting the votes of the Biden electors, and say, no, it's actually the Trump electors. Like, those are the real ones. The Biden electors are fraudulent. And there's nothing that will resolve that if Congress remains in Republican hands.
So yeah, like a Republican state, or like say like it's a state that went for Biden, but it's a Republican governor or whatever legislator, like he said, they can just say, oh, well, those Biden electors aren't legitimate. We're just going to put in different electors, Trump electors. But that's not really the worry of this election at all. I don't know why he's talking about that. But when he talks about the 2000 election is when it gets interesting.
Did I tell any lies there? Were there lies?
I don't know. You know a lot more than I do. Sorry, Megan.
On the least major, no, I found that extraordinarily hard to follow, and I'm sure that there were major untruths that I completely missed. But the one that I really want to start out with is that at the very beginning, you said that all of the people of the country vote. That's not true. It's like the eligible
true
of the country.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
that's an untruth. You got me
there. And also, I think you said the box was mahogany, but I think it's chestnut. So
that was what I was gonna say too. Is that the box was a mahogany?
You're good. Sita, did you get any ones?
I couldn't think of any off the top of my head.
It's live fact checking is what this game is. Did I lie? It's live fact checking.
Of the second Tuesday of all that kind of stuff. But no, maybe you forgot when the Marshal of the Supreme Court then has to come to Congress with a bald eagle perched on their right shoulder and then certify the election officially.
That's a lie.
That's an important step.
That's a lie. That's a lie. There's no such thing as a marshal of this.
Right.
Wait, are we allowed to lie? Because I was gonna suggest they actually have to duel it out in a pistol duel, like when there's any sort of confusion.
Well, they did that before the 12th Amendment.
Yeah.
That was
Red Dead
before they
still around.
reformed the process. That's what Hamilton is about.
One thing I would have added that is genuinely true is that if there is a tie, 269 between Biden and Trump, the decision then goes to the House of Representatives, and the vote is
can't
by
happen now.
delegation. So even though Democrats control the House by like the raw number of people they have, the vote is by delegation. Republicans control the delegations, and then Trump probably wins a tie.
Yeah, Republicans have like a majority in like 28 state delegations to the House, even though Democrats have an overall majority because, you know, they get all the seats in like California, New York and stuff.
Yeah.
So, Asita, you are kind of the expert here insofar as that you just wrote a piece on this topic a couple of days ago in the New Republic called "What if Trump loses and won't leave?" Oh, sorry, that's not yours. Yours is the ridiculous wargaming of the 2020 election, right?
Yeah.
And something that you talk about that I didn't really know was happening was this transition integrity project and a couple of other groups who have really played this out. They've literally gamed out these scenarios by appointing individuals, people like, you know, Podesta and other political figures from across the ideological spectrum to play certain roles and really act out all the potentialities. And that's where was the first time I was reading some of the motives, what could actually inspire some of the confusion and stalemating, because before I started reading these articles, it just seemed like a lot of almost fear mongering and bloviating from folks like David Brooks, who are writing these pieces saying, well, what if Trump doesn't leave? Trump is someone who doesn't respect norms. What if he loses outright and just won't leave the White House? And those scenarios seemed a little implausible to me, given the schism or lack of affinity, rather, that the armed forces seem to have for Donald Trump. And it seemed like a couple of gaps removed from plausibility.
Yeah.
But when you look at these,
they're not doing a coup to stop Joe Biden.
Right. Well, that's what a lot of the rhetoric has sounded like, though. But when you talk about these games as they've played out, and as Virgil just described, the way that different sets of electors could be sent by different, like whether a conservative governor and a Democratic legislature could have different reads on who wins and have competing groups of electors, that seems like a much more plausible scenario. Can you tell us a little bit about these transition integrity projects?
Yeah, that and the whole point they're trying to say is like a lot of these liberals have been so worried, like, oh my God, if Trump loses, what if he just decides to not leave office? It's like, that's not going to happen. If Trump lost like by big electoral college margins, he was just going to leave. They were just going to kick him out in January, just like every other president, just basically escort or cart them out and cart the new guy in. That's how it was going to happen. Trump's not going to be like, we're doing a coup to make sure I stay in here and get Joe Biden out. Like, well, I won't actually. That's not going to happen. But what they are talking about is that possibility that electors can go and decide, even they don't even have to have a legislator telling them. An elector themselves could decide they want to go against what the electoral college like said they were supposed to vote for, like their state said. So it's like that is more plausible, like that the electors, like say like in a place that was like in Nebraska where it was split between Trump and Biden. It was like a purple state. Those electors that went that are supposed to go Joe Biden could be like, no, well, I'm going Trump. So like that's the idea that they're playing out there, is that like electors could go either way, and that could end up being a huge problem in this election. Or they're about to play out the scenario that is more likely to happen now, as we're seeing with the Supreme Court may having to decide. Trump became president, what was it, 3.5 years ago now, because Hillary Clinton was like the worst Democratic nominee or worst presidential candidate in history. Like, we thought Donald Trump was, but obviously she was worse because Donald Trump beat her. But she sucked. The only person that I thought in 2016 that had a shot to beat Trump was Bernie. He was if it had been Bernie versus Trump, we would have had Bernie as president right now, for sure. Like it's not even every single exit poll said so. He was like doing way better than Hillary and Trump in every poll that they were running during the primary back then. But the Democrats fucking literally cheated him out of the nomination. I witnessed it myself. I was a delegate for him during the whole process. Kind of like an electorate, just a smaller version for like a primary election, not like a general election. But yeah, Bernie would have won, and I felt the same way this time, that Bernie was the only way we were going to beat Trump, and now it's looking like Biden might win, but just very slightly, which is still very bad. Like, and the fact that we're probably not losing the House, but we lost a lot of seats in the House that we gained, and we're also not gaining the Senate. We're still going to be in the minority in the Senate. Joe Biden's not going to get anything done if he wins. When he does get stuff done, it's going to be stuff that he concedes and compromises on the Republicans with, to where like they get their like evil shit passed, whatever it is, whether it's cutting Social Security or Medicare, Medicaid, other horrible things I could keep going on and naming about immigration. But that's the kind of stuff that's going to get done. And then in 4 years, the working class, just like after 8 years of Obama, is going to be like, wow, nothing really changed for me. Only like stuff changed for rich people. And then we're going to get an even worse Trump in 4 years. We're not going to get another Democrat. We're going to get somebody that's even worse than Trump in 4 years, because Biden is going to be a president that doesn't get anything fucking done, dude, for the working class. Biden's going to win. I'm pretty sure Biden is on. I know, but there's still, like we just watched on NBC a minute ago. Where's the good one that I want? This one right here. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, which he's leading in now, but there are counties that they're still counting the mail-in ballots from, a lot of them, millions in some cases, where they're expected to go heavily in Biden's favor to where it could shift it. But if not, Trump was going to be at 268, and with him winning Nevada, he'll be at 270. If it's 270 versus 268, that's closer than it was in 2000. Trump's going to contest that in the Supreme Court for sure. And he now has a packed Supreme Court, conservative majority, that they just rushed through one like a week ago. So, and that's what they're about to talk about in this video in a minute, is what happened in the 2000 election and how that could happen again. They started talking about, because this was back in September. So this was like 2 months ago, talking about like all the different possibilities of like how they're saying the Democrats were kind of fear-mongering, saying Trump's not going to leave even if he loses. But they're going through some of the other options of what Trump could do to steal the election. That's what they're doing.
People and some of the scenarios they've been working through?
Yeah, sure. So I think that there are two things happening in the background of Democratic politics right now when it comes to planning for November. There is, on the one hand, a group of progressive organizations that's saying, look, we need to make sure that we don't have a repeat of 2000. We need to be sure that we're ready for any legal challenges the Trump administration is going to throw at Biden, to throw out ballots, to stop recounts and that kind of thing.
Oh, well,
we
too
need
bad.
to organize
Supreme
protests,
Court majority now. They didn't know that then.
aimed
Literally
at,
did not know
getting the
RGB
public
was going to
understand
die
what's happening
2
and
months
getting the
ago.
public
Had no
to,
clue
support,
that was going to fucking happen.
handing the election to the legitimate winner of the election. That's one end of things. And then you have the Transition Integrity Project, which I think is a group that was started last year. They met I guess virtually in June to do a series of war games where they basically plan out or game out different scenarios that they think might happen in November. They had people playing Donald Trump, they had people playing Joe Biden, they had people playing, I guess, the military and the press and the American people and so on. There are different roles designated.
Who played the American people?
I'm not actually sure who played everybody. But
I would like that role. I think I would be good.
You would do a stellar job. So there are about 100 people involved in the group. It's academics, it's some pundits, it's some people who are Democratic operatives, it's some people who've served in government. Some of the prominent names are people like Donna Brazile, John Podesta, Bill Kristol, Michael Steele, former chairman of the Republican Party. And so in this one scenario that I wrote about, which was basically
That
exactly
ain't
what
gonna
happened in
change
2016.
tonight, Rexy.
Joe Biden
I don't
wins
think.
popular vote. Donald Trump wins the electoral
Or
college.
well, it will early
John
this
Podesta
morning.
played
It's
Joe
only
Biden.
1:29 for me.
Um,
Nevada
and John
time, they're not
Podesta
going to
refused
go
to concede the
until 10
election.
a.m. I
What
don't
happened
think.
instead
That's when they're going to
was,
start counting again, or at least
the
release
states
results.
of California, Washington, and Oregon threatened to secede from the United States unless Republicans eliminated the electoral college, eliminated the filibuster, um, you know, reformed the Supreme Court. Basically, all of these reforms that people talk about all the time on the progressive side. The strategy was, if Republicans and the Trump campaign don't give us these things, we're going to form a country called Cascadia after we secede from the United States. And
Megan
you just have to
shaking
deal
her
with
head.
that.
This is
But
ridiculous.
you should shake your head because you know, I mean, it's ridiculous and it's funny, but it's also kind of galling to me. One that like the scenario that seems like one of the most likely scenarios and the scenario that like most closely resembles what happened in 2016 is the one where they divide this kind of ridiculous, you know, answer. But also like all of these reforms that they're talking about that they would want to get out of that negotiating is stuff for the most part that Joe Biden opposes, is publicly said is wrong.
Right.
That we shouldn't try to do. And you know, it's not like these people, for the most part, and you know, I don't know who all is in it, but certainly the most prominent names mentioned here haven't really done anything over the past 4 years to address the electoral college substantively. You know, there is an actual movement, an actual piece of legislation you can support in the state legislatures that would actually do something about this problem. I write about it in the piece, but there hasn't really been much investment or buy-in from
I agree.
major figures in the Democratic Party on that.
Well, after 2008, when Obama won in what
Oh my god, it
passes
smells
for
like
a
somebody's like doing like
landslide
it smells like a
genuinely
campfire.
thought, well, we're never
in
going to
my
lose
house.
the electoral
The
college
fuck?
again.
Yeah.
We've got.
But I'm gonna pause it just to address that because I agree with you in a sense, but in some ways, like during Obama too, there was Ferguson. There were still unarmed African Americans being shot by cops with no accountability to the cops at all. And Obama really didn't do much to combat that. There's a lot like that can be said about the Obama presidency, about how he was not like the progressive, like liberal guy that he always said he was, and he was really just a moderate Republican. But it is true, like at least when there was a shooting like we see now all the time, and they were going on all the time then too, but at least then our President Obama was like getting on TV and expressing sympathy and empathy and talking about doing something to change things, instead of having a president that just constantly sides with the police, talks about not holding them accountable at all for their actions, things like that. So I do agree, but I'm not somebody in any way that is like an Obama stan. I don't like him at all. No, yeah, definitely. Trump is racist as fuck. And what he did was emboldened racists to be even more racist in this country. It smells like a fucking campfire. You know, check to make sure nothing's on fire outside. But what was I just saying? What was I just saying? Oh yeah, Trump emboldened people to be even more racist. But like Joe Biden said a couple months ago when he was running in the primary against Bernie and stuff, he said Trump is the most racist president we've ever had in our history. And it's like, that's not true. Like, he's done some really horrible, inhumane, racist things, but like, you're gonna say he's more racist than the actual like people that used to own slaves, or like Andrew Jackson, who made the Native Americans go on the Trail of Tears, and all the other presidents who just slaughtered Native Americans and shit like that. Like, you're gonna like really say that like Trump is worse than them? But like, there's ways that I can sit here and talk about like how the Trump administration used child separation at the border as a deterrence policy. They literally separated children from their parents, locked them up in inhumane like cages where they were like could barely fit. Sometimes they were drinking toilet water, like horrible conditions, like that. These like concentration camp level conditions that these people were being held in. And then the women, we find out in recent months, were being forced into hysterectomies, where they were having, like, if you don't know what that is, they're having their ovaries taken out so they can't reproduce anymore. Shit that they did in the Holocaust. Like, that's the beginning stages of genocide. So it's like, yeah, dude, like, there's horrible things that Trump did, which is why I'm sitting here telling you that Joe Biden is better than him in some ways, and why you should have voted for Joe Biden over Trump. Because Trump is demonstrably worse. Biden sucks, is evil. I can tell you a bunch of reasons why, but Trump's worse, for sure. Oh, the cops are worse too. Yeah, they're more emboldened now I will agree with you there, because they have a president like Trump who for sure won't go after them and try to hold them accountable. They are more emboldened to be more racist and kill more people. Because, like, it's the thing is our police force was created as a slave patrol back in the day. That's how our police was incepted. It was incepted. That's how it was formed. Its inception was being the slave patrol. And it has just evolved into being like a bigger state-run thing since then, that it still has a ton of racists in it. It's like the FBI has been looking into this for decades, about how white nationalists have infiltrated not only our police departments, but our military. Like, the people that we used to fight against in World War II, white nationalists, like Nazis, have infiltrated, like, our police force, like, over the years. And they've always been there. That's the thing. But like since the FBI has been, like, investigating it over the past 40, 50 years, they've found it alarming numbers. So, yeah, I agree with you there. And now they're just more emboldened. Because, like, under Obama, at least he did the thing, the mandate for body cams on police. Now, are all those body cams being kept on all the time? Are they being turned off? And even when there is body cam footage nowadays, are people being held accountable? No, not at all. We're still seeing them get away with murder and keeping their jobs a lot of the times, or maybe just losing their job, and that's it. Not being, like, tried for murder. They just maybe get a fine, a fine. And people wonder why people, like, civil unrest happens. And we've talked a lot about on the channel about how when things start getting to rioting and looting, it's oftentimes agent provocateurs in the group that have nothing to do with that actual peaceful protest. They come from outside groups, whether it be the police themselves or other far-right, like, militia groups, the Proud Boys, things like that. They go and infiltrate these peaceful protests and start throwing bricks at the AutoZone and setting things on fire in order to make the peaceful protesters look bad. We, a couple weeks ago, were looking at videos of that, of, like, literally, like, protesters asking, like, this one dude all masked up and so you couldn't see him, setting the AutoZone on fire and breaking the windows. They're like, please stop. Like, we don't want you to do this. They're going to blame us for that. So it's oftentimes agent provocateurs, but even if it's not, and say it is people in the protest, it's like Martin Luther King said, man, riots are the language of the unheard. So, like, what do you expect to happen when people just keep getting killed and killed and killed one after the other, like, with no accountability? It's like, of course people are going to get upset. And if you care more about a Target or an AutoZone, like, property damage, if you care more about property damage than, like, some, like, human's life, then, like, there's something wrong with your moral fiber. Rick, I'm digging you, man. I never really knew where you, like, sat on the political spectrum. And it's like, yeah, I voted Biden too. I'm just, like I've said, I'm not a big fan of him, but, like, I can just see that you're a level-headed person for sure. Well, the George Floyd murder was horrible and disgusting, but things like that have been going on. Other, like, Eric Garner was choked to death, I'm pretty sure, under Obama. I'm pretty sure Eric Garner was choked for selling loose cigarettes outside of a convenience store. They didn't do it with a knee on the neck, but they choked him to death with their arms, and he was saying, I can't breathe, too. I'm pretty sure that was under Obama. So it's like, this stuff's been happening. It's just like you did say, I will say you correctly pointed out, it is, people are more emboldened now. Even, like, in smaller macro cases where it's like you may have a boss that's, like, racist or something like that, they may be more emboldened to do, like, something a little bit more racist or, like, not politically correct at work or something like that, because like, oh look, we got a president that's not politically correct, you know, that's for pussies, you know, not politically correct, I'm not a libtard, shit like that, you know. All right, let's get back to this. Sorry, I went off on a little tangent. I'm also bummed too, we lost a guy earlier, a chatter, a subscriber, somebody who had gifted like 9 subs because he was a Republican, and we tried to keep things civil, but he started getting way too into conspiracy land, even though I was proving him wrong. And he just wouldn't accept it and just kept calling Biden a pedophile and saying it was like he was a for sure pedophile. And I'm like, he's been accused of raping women, sexual assault on file legally, but he hasn't been accused of pedophilia like Trump has, like on record, or like how Trump has been accused of way more women, by way more women, of being a sexual assaulter or rapist. Whereas Joe Biden has like 2, Trump has like 26. So it's like, yes, there's 2 evils, one is lesser. And it's like, but he just kept being like, no, Biden's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. And I was proving him wrong with like footage being like, well, like he's not here. And then also here's proof of Trump being a pedophile. And he just wouldn't accept it. Like, no, Trump's fine. It's Biden. Like, dude.
Got the Midwest locked down, and like that's it. That's the key to everything.
All right, here's where they're going to talk about it.
And
I think
now it's there's another Republican president who won in the span of 5 elections, 2 out of 5 elections, who won while losing the popular vote by an even bigger margin this time.
Yeah, and then a point that you make, Osita, which is, you know, well taken, is that despite having gone through this exact scenario twice in recent history, that the words electoral college don't come up in the platform this year, the platform 4 years ago, the platform 4 years before that, the platform. So there is this idea in these war games that they're going to make this big stand, that there's going to be this Herculean, you know, effort to get a team, you know, a bunch of states to secede, who are led in this kind of messaging request by Barack Obama to make these grandiose demands of Donald Trump, when there has been little to no effort, at least on the party level, to actually push these reforms or really air them in any meaningful way. So the effort seems, on top of being really implausible, just kind of deeply cynical or hypocritical.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think it speaks to a sort of larger pattern of thinking in democratic politics, where you envision this sort of grand dramatic moment, this moment of truth. It's like something out of a movie where everything is going to be resolved and Trump is going to be swept away.
Damn, and you roll your cigarettes. That's tough, bro.
You know, there's
saving a bunch of money.
Points at which they think politics will move in their direction as a consequence of a particular event, rather than, you know, building public support or, you know, developing movement or so on. There's always a lust for a particular decision point that everything is going to turn on, and that's why I sort of read these scenarios is embodying that mentality.
I think this is what seems really ridiculous to me about it, is that it seems to echo. Now we're all sort of used to the like hashtag resist and the term resistance. So it just goes like, it doesn't really surprise us anymore. But do you remember when that first emerged? It's like these people were literally referring to themselves in the image of like the French partisans. It's so self-aggrandizing, and it's not matched by any actual like serious strategy. And the piece of serious strategy that's missing is mass mobilization. The Democrats are actually getting worse and worse at mass mobilization.
Oh God.
And they are also referring to themselves in these grandiose terms that would imply leading a mass movement to secede from the United States, because it can't be done at the top level. It has to be, you know, a mass phenomenon.
That's what's
go ahead.
Oh, that's what's so perplexing about this war game, is that the Republicans in the war game, you know, and these weren't Trump people. These were never Trump guys like Michael Steele, right? Who are war gaming as the Republican side. They played for all the marbles, and they win in the scenario. Trump wins again. Doesn't matter what the popular vote is. The Democrats, all they have, led by like Podesta or whoever, all they have is, okay, we're just gonna make a futile threat that nobody believes, and we're gonna get some kind of reform.
Whoa!
But we still lose. We still lose the election.
Whoa! Wait a second. This is the first crossover we've ever had here. Hold on. let me just go ahead and maybe do a little Haas Comrade. Go ahead and maybe do a little, my favorite actually, right here. Haas Weird. HE01 TV, what is going on? That's the first time anybody's ever come in here with a Hassan emote. Much respect. I've been a Hassan fan since 2015, before I was ever on Twitch, before he was on Twitch, TYT back in the day. I was a fan of TYT before I ever even knew who Hassan was. And I remember watching him come on to TYT being like, who is this Chad? Who's this Chad up here? But I love him. He's great. I met him when he came to Nevada back in the last good day that was ever existed in America in 2020 when Bernie won Nevada. But am I the only one? Oh, are you saying, because do you do as well? Is that what you're saying? Because, yeah, I'm just trying to go over, since we're not getting any more results for tonight, I was just trying to go over the different ways Trump could try to steal the election. Now we're about to get into the way the Supreme Court stole the 2000 election, Bush versus Gore. I just remember Virgil really explaining this well. But we're 18 minutes in, and they haven't really talked about the 2000 election yet. So let's see. But what did you say, Rick? Go ahead, Lurk, Rick. It was nice talking to you, man. It's good to know that you're a level-headed person. Yeah, dude, that's a Hassan emote. That's his dog that passed away. His dog's name was Fish. He was great, just like how I got my dog, you know. Which this emote is gonna be fixed very soon. Now that I made my new emotes with my face. Like now that I made these, where they're cut out, I'm going to go back and change my dog ones to where they're cut out too. But all right, let's go on.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the scary thing because the hysteria is, that Trump is going to lose and that.
HEO1 TV, thank you for the follow. Hey, you know what? You were saying that you watch us on too. I got to spread the love as well. Let's go ahead and I gotta spread the love as well. Oh wait, did you just host me? Hold on. Oh no, you followed. Okay, but you are hosting me too. Let's give you a quick follow really quick. All right, let's go back to the video. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that, man. It's oh fuck, I just closed the video. I can just go to my history. But it's like I said, you're the first person that's ever come through that is a Hassan viewer, sub, follower, and that's cool. And I don't often do political streams. Oftentimes I just play video games and chill and do React Andy stuff, but whenever something major is going on, I like to get political. I've lost followers over it. I lose followers over it every time. So it's good to gain one back.
The process will
Yes,
work.
we just lost one
Congress
earlier.
Counts the votes, and they say, "Well, Trump lost," and then
wait, Control-Shift-T. Oh, there's a fucking B. Oh my god.
and that the process will work, and the Congress counts the votes, and they say, "Well, Trump lost," and then he'll say, "No, no, 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 I'm still
You are a
president."
five-head.
And everyone's like, "Oh, what the fuck do we do?" Well, no. Once Congress counts the votes, and they say, "Well, this guy's the new president," then that's it. On Inauguration Day, they cart his ass out of the White House. That's lunacy to think anything other than that will happen. The question is, with the power that the Republicans have now, and they control the Senate, and they control all of these state houses by huge margins because of gerrymandering in swing states, is what will collectively the Republican Party do to steal the election? Because they've already done that. They did it in 2000. They leveraged a 5-vote majority on the Supreme Court to steal the election in front of everyone's eyes.
Yep.
And everyone went along with it. In 2000, after some legal
Stick
wrangling
together,
in
solidarity,
the
bro.
state of Florida, where the Secretary of State was Katherine Harris and the governor was Jeb Bush, who was George Bush's brother. After some legal
Or
wrangling,
sis. Sorry, I did not
the
mean
Democrats
to,
got an order from the Florida Supreme Court
assume.
to recount all of the votes in every county in the state, hand recounts. to make sure, we know who won the election. And they were about to do that. They were about to meet the deadline for the electors to meet in December. This was right on the eve. There's like 48 hours to that deadline. They were about to finish this gargantuan task of all of these old people counting ballots in Florida. And the result might have been that Al Gore won. And just before they were about to complete the task, the Supreme Court, the Bush campaign went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court issued an injunction saying, stop counting the votes. They issued an injunction with buying the argument that if they count all the votes and we actually find out who won the election, who really actually won, it would cause irreparable harm to George W. Bush because it might deprive him of the presidency. That was the legal argument. So then both campaigns go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court hands down a decision saying that the recount is not happening. We're going to end the recount.
So, if this does play out like it's looking, I don't know why. Okay, where's this one? We'll go Fox News because they have Arizona called. If Trump gets Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, he's going to be at 268. Biden's probably going to get Nevada, we're hoping, most likely. Trump's gaining, for sure. It could flip. I'm going to be very disappointed in my state if we go red for the first time in years. But Biden wins this, he's at 270. Trump wins these, 268. That's a closer electoral college majority than in 2000, and he's going to contest it in his new Supreme Court. But we're still hoping that these counties in GA and Georgia and Pennsylvania are majority Democrat, like they're saying, and that they're going to come in as Biden votes, and he's going to win this, and then it's going to be a lot harder for him to do what we're talking about. But here, let's hear them talk about it some more.
And because at this point, there's no way that they're going to be able to count all those votes by the deadline because we issued that injunction. It's twisted nonsense logic. And they said in the decision, by the way, this decision cannot be used as precedent for any future decision. They stole that election. And Al Gore said, after reading the decision, okay, we're going to give up. We're not going to beat up the Supremes.
So although they did say there that this injunction or whatever we just put down cannot be used in the future as precedent, they can come up with another reason. There's 3 new Supreme Court justices Trump appointed for this direct reason. But yeah, exactly like I said and HE just said, like it'll be harder to contest if it's close. Yeah, Georgia does look like it's gonna go blue, but we were watching all night. What was it? NBC or USA Today had like a camera on the people counting ballots all night. It was great.
That's what he told his guy in charge of the recount. Don't beat up the Supremes, because he respected the procedure. He thought the procedure is so important. It's so important that this process is legitimate that it's better that the election is stolen from me.
And that's another thing is that just like in 2000, the Democrats being too weak to fight back and try to like not let them steal the election, they're going to do the same thing this time. If you like, they're not going to fight it, dude. Did you see them? They had every opportunity to try to stop Amy Coney Barrett from getting nominated. All they had to do was not show up to the hearings and like it would postpone them. But nope, they just played nice and went along with it, dude. Democrats, oh my God.
Expecting that Joe Biden will do anything different than that is also foolhardy and silly. I think that the other part of this equation,
man, we've been talking about that all night.
Loses, and it's pretty obvious that he loses, where he will try to maintain power. I think is also, I don't know, I find that to be a little ridiculous as well, because I feel like he does not want to be shamed, isn't that? And I feel like that could be a motivating factor in why he would just step down and say, I didn't want to be president anyway. This was really hard. I'm just going to go start my new, TV network or whatever.
Or my podcast.
Yeah, or I'm going to go on the...
And so I think we're going to move on to another video now. We're going to go on to some videos about voter fraud and how that really is just like a myth that brings about more voter suppression. But what was my point I was just going to make? Forgot. What
the
were
Bad
we
Faith
just talking about?
podcast. He does not want to be shamed, isn't that? And I feel like that could be a motivating factor in
I forget. I had a
why
point.
he
I don't
would
know where it
just
went.
step down and say, I didn't want to be president anyway. This was really hard. I'm just going to go start my new, TV network or whatever.
Or my podcast.
Yeah, or I'm going to go on the Bad Faith podcast. My #1 fans. I don't know, that's another thing that I feel like we're not really considering, but
Oh, I didn't know that was gonna close it. But anyway, we're just gonna move on from that. Oh, what I was gonna say, my point is the 2000 election isn't that simple just to say the Supreme Court changed it. There's a little bit more nuance in there, what makes it even more corrupt, where George Bush's brother was the governor of the state at the time. And they also had somebody else in the family that was a part of the Florida Supreme Court, I believe. That could be false, but I believe. And there was something going on there first with the recount that was fucking it up that made it go to the Supreme Court. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong on that. I was young at the time, but I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. But what he said about the Supreme Court is true. Yep, trashing of ballots. Yep, true. Are you talking about in 2000 or what? Because yeah, like that goes on all the time. Yeah. In a way to keep people like Bernie. Where's the second thought video that I'm looking for? Here it is.
This episode is brought to you by CuriosityStream. Get free access to Nebula, the streaming service built by all your favorite YouTubers, when you sign up for CuriosityStream at the link below. First Postmaster General was... I'll give you a hint. What year was... Here's a history question. What year was the United States Postal Service founded? I'll give you a hint. It's probably older than you think. Need another hint? The first Postmaster General was a man named Benjamin Franklin. While I'm sure that helps you narrow down the time frame pretty significantly, you might still be surprised to learn that the Postal Service was created almost a full year before the United States even became a country. Over the next 2.5 centuries, the U.S. Postal Service performed the critical task of making the many separate states feel like a connected whole, delivering mail across the country to cities and rural areas alike. It shipped newspapers for free or nearly free, providing valuable information to citizens even in remote areas or new settlements. Over time, roads created for use by the Postal Service became the country's first interstate roadways. In more recent decades, the post office has
that was the Hanging Chad, right? That was what that was called. I remember. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Delivered hundreds of millions of essential
Wasn't that the Hanging
every
Chad
year
thing?
for people all over the country, delivering a whopping 1.2 billion prescriptions in 2019. Over its long existence, the United States Postal Service has existed only to improve the lives of all Americans, and it succeeded. With such a stellar track record, it seems strange that the USPS is drawing so much negative attention today.
Yep.
In this episode, we're going to discuss some common misconceptions about the Postal Service and why it's such a critical part of American infrastructure. Let's start with a little background on the current drama surrounding the Postal Service. The USPS is fairly unique among government agencies. While operated under the executive branch of the US government, the Post Office is actually an independent agency that raises its own funding. Its stated purpose is to serve all Americans regardless of geography at a uniform price and quality. The Postal Service is an inherently nonpartisan operation, and is one of a very small number of government agencies explicitly authorized by the US Constitution. The reason for all the heated discussion today is some misconceptions regarding the practice of voting by mail, and the installment of a Postmaster General who is blatantly undermining the effectiveness of the Postal Service. The situation is rapidly evolving, and will no doubt be very different by the time this video goes live. But here are the basic facts. On June 15, 2020, a man named Louis DeJoy was appointed as Postmaster General. A rabid partisan operative and campaign megadonor, DeJoy immediately began his work of disrupting the effectiveness of the Postal Service. He scrapped employee overtime, shuffled around or simply removed post office leadership, and, most alarmingly, has ordered the removal of mail sorting machines and drop boxes around the country. This would have been bad enough in a normal year, but right now, what DeJoy is doing should be
And not only has Trump done this to the post office, he's done this to the EPA. So every like department that he's gone through that is there to like safeguard like the working class or the environment, anything like that, he's just gone through and gutted. And that's what Republicans do. And even Democrats, when they cut Social Security, welfare, Medicaid, they're just cutting it. Democrats slowly, Republicans very quickly at higher rates, but their goal is to just keep cutting away at them to make them seem like they're not effective, to justify either going private with them, turning it into a private enterprise, or just eliminating it altogether as like saying it's a waste.
Considered criminal. 2020 is not only both a census year and an election year, it's also marked by a pandemic that demands people stay out of densely populated areas like polling stations. By slowing down the sorting, distributing, and receiving of mail, DeJoy is attempting to make it impossible to handle what's expected to be a record-breaking volume of mailed ballots. This deliberate mismanagement of the Postal Service is an obvious attempt to skew the election odds towards a certain outcome. But it's also an attack on one of the most fundamental services in the country. Luckily, there's been some serious bipartisan pushback on this ludicrous attempt at voter suppression, including citizens showing up to protest at DeJoy's home. That's a good sign. But, as with anything, certain groups, news networks, and individuals will attempt to spin the assault on the post office as positive change. The only way the public will consent to the dismantling of the USPS is if they're force-fed bad information and accept it as fact. So, let's take a look at some of these false claims. First and foremost is the supposed threat of voter fraud. The idea that someone could request a ballot in someone else's name, or the ballots could be forged, or any number of other unlikely scenarios. It takes very little effort to disprove this fearmongering. According to an online database of election fraud cases, over the past 20 years, there have only been 143 convictions involving mailed-in ballots. That's 8 cases per year, across the entire nation. Would you like to see what that looks like as a percentage? 0.00006% of all votes cast.
Wow.
No.
I said to somebody earlier that it was 0.0001% chance. Damn. I was wrong.
No voting system is perfect, including in-person voting, which has its own cases of fraud. But as with mail-in voting, it's exceptionally rare.
I'm actually going to post this video on the Discord because there's a kid, a good friend of mine,
blatantly false,
really good friend of the channel too, big part of our community, Tim. His name's Yummy Apple Pie, Tim in real life. He's great, but he's a Republican, I think. I don't think he's ever said that, but he says we differ, but he never wants to get into it too much because we're friends, but he was talking in the Discord about voter fraud and how there's 130,000 ballots that just all came overnight that were all for Biden. I'm trying to be like, bro, like, it's not real. So I think I'm going to send this video to him.
Also raise red flags
I don't
that
think he's
certain
watching
groups
right
are ramping
now.
up to cast doubt on the results of the coming presidential election. To put the risk of mail-in ballot fraud in perspective, you have a greater chance of getting struck by lightning than we have of witnessing a single case of voter fraud. Voter fraud in any form is exceedingly rare, and anyone who tries to tell you otherwise is not acting in good faith. Next, there's the complaint that the Postal Service is a government-run operation, and is therefore slow, mismanaged, and in debt. This is wrong on a number of counts. First, as we mentioned earlier in the video, the USPS is an independent agency which raises its own funds. It's not the bureaucratic mess free market enthusiasts would have you believe. The fact that you can send a letter from anywhere in the US and have it delivered anywhere else in the country, no matter how remote, in just a few days is pretty remarkable. FedEx and UPS can't do that. In fact, they often hand off their mail to the US Postal Service for final delivery to remote or hard-to-reach areas because they can't or won't do it themselves. The Postal Service will. Regarding their financial trouble, it all traces back to a piece of 2006 legislation that went largely unnoticed back then. It was called the Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act, and it placed highly unusual and crippling restrictions on the post office. For example, even though the USPS already had good healthcare and retirement plans, this new legislation demanded they prepay healthcare benefits to retirees on a 50-year schedule, which started with a requirement to set aside $5 billion per year for 10 years. This was unheard of and completely crippled the USPS. They went from operating in the black with a healthy income to posting an annual loss of $3.8 billion in just 3 years. In retrospect, it's clear that the main goal of the Accountability and Enhancement Act was to hamstring the Postal Service in the hopes of it eventually failing and leaving a gap that private companies could fill. The USPS had been thriving and was planning to add new electric vehicles to their fleet when the act was passed. Convenient timing. It's almost as if the corporatists in power didn't want a public service to do so well. People are quick to forget that the USPS was humming along nicely and doing just.
Same thing with Arizona too. Arizona, both parties, Republican, Democrat, all love mail-in voting. And it's like they're like, that's the place that they have the militia outside being like, yelling, not knowing what to yell, count the votes or stop counting the votes. Like, what are we here yelling about? I don't know. Oh God. There are pedophiles inside, I bet.
Fine before bipartisan legislation attempted to destroy one of the oldest and most successful public services in the country. Even after taking a brutal beating in 2006, the legislation accounting for 74% of its net losses to this day, the USPS is still delivering mail to every single American who needs it. Another common refrain is that private companies are more efficient. This one is so ingrained in the American psyche that it's now considered a sort of universal truth. Just look at SpaceX, they say. Elon Musk has done more for spaceflight than NASA ever did. While some kudos is deserved, Musk is, after all, the first person to needlessly launch a car into space. These people neglect to mention, or probably simply don't realize, that private ventures like SpaceX exist thanks to billions of dollars of funding from the government. And, not to knock Muskites too hard, they do also tend to forget that NASA put human beings on the moon half a century ago, a feat that no private company has ever replicated, even with dramatically more advanced technology. Okay, I think that should spark a war in the comments. Now back to the post office. Since the USPS is technically a government operation, even if it's actually independent, people will latch on to that old myth that it simply can't be as efficient or effective as private companies. We mentioned earlier that companies like FedEx and UPS hand off some of their more difficult deliveries to the Postal Service. So does Amazon, one of the most successful private businesses on the planet. If the richest man on Earth can't make his company do what the poorly funded Postal Service can, how can anyone claim that private companies are better at their jobs than their government counterparts? The truth of the matter is that companies like FedEx, UPS, and Amazon could make these deliveries themselves, they just don't want to because they're not profitable. It takes a lot more effort to deliver a package to hard-to-reach or very rural areas, and that costs money. So, while they may be good at delivering to the suburbs, they don't feel any obligation to service the rest of the population. The Postal Service guarantees equal service to every single American because that's their job. They don't exist to turn a massive profit. They only exist to serve the people of the United States. Finally, defenders of the ransacking of the post office are quick to imply that voting by mail is some radical new idea that will lead to unforeseen consequences.
You should have been here in chat earlier when I started stream. I was doing like my whole Alex Jones bit where I was like watching the coverage where they had a camera watching them count the ballots in Georgia, and I'd be like, we need to get our militiamen in there. We need Patriot actors in there holding guns on them, making sure they aren't changing the votes from Trump to Biden. They could be in there doing that. And if you're a true patriot and believe in freedom, you need to get down there now and do that. Like, so I was doing that shit too, but I was being totally, like, joking about it. I had, like, a whole, like, apocalypse sirens going on and war sounds, like bullets and explosions going off in the background. And I was like, there's a war going on right now. We're here. The race war, impending race war has begun, and they're currently trying to break into my house right now, the MAGA chuds, and get me to change my vote over to Trump right now. And I was like fighting them off with my spatula. It was great. That's funny. That's funny. So, man, oh God. Satire is the only way we can stay sane, I swear. Rex, CNN is live. Rexy, thank you. I appreciate that.
Here's the thing. Americans have been voting by mail since the Civil War. Soldiers received ballots by mail and sent them back by mail. That was over 150 years ago. Voting by mail is not a new idea. Over the past century and a half, the
It's all
process
in the
has gotten
intro.
safer and more organized.
After stream, if you
Today,
want to see it,
we
go
have
look
tens
back.
of millions of Americans receiving their ballot in the mail instead of at a polling
Now
station.
we're chilling.
We have
I was
citizens
hyper
all over the
earlier,
world making their voices heard by mail-in ballots, including military personnel and citizens working or studying overseas. 5 states already conduct all of their voting by mail. Those states are Colorado, Hawaii, Oregon, Washington, and Utah, with California and others hoping to join this year because of the threat posed by the coronavirus.
I didn't know
As
they
we
did it
saw
all
earlier,
by
the
mail.
rate of voter fraud is minuscule and not restricted to mail-in voting. There is zero evidence that there has ever been or ever will be widespread voter fraud. The systems we have in place do a good job preventing it, and they will only get better as we learn from the emergency situation caused by the pandemic. But regardless of efficacy, people need to understand that this is not a partisan issue. Officials from all points of the political spectrum are calling for better access to mail-in voting, and it's not hard to see why. When our country is in the throes of a deadly pandemic, and the medical community is telling us we need to stay inside and keep our distance from other people, does it seem wise to cram hundreds of bodies into polling stations, many of which are staffed by elderly and immunocompromised individuals? Of course not.
No,
that
of
would be
course
a
not, yeah.
disaster. Current projections expect a 3-fold increase in voting by mail over the 2016 election. And really, it should be much more than that. Every single person in America should have the opportunity to vote by mail in a situation like this. We should not have to choose between our right to vote and our health. This is what makes the dismantling of the U.S. Postal Service so unconscionable. In a year when we expect drastically higher mail-in ballot volume, removing the capability to process those ballots in time for the election is irresponsible and downright un-American. Voting is a right, and if we can't safely go to the polls, we need to be able to vote in another way. Voting.
So, when you're upset if you are a Republican and you're like, why is this taking so long? It's fraudulent, it's fake. Just know that it's taking so long because Donald Trump deliberately undercut and ripped apart the Postal Service right before the election to make it harder for these ballots to get counted.
By mail has been around for a century and a half. The Postal Service is amazing at its job and is committed to serving each American equally. The verdict is clear. The United States Postal Service is essential, and with their help, we can give every American the right to vote safely. If you've watched my last few videos, you'll notice that YouTube has been demonetizing a lot of them. That's why some of my creator friends and I teamed up to build Nebula, a streaming platform.
That didn't give me enough. I need more. I need more on voter suppression. Please give me voter suppression vids. Is this the...
What we are going to take a look at is this vote by mail experiment and the Trump take on
Philadelphia to a P.O. box.
What we are going to take a look at
this is really old. Okay, before we watch that, we're going to watch something else. What's this one?
The time has come for voter ID like everything else. You know, if you go out and you want to buy groceries, you need a picture on a card. You need ID.
What? That's not how groceries work. Yeah, I'd like to buy this beefaroni. No, it's cool. I'm old enough.
The guy that took Hassan's
Trump
place.
says that the time has come for voter ID.
This guy's
and
great.
in a
I like
sense,
him.
He's actually right. Election day is coming up, and 17 states have voter ID laws. And he says they're necessary because of this epidemic of people voting illegally. How many people? A lot.
They always like to say, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Not a conspiracy theory, folks. Millions and millions of people.
Wonder where he got that number. Unrelated question. How much did you lose a popular vote by?
Millions and millions of people.
Got it. So this number's cheesy and transparent, and we all know where it came from. But other politicians make similar claims of in-person voter fraud, and every time those claims are debunked. Florida's perfectly aerodynamic governor said that 182,000 illegal aliens were trying to vote. Well, the courts investigated and they found one. Missed it by that much. Nice try. And of course that number was off. If you're undocumented, you're probably gonna wanna lay low and not flock by the thousands to a federal government installation. In other states, North Carolina, not a single charge in a decade. Indiana,
Bro, that's so funny to think like that. Like Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. They're all like, what's going to happen the next 4 months? Oh my God, it's going to be so horrible in the lame duck session. Oh my God, fuck. And it's like, you know, we're not getting any stimulus checks. Even Nancy Pelosi was being a fucking, oh God, dude. They both were horrible about the stimulus checks, man. and just passing a stimulus. Second one, man, I can't believe it. But with Trump losing and Biden winning, we're definitely not getting anything. And it's like, I just lost my job of almost a decade last month, and fuck. Wait, really? Hold on. After this video, Rexy, we're going to go to the board and see what's
Literally
up.
never in its history. And the kicker, from 2000 to 2014, they studied 1 billion votes. And they found 31 cases of voter fraud in 1 billion. People say, like, that's like 1 in a million, like it's this rare occurrence. This is 1 in 32 million, which is the same chance as you have of, and this is the truth, being elected president and getting eaten by a mountain lion. It's the funnest fact that I know now. Pretty happy I know that. This kind of voter fraud just does not happen. Now, I understand there might be people who hear voter ID law and say, what's the big deal? Just get an ID. Everyone has an ID. And that's what I thought at first. But no, if you're a citizen, the default setting is you have the right to vote. And if you think about it, all these new laws are just weird. It's like you were voting the same way your whole life, and suddenly someone just shows up and says, I'm sorry, the law's changed now because of a threat we have no evidence for. Now you're gonna have to go to the DMV or the federal building. Doesn't that sound nice? Federal building, ugh. On second thought, just kill me. Also, it's expensive.
For real.
Documents required to obtain them
Those
cost
places
up to
suck.
$175. And it's not like other states without photo ID laws just let you show up and vote a bunch of times. You need to say the right address or match some personal information they have on file. But come on, we're smarter than that. We know why these laws exist. To make it harder for certain people to vote, like young people. In Texas, they accept state-issued concealed carry permits as voter ID, but they don't accept state-issued student IDs. They're going after college kids. Other groups least likely to have these IDs are poor people, black people, Latinos, and the elderly. The elderly, sweet old ladies. They're sending Nana to the DMV. How's she gonna get there? She can't drive. You're gonna have to explain Uber to her. She's gonna think she's getting abducted. In all, nationwide, one study says that these laws disenfranchise 21 million people. 21 million! But by even the most conservative estimates, and by conservative, I mean the super conservative Heritage Foundation's own numbers, in 1 year, the number of people who suddenly can't vote is thousands and thousands of times higher than the 31 cases of voter fraud found by courts in almost a decade and a half. And the politicians can't even hide how happy they are about their evil plan. One Wisconsin aide said, GOP senators were giddy that the law would keep Democrats, particularly minorities in Milwaukee, from voting and help them win at the polls. They were politically frothing at the mouth, he said. So when you look at all this, voter fraud, it just isn't a thing. Voter ID laws, now that's the fraud. Send this video to people you know who think that voter fraud's no big deal, and get exclusive content from TYT by becoming a member at tyt.com/.
I'm gonna send this one in there too. Oh, here, let's pull up NBC really quick. Let's see if there's anything new. Where's NBC?
Quickly across the northwest. This will provide a good drench of rain that we.
Okay. Not. What about. Oops. Man, already coming in. Man, I can't believe you taught me that hotkey just now. The key command. Wait, what's up? Have they refreshed anything? Are they going? Fox News? Nope. Still on this. What about USA Today? Oh, theirs just straight up restarted. Their footage is done. They're done broadcasting. How did it end? Man, I'm so fucking bummed that I now have to, like, probably, I'm gonna have to delete this VOD. I'm gonna highlight the, like, everything, but I'm gonna have to delete it because I was watching that Unicorn Riot video and the protesters, these fucking BLM protesters are playing DMCA music and gonna get my channel banned. These fucking, I'm just joking. I love BLM and I'd be at the protests if I wasn't immunocompromised. But, for real, their protests are a little not streamer friendly anymore. I just have to say that. And now, after like 3 minutes of just sitting there being like, oh, wow, yay, they're dancing and protesting, I was like, oh, God, no, I'm going to get fucking muted. So I'm going to have to delete this VOD. But here, let me play this. Wait.
#1 news source.
Wait.
Okay, I gotta go to the
results of this
bathroom really
presidential
quick.
Election. 2020's
Honestly,
election has
Texas is
already
the
been,
goat of voter suppression.
history-making,
Yeah.
from the country electing the
Texas,
first
places like
openly
Georgia,
transgender state
Alabama,
senator to
Kentucky,
two openly
all
gay
those
black
type
men
like
being elected to
southern
Congress. Can you
fucking
elaborate on the significance of this?
Republican-run states.
I think it's incredibly
All right,
important.
I'll
We're
be
going to see
back.
more women in Congress than we've ever seen as well. And I think slowly but surely, our elected officials are looking more like America. And it reflects our coming of age, in a sense, accepting people for who they are and opening our election process such that folks like this can be viable candidates. It's a very, very positive sign for our country.
And Mark, we've seen divisions, deep divisions in this country, obviously, in the history of this country. Speak about the divisions that are happening from coast to coast right now.
People come here to be themselves, to live a life full of liberty. And that means there's inherent division, right? We're not the same. So we clash very frequently. That's a natural part of who we are as a country. So frequently throughout our country, we see those divisions fester. But the very best leaders in America appeal to our better angels. They bring us together. They unite us.
Throughout this campaign, the president has called into question the legitimacy of this election, just yesterday calling it a fraud. Do you believe, in your opinion, that his words are undermining U.S. democracy?
Well, I don't think they're undermining it. I think we're very strong, but unfortunately, it sells us short. There is no case for the election being fraudulent. One of the things that that Donald Trump said yesterday was, this is a very sad moment. And I guess it was a very sad moment for the presidency when you have an incumbent president throwing our election process under the bus.
We know now that already Joe Biden has surpassed getting the number of votes than any other presidential candidate in history. Can you explain the significance of that as well?
Well, it's remarkable. It reflects not just Joe Biden's strength as a candidate, but also the fact that this, as you said earlier, this is an incredibly consequential election. And people realize that our fate is in our hands. And they put skin in the game by showing up at the polls. So I think that number, again, shows the health of our democracy, the fact that we're not going to take our democracy for granted, the fact that we are going to control our own destiny by going to the ballot box and determining who our leaders are going to be to lead this country forward out of a very, to your earlier point, divided time.
Our thanks to presidential historian Mark Updegrove.
Coming up, what we expect to learn today, a live report from Washington next.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline. ABC News, America's #1 news source. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward. And download the app now and sign up to get important breaking news alerts wherever you are. It's being called the most consequential election
All right, I'm here.
The most
Oh, damn, we
vote.
lost
And
viewers
with
in
so
that
much on
time.
the line, it demands the most straightforward newsmaking.
Something's going on outside. Somebody's like burning something because it smells weird in my garage.
What will our future look like? ABC's This Week with George. It all plays out right here every Sunday.
It went from smelling like just a campfire to now like somebody's grilling up some like barbecue.
Closer to casting your vote every
That's also
Sunday.
like mixed with a campfire. That's weird. Okay, so is anything changing with GA right now? Alexi said that things were maybe different in GA. What percent are they at? 98% reporting. Dude, I don't know. I really... Donald Trump is so stupid. He's like wanting people to stop counting the votes, But it's like if they stop counting the votes now, Biden's going to win. So it's like it's in his own best interest for them to just like keep counting the votes. But he has to sow this, keep like pushing this fraud narrative so his base will be like ready to fight no matter what. Because even when he won, he claimed that there was fraud and said that 2 million people voted illegally. What was the video and the TYT one said? 2 million or 3 million people voted fraudulently, illegals last election. Like, even when he wins, he says that. So it's like, regardless, he's going to say that. But if he just lets this play out, it could be for him. And who knows? Maybe we're going to come to find out that these 3 states were for him and they've known for like the past like 24 hours that they were for him or something, and that they're just holding it back because they're like, don't want to say it's Trump that won. Or they don't want it to go to a contested thing. And they're just like doing what they did in 2016 times 10, where it was like 2016, the night of, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC were all sitting there. We're waiting on Florida. We don't know. There's a couple counties in Florida, even though Google had called it and said Trump had won. My girlfriend and I are on the couch like, Trump won. But none of the news is saying that. They're all saying we're still waiting. It's too close to call in Florida. And then finally, like an hour and a half later, they all start being like, yeah. And Hillary has to do her concession speech. And that's when they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, Trump won. Fuck. Everybody was like that. Fox News was too. And like, I don't know. It's just like he just needs to let it play out. But maybe that's what they're doing times 10. They're just like holding off because they don't want to admit that he won again. And that they were all so wrong the past 2 months saying how Biden was going to have this sweeping electoral college victory. They just thought they were all wrong. That's it. All right, let's go back to the videos about election fraud. Wait, where's the one we were just on? Okay. Here.
Voting by mail does not actually have a partisan effect. It's neutral. It doesn't help Democrats. It doesn't help Republicans. What it does do is boost turnout. And so there is this assumption that President Trump and some other Republicans make this assumption as well, that if more people vote, they are more likely to lose.
I want to ask about the repeated attacks on vote by mail.
If more people vote and I'm more likely to lose, why don't I just make it so less people vote?
By people, of course.
Mail-in ballots are fraudulent. We have to cancel them all.
Other than by President Trump, by Republicans claiming to be attacking voter fraud. In Georgia, the new Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, has announced an absentee ballot fraud task force to investigate signature mismatches and other issues. In your New York Times Magazine piece, you quote Lauren Growargo of Fair Fight Action, who says the task force is a submission to the Trump voter suppression machine. Explain.
So, yes, in Georgia, I think the concern of voting rights advocates like Lauren Growargo is that people will hear they're going to be investigated if they vote by mail, and they'll get nervous about it, and that will intimidate them in a way that will discourage voting. I think it's also important to connect this to a long-time voter suppression tactic among conservatives. So you go back to the 60s, you had poll taxes, literacy tests to try to prevent African Americans from voting. Then we have the Voting Rights Act. It becomes illegal to do things like that, but you start to see a push for voter identification at the polls. And the justification for voter ID laws was we're preventing fraud. So it turns out there's almost no fraud at the polls. If you think about it, it'd be really hard to turn an election by having people show up and vote twice. You need a lot of people to do that and get away with it. isn't really a problem. And so that does not stop conservatives and a lot of Republicans, however, from making this charge over and over again. We're seeing it now with a complaint about voting by mail, even though states like Secretary Griswold, with a really good track record and practically universal voting by mail, have very low levels of fraud. And you also see it with something called purging, which is this idea of cleaning up the voter rolls by cutting people off of them if they haven't voted for a while or if their names don't exactly match.
Which was a big reason why Bernie lost in 2016 to Hillary during the primary, is they purged a lot of people from the system. In Nevada, I was there at the state convention the day that Bernie lost to Hillary in Nevada by like 32 votes, I think it was. 64 delegates were not allowed in to be counted because they had been purged from the democratic system, the NV-Dem system. 58 of those 64 people were Bernie supporters. He lost by like 30 votes that day. He would have won Nevada had those people not been purged from the DNC system. Shit like that went on everywhere. It was different in every state, but they had it coordinated. Every single caucus, they had something they were doing. And this time, it was a mix of the caucuses just being fucked, like in Iowa, where it was like, oh, let's fucking pull a card, or in Vegas, where it's pull a card or a coin toss in Iowa. And then, when Bernie seemed like he was unstoppable, what did Obama do? We need to coalesce the fucking moderate vote. Rat face. Kloby. Drop out. Endorse Biden. And they did. Did Elizabeth Warren do that at the same time too? I forget. I can't remember if Elizabeth Warren did or didn't.
In other databases. And similarly, the rationale given for purging the rolls is to prevent fraud.
I need to watch this again. I'm sorry, guys.
The vote by mail does not actually have a partisan effect. It's neutral. It doesn't help Democrats. It doesn't help Republicans. What it does do is boost turnout. And so there is this assumption that President Trump and some other Republicans make this assumption as well, that if more people vote, they are more likely to lose.
I want to ask about the repeated attacks on vote by mail by people, of course, other than by President Trump, by Republicans claiming to be attacking voter fraud. In Georgia, the new Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, has announced an absentee ballot fraud task force to investigate signature mismatches and other issues. In your New York Times Magazine piece, you quote Lauren Growargo of Fair Fight Action, who says the task force is a submission to the Trump voter suppression machine. Explain.
So, yes, in Georgia, I think the concern of voting rights advocates like Lauren Growargo is that people will hear they're going to be investigated if they vote by mail, and they'll get nervous about it, and that will intimidate them in a way that will discourage voting. I think it's also important to connect this to a long-time voter suppression tactic among conservatives. So you go back to the 60s, you had poll taxes, literacy tests to try to prevent African Americans from voting. Then we have the Voting Rights Act. It becomes illegal to do things like that, but you start to see a push for voter identification at the polls. And the justification for voter ID laws was we're preventing fraud. So it turns out there's almost no fraud at the polls. If you think about it, it'd be really hard to turn an election by having people show up and vote twice. You need a lot of people to do that and get away with it. It just isn't really a problem. And so that does not stop conservatives and a lot of Republicans, however, from...
I don't even know if that's right. I feel like the more people that do it, the easier it is to catch it.
Making this charge
Maybe.
over and over again. We're seeing it now with a complaint about voting by mail, even though states like Secretary Griswold, with a really good track record and practically universal voting by mail, have very low levels of fraud. And you also see it with something called purging, which is this idea of cleaning up the voter rolls by cutting people off of them if they haven't voted for a while or if their names don't exactly match in other databases. And similarly, the rationale given for purging the rolls is to prevent fraud. But the reality of fraud is just much, much smaller, really tiny compared to the amount of people who end up with barriers to voting for these reasons.
Emily Bazelon, is the Trump campaign spending its election money on efforts to limit voting by mail?
There is at least 10, I think now it's up to $20 million that the Republican National Committee has set aside for lawsuits relating to the election. No, this is perfectly normal. The Democrats are spending money on lawsuits too, but the Republicans are doing things like challenging an all-vote-by-mail primary in New Mexico, a conservative group challenging a similar effort in Nevada. And then we also are seeing the Republicans just gear up for election monitoring, for their efforts on the day of the election, for the people who do vote at the polls, perhaps to interfere with their right to vote. That is something that has happened in the past. They've been blocked from doing what's called ballot security for many years because of a consent decree they agreed to in the 1980s. But that consent decree will be gone for the first presidential election in 40 years. And so that's another potential for spending this kind of money on.
The military has been doing mail-in voting for what, 200 years?
Well, yeah, it started in the Civil War. You're right. That's where we get the idea of absentee balloting from. There was actually a struggle through World War I and World War II over how much absentee balloting soldiers would be able to do. But yes, they have been doing it this way for a long time.
Here we go.
President Trump is calling for a major investigation of voter fraud as he continues to stand by lies about the 2016 election, despite the fact his claims have been widely debunked by experts. Trump falsely asserted he lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton because 3 to 5 million unauthorized votes were cast in the election.
3 to
During
5.
the ABC interview on Wednesday night, David Muir questioned Trump about those claims.
When you say, in your opinion, millions of illegal votes, that is something that is extremely fundamental to our functioning democracy, a fair and free election.
Sure.
You say you're going to launch an investigation into this.
Done.
What you have presented so far has been debunked. It's been called false.
Take a look at the Pew reports.
I called the author of the Pew report last night, and he told me that they found no evidence of voter fraud.
Really? Then why did he write the report?
He said no evidence of voter fraud.
Excuse me. Then why did he write the report?
So
according to Pew report, then he's groveling again. You know, I always talk about the reporters that grovel when they want to write something that you want to hear, but not necessarily millions of people want to hear or have to hear.
Donald Trump claims a 2008 study published by the Pew Research Foundation supports his belief of widespread voter fraud. However, according to Politico, there is no 2008 Pew study saying any such thing. There's another study published in 2014 and since widely debunked that mistakenly claimed 14% of non-citizens said they were registered to vote in 2008 and 2010. Brian Schaffner, one of the academics behind the study, told CNN Trump is misinterpreting the study, calling Trump's claims absurd and not even plausible. And while experts have found no evidence to support Trump's lies about widespread voter fraud, they have found at least 5 members of Trump's family or inner circle were registered to vote in multiple states this fall, something that Trump has claimed is evidence of voter fraud. The Washington Post reports Trump's son-in-law, White House advisor Jared Kushner, Trump's daughter Tiffany Trump, Trump's chief strategist Steve Bannon, White House press secretary Sean Spicer, and Treasury Secretary nominee Steve Mnuchin were all registered to vote in at least 2 different states. Well, for more, we're joined by Brian Schaffner, one of those academics who collected the raw data that the erroneous study was based on. Schaffner is a political science professor at University of Massachusetts Amherst, where he joins us from. He recently co-wrote a piece in the Washington Post titled, "Trump Wants to Investigate Purported Mass Voter Fraud. We Pre-Debunked His Evidence." So let's start with Professor Schaffner. Tell us how he got it wrong. He's citing your study.
He's not citing our study. He's citing a study that uses our data. So I work with a team that puts out a very large-scale survey of American adults, and one of the things we do is, of course, ask people a lot of questions, and then we also match the survey respondents to vote files. Now, these other researchers from Old Dominion University took our survey data, which we make publicly available to the scholarly community. They downloaded it and basically took a question that really wasn't designed to identify non-citizens, but they used it for that purpose. They identified a small number of what they thought were non-citizens and found that among that small group, there were about 14% of that group basically had a vote record in a recent election. Now, the problem is that that question happens at the end of a very long survey. It's not really designed to identify non-citizens. And what we did actually was 2 years later, we went back to those same survey respondents, re-asked the question, and found that a lot of people who had initially identified themselves as non-citizens in the next wave actually identified themselves as citizens. There were even some people who had identified themselves as citizens the first time and changed their answer to non-citizen, which is pretty much an impossible change, which just suggests that some people are just clicking the wrong button. So what we did was we took the people who said in response both times, both in 2010 and 2012, that they were non-citizens. And there was not any voters among that group. So that's the group that we can be more confident are actually non-citizens. And among that group, nobody had a vote record. And so that essentially is the evidence we use to debunk their claim that there were non-citizen voters. That when you, basically when you identify with more confidence who the non-citizens are, you don't find any voters among that group.
In New York, we're joined by Dale Ho, director of the Voting Rights Project at the American Civil Liberties Union. His op-ed in the New York Times is headlined, "Trump's Lies Pave the Way for an Assault on Voting Rights." How?
Well, Amy, throughout history, specious and unsubstantiated allegations about voter fraud have been used to justify measures that restrict voting rights. This was true 100 years ago when states in the South were passing things like poll taxes and literacy tests. They said, we have to charge people money for their votes because if we don't, then poor people will sell their votes. We have to make sure that voters can read because if they can't, then someone is going to be telling them how they should vote, and on and on and on. And you look, closer to the present, and during the 1980s, what Senator Jeff Sessions, the president's nominee for Attorney General, was most infamous for was for a failed voter fraud prosecution of 3 civil rights activists, one of whom was a close aide of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and it was one of the incidents that helped derail his nomination for a federal judgeship back then. And we see this again in more recent times with things like restrictive voter identification requirements and new registration restrictions. We don't have a really significant or systematic problem of voter fraud in this country. I think Americans should feel secure that our voting systems are of very high integrity. What we have a problem with in this country is a low participation rate, and we should be doing everything we can to encourage more people, not fewer, to participate.
The whole issue of people voting illegally has morphed. It was originally Donald Trump was talking about, illegal immigrants, not a word we use. Don't think any person is illegal. But undocumented
I think we just got lurkers
people who
now,
are not
Rexy.
supposed to be able to vote.
I'm doing something on my phone real
He's
quick.
using are all the people in his cabinet and many people in his family who are registered in more than one state. He keeps insisting that 3 to 5 million people voted illegally, and he says all of those people, and he was very clear about this, not one of them voted for him, voted for, Hillary Clinton.
I think that's because he senses he has something of a legitimacy problem. He lost the election in terms of the popular vote by almost 3 million votes, which is by far the largest negative margin for anyone who has ever ascended to the presidency, certainly in contemporary times. So he knows that there is a legitimacy issue here. The Electoral College is obviously the law of the land. And we all recognize that.
I'm pretty sure alcoholism blocked me
right
on
now legally.
Instagram.
But most people don't think that.
I went to
that's
just
the
go see
appropriate
if he
way
was
of
still
selecting
following me
our
there.
leaders, that,
I just don't even see
the
him anywhere.
Legitimacy of our government.
I don't really
derives from
remember
the
his
consent
name
of the
though.
Majority, and I think he senses that, and that's probably why he's trying to attack the fact that he lost the popular vote.
And yet, interestingly, when Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, challenged the elections, wanted a recount in places like Michigan and Wisconsin, it was Donald Trump's lawyers who said that the election was not fraudulent.
That's right. When he was president-elect, President Trump's legal team stated in court.
Oh, trust me, I'm not worried about it. I just think it's funny, and like, I was just thinking about it. Like, it's sad for people like that because as they grow up and get more into like comedy and the arts and stuff, all they're gonna find out is that all their favorite writers, all their favorite musicians, all their favorite streamers, pretty much, they're all like leftists. Streamers, not so much all leftists, might be more liberals, but still, like, the writers, musicians, comedians, all that, they're leftists for the most part. And it just sucks. Like, he had another one of those nights probably where he was like, fuck, another one. You know? Damn it. I feel bad, though. He was cool. Cool dude.
Something to the effect of,
I mean, I don't feel bad, but
no
he was
evidence,
cool to chill with.
Evidence, rather, suggests that the 2016 election was
And if I could go
untainted.
back, I would tell him to post whatever video he has of Joe Biden being a pedophile in the Discord, and I would watch it, and I guarantee it was some of the videos we watched, like all of them that we watched, like that. It's just a compilation of those. And I just would have been like, yeah, not pedophilia, let's move on. Now here's Trump's. But I didn't even have time to show him Trump's once he left. Unless he saw him and was just like, fake news, and left without saying anything.
By fraud or mistake. If that was true a few months ago, it remains true today. Just because he's now the president of the United States and the most powerful person in the world, he doesn't have the power to warp reality and change what was true a few months ago.
So The Guardian is reporting that Vice President Mike Pence has privately told lawmakers that the Trump administration will, quote, initiate a full evaluation of voting rules in the country and the overall integrity of our voting system in the wake of this past election. The significance of this, the idea that this will lead to massive voter suppression, which is already taking place around the country, Dale.
Well, that's a concern. There are a number of states, as you alluded to, that have passed laws in the last 5 years that make it harder for people to register to vote and cast a ballot. The Department of Justice, over the last few years, has been very active in pushing back against those laws and fighting for the right of every American to participate. There are significant concerns that the new Justice Department is not going to fully enforce the Voting Rights Act and the constitutional protections for voting rights in this country, and that instead what we're going to see is a rerun of what we saw 15 years ago when the Bush Justice Department applied political pressure to U.S. attorneys around the country to investigate and prosecute voter fraud. They engaged in a 5-year project on this. They turned up very little evidence, only a few scattered instances of people voting when they weren't supposed to. U.S. attorneys around the country declined to devote a lot of resources to these investigations or to prosecute them in some cases, and they were fired for political reasons, and it was one of the reasons that Alberto Gonzales was removed as Attorney General. It was one of the largest scandals of the George W. Bush administration because the investigation was politicized. It wasn't a normal investigation free from political influence, and I think the concern is that we're going to see something along those lines yet again. One would hope that we would have learned from those mistakes in the past, but I guess time will tell.
Thanks to Mack Weldon for keeping Legal Eagle in the air and helping me look fly. President Trump caused quite a stir when he tweeted that the election should be delayed because Democrats were about to commit mass voter fraud by encouraging people to vote by mail. Now, I've already covered the possibility of
all right, let's watch a little bit of this
election delays in my video, Can the President Cancel the Election? And I and most people came to the conclusion that because the election is enshrined in the Constitution, that President Trump probably cannot delay or cancel the election. But President Trump's recent comments about voting by mail raise a different issue entirely. Not canceling the election or postponing the election, but voter suppression. And according to the president, voting by absentee ballot is safe, while voting by mail is unsafe. apparently unaware that those are basically the same thing. Now, the Trump campaign
Yeah.
recently sued the state of Nevada for its plan to send every registered voter
Woo!
a ballot. Now, why are states
And
suddenly
we
interested
won,
in
baby.
increasing opportunities to vote by mail? And are there legal and security differences in how mailed ballots and absentee ballots are handled and counted? And does the president have the power to change the way that states run their elections? Well, today we're going to learn about the laws that regulate elections.
Trump tried to sue my state because my governor didn't even make it to where people had to request an absentee ballot. They just mailed them out to every single registered voter. So we won. Trump tried to take us to court, and make it so that wasn't allowed, but we won. Everybody got their ballot without asking, except for my fucking girlfriend. She didn't get one. It's probably showed up now, I bet.
The prevalence of voter fraud, or lack thereof, and the safety of mail-in votes and absentee ballots. Hey, Legal Eagles, it's time to think like a lawyer because we have an election coming up. And the presence of the COVID-19 pandemic has changed absolutely everything. And I never thought I'd say this, but it appears that the president is trying to get people not to vote in the November election.
I've said it
Did he say he tried twice to sue us? Damn.
before,
I thought it was
and I'll
only
say it
once.
again. Democracy simply doesn't work.
So the first question we need to ask is, who regulates voting in general? Well, there's actually a fair amount of federalism in
He sued
voting.
multiple
the US
states.
Constitution Elections Clause, Article 1, Section 4, empowers the states to determine the, quote, time, place, and manner of congressional elections subject to Congress's authority to make or alter state regulations. Dividing the power between the states and federal government is a cornerstone of American federalism. State and local governments therefore have the authority to enact laws for such elections, including rules concerning public notices, voter registration, voter protection, fraud protection, vote counting, and determination of election results. However, Congress may pass federal laws regulating congressional elections, which then automatically preempt any contrary state statutes. And Congress can also enact its own regulations if the states didn't address something important. But remember, both Congress and state governments are constrained by the other protections guaranteed by the Constitution. For example, if a state imposes barriers to voting that violate the 14th Amendment, the laws can be challenged as unconstitutional.
Rexy, my senior CNN correspondent, thank you. I pay you with love, thank you. Have fun. I was just about to say, have fun in your last few days of work. Try not to get hurt.
During the Jim Crow era, states enacted laws designed to stop black voters from voting, such as literacy tests, property ownership requirements, and mandatory payment of fees known as poll taxes. But for the most part, the laws that regulate how a person votes, such as what time the polls open and close, the deadline for registering, or the assignment of polling places, are all examples of decisions that the Elections Clause of the Constitution allows for the states to make. So the vast majority of laws that govern elections are handled by the states, and neither the president, the
Cool.
executive,
I'm probably
or
gonna end stream
Congress
here in the
has
next
anything
hour
to really
anyway.
say about that particular regulation. But what about election security? Congress has never passed significant legislation mandating security procedures for paper ballots or electronic ballots. Even elections equipment, including the software from private vendors, is mostly unregulated, and in the absence of federal laws, states have developed their own security protocols. Many experts have argued that Congress should probably step in and regulate security procedures to create uniformity amongst the states, including federal agencies. And actually, in November of 2019, several federal agencies, including Homeland Security, the Justice Department, and the FBI, released a joint statement naming election security as, quote, a top priority for the United States government. These agencies were chiefly concerned about threats from foreign countries and other bad actors. Congress did not pass an election security bill after this warning, and when Democrats tried to add funding for voter security measures to legislation addressing the COVID-19 crisis, specifically targeting the safety of voting by mail, President Trump described it as a scam to stop Republicans from winning objections, stating, quote, "You'd never have a Republican elected in this country again if the money for mail-in voting was included in the bill." And there is some truth to the president's statement. even if it is a crass political truth, which is
Donald
that
Trump won?
research tends to show that...
Let's see. Or are you just trolling? I'm pretty sure you're trolling because we're not, yeah, there's no real election results in yet. Yeah, no, still waiting on these ones. Even if he wins all 3 of these and Biden wins Nevada, Biden still wins electorally. But as we've talked about much throughout this stream, he's going to contest it in the Supreme Court if it's that close. Without fraud ballots, he won. Without fraud ballots, he won. All right, let's continue watching our video chat about how voter fraud is a myth and it's actually just calls for voter suppression. So people with small brains like crusty old eggplant can learn a little something.
When voter turnout goes up, it favors the Democrats and disfavors the Republicans. But saying that you actually want lower voter turnout is a bit like saying the quiet part out loud. But that takes us to the COVID-19 crisis. Now, before the COVID-19 pandemic, the main concern about the security of voting systems was the software and hardware used to tally, scan, collate, and report votes could be manipulated or hacked. And truthfully, that probably deserves its own video because our electronic voting systems are woefully inadequate and really need additional security measures. But the primary concern changed when the COVID-19 pandemic hit. No longer were people so worried about the electronic voting at actual formal polling places, but instead people didn't want to leave their homes. And since we don't have a system of being able to vote electronically from home, the emphasis changed to voting by mail and absentee ballots. And in a way, this seemed like a perfect solution. People could vote from home, minimizing the risk of transmitting or receiving the COVID-19 virus. And many politicians on both sides of the aisle and many different states were trying to encourage people to vote by mail. Now, I have been using the terms absentee voting and voting by mail almost interchangeably, but let's talk about the difference between those two terms. Practically speaking, as it regards an individual ballot, there's almost no difference. If you vote by mail or vote by absentee, you are taking your ballot, you're filling it out at home or some other place, and you are mailing it into the place that's going to register your vote. Really, the only difference is in terms of scale. An absentee ballot is sort of an exception to the general rule. If you're unable to go to a physical polling place or you live outside of the state temporarily, then you can ask for an absentee ballot, you can fill it out, and then send it into the polling place as an exception to the general rule that you would have to go in person. Voting by mail is effectively the same thing, just a difference of scope. Instead of asking for an absentee ballot as an exception, everyone can vote by mail, regardless of whether they meet the criteria for an absentee ballot or not. And states differ in terms of whether you need to formally register ahead of time for a mail-in ballot, or whether the state will just send every registered voter a mail-in ballot without having to pre-register. And while voting by mail is certainly getting a lot of scrutiny now, it's definitely nothing new. Some states, including Washington, Utah, and Colorado, have been voting only by mail for several years. Initially, mail-in voting was supported.
You know, if he's here still, sorry, crusty old eggplant. I don't mean to right off the bat just be like, you got a small brain for saying it's fraud ballots, but it's like, just learn something.
By both Republicans and Democrats. However, President Trump was disturbed by this development and he started tweeting his concerns.
Too bad you missed the other 3 videos that were like short and very concise and to the point.
In the president's mind, it appears that absentee ballots are good and
I don't think he
ballots are bad.
And you get thousands and thousands of people sitting in somebody's living room signing ballots all over the place. No, I think that mail-in voting is a terrible thing.
Does that really happen? The short answer is no, because there's little practical difference between absentee ballots and mailed ballots. President Trump's own lawyers even admit this. In a lawsuit challenging Pennsylvania's mail-in voting rules, the president's campaign says that, quote, the terms mail-in and absentee are used interchangeably to discuss the use of the United States Postal Service to deliver ballots to and from elections. So let's dig in a little bit deeper into the various states' voting laws. All states allow voters who have a reason they can't vote on election day to request a ballot in advance. while a majority of states currently let all voters ask for a ballot in advance without needing an excuse for why the person can't vote in person. And some states adhere to the traditional concept of an absentee ballot. An absentee ballot technically is an old term that meant someone was voting by mail because on election day they would be absent from the jurisdiction in which they lived. And 16 states still only permit certain voters to request an absentee ballot by mail when they have an excuse for not being able to vote at the polls on election day. Either that they won't be in the jurisdiction on that day or that they have an illness or disability. This is the traditional meaning of voting absentee. In all states, military voters, who are mostly covered by federal law, are permitted to vote absentee. The states have a range of other excuses that justify voting absentee, like medical emergency, confinement to jail, or confinement to a medical facility. And many states also give special help to those who can't vote in person. For example, in Arizona, election officials will deliver an absentee ballot to voters confined due to a medical emergency. But that's in contrast to what's called no-excuse mailed ballots. Delays and problem at polling locations frequently cause the kind of disturbing problems that we see on election day. Long lines, broken electronic voting machines, and people turned away because time ran out. State legislatures address some of these problems by expanding the number of days for early in-person voting and eliminating restrictions as to who can vote absentee or by mail. This is why 34 states and Washington, D.C. have what's called no-excuse absentee or mail-in voting. And a quick note on terminology, since state laws are not identical, you may see states using different terminology like advance ballots, mailed ballots, by mail ballots, and vote by mail ballots. Although different terms are used, generally they mean the same thing. And although the word mail is used in almost all of them, this means that the ballots are mailed to the voter. Voters can send them back via the mail, but all states also allow the voters to drop them off at designated secure locations. Voters who live in these states don't need to claim that they will be out of the jurisdiction or that they have any kind of illness or emergency that makes it impossible for them to vote in person. And some states like Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, and Colorado automatically send a ballot to every registered voter. And some people hate this. But now is probably a good time to talk about some of the misconceptions about the security or security problems of no-excuse mail-in ballots. The main claim that President Trump and various Republicans are making is that no-excuse absentee ballots are less secure than absentee ballots that require an excuse. President Trump says that there are very strict protocols for absentee ballots, but that these strict security protocols aren't used for mailed ballots. And this is, strictly speaking, not factual. The states don't have two separate systems for voters who will be absent from their voting district and those who prefer to vote by mail. And really, each state has its own security protocols for mailed ballots. And here's a rundown of the most important security features. One is that a ballot cannot be mailed to a person unless they are an eligible and registered voter. This means that a person must fill out registration forms and have their address confirmed. Ballots can't be forwarded to a new address, which means that a person must also have a current address to receive a ballot in the mail. And generally, ballots arriving before Election Day are stored in a secure room. Some states use security cameras to monitor the rooms. Some received ballots also are stored using special locks, such as locks that require bipartisan teams to open. And ballots often have a barcode, and this means that a voter can only be issued one ballot. In states with barcoding, it's incredibly difficult, if not effectively impossible, to just simply fill out a new ballot for someone who has already mailed in a ballot and had their barcode registered. And often states that mail every voter a ballot use multi-layer security envelopes and signature matching. And signature verification is one of the major security checks that states use to track ballots. Every ballot is tracked in an election management system that tries to prevent double voting, and often every signature that is returned on every ballot is then checked against the signature on file with the voter's registration. Local officials then determine if the ballot was returned by an eligible voter. Additionally, the U.S. Postal Service recently sent a vote-by-mail kit to over 11,000 local election officials. These kits encourage them to adopt best practices, including the post office's intelligent mail barcode, which lets mailed ballots be fully documented as they move to and from voters, and can make it easier to identify legal votes. But obviously, no system is perfect, and these measures haven't stopped the president from predicting mass voter fraud. But let's talk about voter fraud and how that differs from voter suppression. Voter fraud is the illegal behavior of individual voters, whether you are fraudulently creating duplicate votes or you are fraudulently voting on behalf of someone who you're not supposed to be voting for. Voter suppression is any effort by the government or other individuals to prevent or discourage eligible voters from registering to vote or voting itself. Unfortunately, there's a long history history of voter suppression tactics in this country. They can be very simple and violent measures to prevent people from voting, like the murders of James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, who were killed for registering black voters in Mississippi in 1964. Other suppression tactics include requiring forms of identification that people have difficulty obtaining, or limiting the hours for early voting so that people have to balance family and work obligations with the need to show up on election day. This is one reason why often people argue that election day should be a national holiday so that more people have the opportunity to vote and don't need to make a choice between going to their job and voting in a national election. And other voter suppression tactics can include trying to disenfranchise people. For example, making it a rule that all felons are unable to vote. That is not a constitutional requirement, that if you are convicted of a felony, you automatically lose the right to vote. Suppression tactics can also include using software that purges people from the roster of eligible voters, and sometimes all of these tactics come together. For example, Florida purged thousands of alleged felons from voter rolls in 2000. This was before the recent Florida constitutional amendment that allowed felons to vote, which is highly controversial and is up in the courts as we speak. But in that particular case, later investigators discovered that the system purged many people without felony convictions simply because they had the same birth date as a felon, or the first 4 letters of their name seemed to match a felon's. And in Georgia in 2018, Brian Kemp, who was then Georgia's Secretary of State, purged the voter rolls by eliminating 850,000 voters who hadn't voted in a while. This was called the use it or lose it approach, and Kemp was then elected governor that year.
I'm Brian Kemp. This is Jake, young man interested in one of my daughters.
Yes, sir. But apart from voter suppression, which is its own thing and deserves its own video, there is voter fraud, which is ostensibly what a lot of people in the Trump administration are worried about. So what is voter fraud and how common is it? Well, there's several different categories of potential voter fraud, and let's start with something called double voting. Double voting is when a person votes twice. Obviously, one person can only vote once in any particular election. Now, to prove double voting, you just need proof that someone voted more than once. And most states require voting documentation to be saved, such as signed poll books. Double voting is actually extremely rare. The reason for this is just that it isn't worth it for a criminal conviction to add one incremental vote to a candidate's total when any particular candidate is going to have thousands and thousands of votes. Each act of voter fraud in connection with a federal election risks 5 years in prison and a $10,000 fine, in addition to any state penalties. For double voting to throw an election, you would need...
Man, please, Krusty Old Eggplant, go find me the huge list of millions of people that have voted fraudulently this election, and since that list isn't here, please go back to 2016 and find the list of the 3.3 to 5 million people that voted fraudulently for Hillary Clinton. Please tell me how many of those people were arrested for that or caught.
Thousands of people in a jurisdiction.
Oh, wait, let's see. Everybody has different updates. I'm just gonna...
To take
Nothing's breaking yet. Or let me look at Twitter. That's where I'm gonna find out who wins first. Is on
Often
Twitter.
what appears to be a double vote is actually just confusion about the person's identity. In 2004, for example, 2 Kathleen Sullivans living in New Jersey were confused for each other. That's a mistake, but not voter fraud. Then you have the classic kind of voter fraud involving dead voters. The media frequently runs stories about dead people voting, only to find out after further investigation that this is based on clerical errors. More often than the clerical errors, though, is that people simply cast
Have a good
an
day at work,
absentee ballot,
Rexy.
and then in the interim, before the election is over, they pass away. And while there are certainly stories of people filling the ballot boxes with the names of the deceased at the turn of the 20th century and things like the Chicago political machine of 100 years ago, in the modern era, this kind of voter fraud is extraordinarily rare. Another common claim is that people will register with fraudulent addresses like vacant lots or storage units in order to get more votes. This obviously runs into the same problems with trying to use the same name to be able to vote more than once. But not many fake address claims have been substantiated over the years, and some states maintain a list of properties and lots that are allegedly vacant, only to find out later that they actually now hold houses. This actually happened in Missouri in the year 2000. Officials also mistakenly challenged people like Barbara Taylor, a Washington voter who listed her address as a storage facility. It turns out that Taylor managed the storage company and lived in an apartment on site and had lived there for 12 years, and her address was in fact legitimate. And then there's the possibility of felony barred voters. And this one's controversial because in many states, people who are convicted of felonies are allowed to vote. Ironically, it's actually far more likely that a state will purge eligible voters from the voting rolls when they're trying to purge felons than it is for people who are convicted of felonies from accidentally voting or even intentionally voting despite the felony conviction. And then finally, there is the possibility of voting by non-citizens. President Trump and his advisors claim that non-citizen immigrants voted en masse, but there's been no evidence of illegal immigrants really voting at all, let alone in large numbers. This could be because the penalty for illegally voting is deportation, while the payoff is minuscule, again, one marginal vote in a general election. And of the few documented cases where an ineligible immigrant voted, most involve innocent mistakes. Sometimes people who are going through the naturalization process are given voter registration forms, which they turn in before they have actually become naturalized citizens. And it's worth considering how difficult this kind of fraud would be to pull off at scale. In Hawaii in 2000, there were allegations that 533 non-citizens registered to vote. But an investigation revealed that 144 of those registered voters actually became citizens and then were eligible to vote. At least 61 asked the state to cancel their registrations when they realized that they were ineligible. 2 others were stopped at the polls by poll workers and never voted, and there were no reports substantiating that any ineligible immigrant actually voted in that election. So it's worth asking, how widespread is election fraud? Well, the Heritage Foundation, which is known as a fairly conservative think tank, maintains a database of documented instances of voter fraud. They found that over the past 20 years, about 250 million votes have been cast by mail-in ballot nationally. And during that time, there have been just over 1,200 cases of fraud of all forms, resulting in 1,100 criminal convictions. Of these cases, 204 involved the fraudulent use of absentee ballots. 143 resulted in criminal convictions. That amounts to about 0.0006% of all votes cast. So when you break that down, that works out to an average of maybe 7 or 8 cases of fraud involving mailed or absentee ballots per year nationally. And remember, Oregon has been mailing ballots to all registered voters for 20 years. So far, 50 million ballots have been cast in Oregon alone, with just 2 verified fraud cases resulting in conviction. That's 0.00004%. But that's not to say that we shouldn't be concerned about the security of our vote. Obviously, the strength of our democracy relies on our votes being authentic and secure. But we should also probably consider what kinds of fraud cases have been discovered recently. As it regards mail-in ballots, the answer is that there's been almost no fraud considering the millions of ballots that have been cast. Of course, you don't have to take my word for it. You can actually take the word of the Trump campaign itself, because the Trump campaign is actually filing suit in a number of different states to try and prevent changes to the way that elections are run, to make it easier for people to vote. And in particular, the Trump campaign is actually suing in Pennsylvania to stop the legislature from allowing people to vote via drop-off mailboxes in places other than designated voting stations. The Trump campaign alleged that there was widespread voter fraud in Pennsylvania and therefore the changes could not take place. After a lengthy discovery battle where the defendants demanded that the Trump campaign actually provide evidence of the fraud that they claim was taking place, the judge ordered the Trump campaign to provide the evidence of widespread voter fraud that the Trump campaign claimed existed. And when push came to shove, the Trump campaign provided basically a half dozen news articles that sort of hinted at things going on, which did not actually talk about widespread mail-in voter fraud. So the Trump campaign's best evidence basically showed nothing of the kind. And notice I said the Trump campaign rather than the president himself, because it's the company that runs the president's re-election campaign that is responsible for these lawsuits, which is incredibly problematic because the campaign can use all the funds at its disposal, which includes the funds that people have donated for the president's re-election. Those kinds of campaign contributions are being used to further what a lot of people are calling voter suppression tactics, to roll back amendments to voting laws which would allow for increased franchisement of people in states like Pennsylvania and Nevada. And believe it or not, the biggest verified election fraud scandal in recent history was actually committed in North Carolina by Republican operative Leslie McCrae Dowless, who in 2019 was charged with 3 felony counts of obstruction of justice, 2 counts of conspiring to commit obstruction of justice, 2 counts of possession of absentee ballots, perjury, and solicitation to commit perjury. Operatives working for Dowless illegally collected and sometimes filled in absentee ballots on behalf of Republican Mark Harris's campaign. Harris won by less than 1,000 votes, and as a result of the fraud, the state ordered a new election. Now, regardless of whether there is extensive documentation of actual voter fraud or not, that hasn't stopped the president from saying that he wants to do something to change the election. So the question is, can the president change the entire elective system through executive order? And the answer is that the president does not have the constitutional authority to make unilateral changes to the election system. These issues are largely enshrined in federal statutes and state law, which an executive order can't really touch. But the president can undermine voting and confidence in the outcome of the election. And that may be what the president is doing. Recently, new Postmaster General Louis DeJoy, a Trump donor, just instituted changes in the way that the U.S. Postal Service works, reducing overtime for postal workers, even if that means that mail that's ready to be delivered sits at the local post office for additional days. President Trump argues that this is all about building a more efficient postal service, but the timing of these changes coincides with the president's outbursts and tirades against mail-in voting. House Representative Carolyn Maloney recently sent a letter about the reported operating changes to DeJoy, complaining that the, quote, increases in mail delivery timing would impair the ability of ballots to be received and counted in a timely manner. To many people, the sudden changes to the U.S. Postal Service look like a voter suppression tactic. A majority of states reject ballots if they aren't delivered by Election Day, even if they are postmarked in advance. So a slowdown in the mail could be disastrous for mail-in ballots that are sent far ahead of time that just simply don't arrive by Election Day. And the president has repeatedly stated that the election must be decided on the same day that voting takes place, even though there is no federal or state law that requires the actual outcome to be decided on the same day. In reality, the outcome of the presidential election is not official until the completion of the canvass of votes and certification of the results. The canvass means aggregating and confirming every valid ballot cast and counted, which includes absentee, early voting, election day, provisional, challenged, uniformed, and overseas citizens. This doesn't happen in one night. Election Day is November 2nd. States have until December 8th, 2020 to resolve election disputes. And this means recounts and lawsuits must be completed by then. And states have a minimum of 35 days to certify who won the most votes in that state. The person with the most votes wins each state's electors, with a few exceptions. And the Electoral College meets on December 14th, 2020 and casts their ballots. The ballots are, of course, immediately transmitted to various people. And December 23rd is the deadline for receipt of all electors' ballots from all of the states. However, there's no penalty for missing that particular deadline. On January 6, 2021, Congress is going to meet to count the votes, and Inauguration Day is going to be January 20th, 2021. But as promised, the Trump campaign is actually making good on the president's threats to try and stop mail-in voting. And the Trump campaign has actually sued the state of Nevada over the state's new law expanding mail-in voting for the 2020 general election. According to the lawsuit, making all voters a ballot makes voter fraud, quote, inevitable. The lawsuit also claims that mailing all voters' ballots disenfranchises rural voters, violating the Equal Protection Clause. The lawsuit takes issue with a section of the law requiring county clerks to, quote, establish procedures for the processing and counting of ballots. The Trump campaign's problem with this is that it's up to each county clerk to establish the best procedures for counting rather than a uniform system statewide. And you may agree or disagree with the various different counties' systems that they put in place and wish that there was a standardized system throughout the state, but the president's campaign doesn't have a role in making Nevada law. And remember, the Constitution gives the states the right to administer their own elections. And it probably shouldn't surprise you that making an equal protection claim on behalf of rural voters doesn't make any sense at all. They're not a protected class, and I don't see how an equal protection claim works in this particular context. Now, personally, I think as many people of all stripes, whether Democrat or Republican, should vote. Voting is a public good, and both federal and state governments should take more steps to facilitate voting, especially in these COVID times. And mail-in voting seems like a pretty easy step to make that happen. Because we're all staying home more often. Not just because of COVID, but because it's so ridiculously hot out. And I've heard stories of people attending Zoom calls with formal business attire on top and swimming trunks on the bottom. I, of course, would never do that. But if I did do that, I'd wear Mack Weldon's awesome swimming trunks. I'm also not going to rip the suit off when I finish this video and jump in the pool wearing Mack Weldon's designer swim trunks that look great in and out of the water. But here's a picture of the last time I wore those trunks. That's definitely me and not a stock photo of a model. I really needed a tan there. Mack Weldon is a men's subscription. And when you sign up and order...
Okay. What did he end off on?
When jump in the pool wearing Mack Weldon doesn't have a role in making Nevada law. And remember, the Constitution gives the states the right to administer their own elections. And it probably shouldn't surprise you that making an equal protection claim on behalf of rural voters doesn't make any sense at all. They're not a protected class, and I don't see how an equal protection claim works in this particular context. Now, personally, I think as many people of all stripes, whether Democrat or Republican, should vote. Voting is a public good, and both federal and state governments should take more steps to facilitate voting, especially in these COVID times. And mail-in voting seems like a pretty easy step to make that happen. Because we're all staying home more often. Not just because of COVID, but because it's so ridiculously hot out. And I've heard stories of people attending Zoom calls with formal business attire on top and swimming trunks on the bottom. I, of course, would never do that. But if I did do that, I'd wear Mack Weldon's awesome...
President Trump has told barefaced, demonstrable lies again and again on pretty big issues. Trump claimed he lied that he won the popular vote, quote, if you deduct the millions of people who voted illegally. In fact, he told congressional leaders 3 to 5 million illegal aliens voting cost him the popular vote. That is completely verifiably untrue, rejected by all election officials, all top Republican leaders.
That just shows that we need to have better reforms right now in our voter process. That's why we need voter IDs.
He tells a lie, and we should have better reforms.
We need better voter ID laws at this point right now to make sure that that doesn't happen, that we don't have any illegals. And by the way, every single time the Democrats went to try to challenge that and show that there was voter irregularities, it actually worked against them because it actually showed that there was corruption on their side,
If you deduct the millions of people who voted illegally, did millions of people vote illegally, Scotty Nell Hughes?
I am not a voter or election person. I can't see every. Do I believe that there was voter fraud in areas?
No. Don't pivot.
I don't
Let's
know
deal
the
with the
numbers.
words.
That's what I'm good at.
Okay, millions of people. Did they vote illegally? He claimed it as fact. That is a lie, is it not?
I don't know if it's a lie. I think someone might have told him that that was the information he was given at the time.
But he's repeated it several times since. That makes it a lie. One time is a mistake.
But
repeating something you've been told is untrue.
But we have not been actually shown that whether or not...
That's not how it works. The burden of proof is on the people making the claim.
But this is a great example why we need better voter ID laws across the board.
We may or may not need better voter ID laws. Did millions of people vote illegally in the last election?
Maybe.
Based on what?
Based on whatever information the president's being told. I don't have access to that.
Wow.
But something is being told.
So if he told you a bunch of little green men are standing outside the building, you would believe him?
Hey, in the great words of a great Democrat, what difference does it make?
You've undermined the entire election.
Not the popular vote.
If millions voted illegally, then he's not a legitimate president.
The
whole election. Yeah, the whole election was tainted.
It's called the Electoral College. It's a very legitimate, and it's
You
funny.
think an election is legitimate if millions of people vote illegally?
If you want to look at the popular vote, you would never have had Barack Obama as your president.
Forget popular vote, forget Electoral College.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
If millions of people vote illegally, how is the whole election not undermined?
The question, millions of people voted illegally for the other side.
How do you know that?
And President Trump would still be...
How do you know they voted for the other side?
President Trump would still be President Trump.
How do you know these imaginary millions of people voted for Hillary Clinton?
Why?
Tell me how.
Because if they would vote for President Trump, he'd still be president. But obviously the reason why he's saying this...
I don't know what you just said.
Because he
Answer the question.
Said despite...
How do you know the millions of imaginary voters voted for Hillary Clinton?
Let's just say he was right. Read your quote.
No, I'm not saying he's right. I'm asking you to prove he's right. That's how it works. You make a claim, you support it. How do you know millions of imaginary voters voted for Clinton?
Well, because you're seeing ideas of... Well, first of all, you read your quote right there. Trump said, if you're going to take Trump for his word...
If you deduct the millions of people who voted illegally...
And they would have voted for her,
how do you know that?
Not him.
How do you know that?
Because then why would he be bringing that up if it wasn't beneficial?
But he's the one who made the lie. You can't quote him back to himself. How do you know millions of people voted illegally?
Because we are seeing voter IDs. You look at what happened right now.
You have zero evidence is the answer, isn't it? You don't have any evidence.
We know there's been voter fraud. Do you agree, yes or no? Has there been voter fraud? Has that been proven time and time again?
Yes, in fact, there was a Trump voter who voted several times for him.
Give me me a break.
Did
Look
millions
at
of
the
people vote
Wait a minute.
illegally?
Hold on.
Scotty,
Go
you're
and look
pivoting
at
again. This is not the show for
I'm going to
pivoting.
show you that
Did millions of
Democrats...
people
Point
vote
zero
illegally?
zero
I'm still waiting for my
zero
secretary.
zero
I
zero
don't know the
6%.
numbers, but yes, people did go in there. There was
But he's
voter
saying he knew
fraud.
the numbers. He didn't say maybe there was
Well,
voter
I'm sorry
fraud.
if he didn't give me the millions of numbers, and that's
No,
not
he didn't
the
say
issue.
one or two.
You were
He
focusing
didn't
on
say
such a little part of all of this.
The president of the United States says millions of imaginary people voted for Hillary Clinton with zero evidence. You have no
I'm sorry.
evidence.
Okay.
He has no evidence,
Hold on.
and I shouldn't ask about that. Wow.
Let's
so we
look
can just
right
say whatever
now.
we like.
Let's look right now at the woman that actually went up to us at Wisconsin and time again trying to look for voter fraud, saying that raised money, raised millions of dollars, saying, and every single time that case came out, you have all these state Supreme Courts throw out the idea that the Democrats saying there was voter fraud. The Democrats were screaming voter fraud, and no
I'm
state
gonna give
Supreme
you
Court
one-
would handle it.
We've got to move on for the 6th or 7th time. Do you have any evidence that millions of people voted for Hillary Clinton
There is
illegally?
evidence that people voted
Do you have
illegally.
do you have
I'm
evidence
not
that
going.
millions?
I'm not going to let you
Do you
pin
have
me down
evidence?
on a number
What,
of
on
millions.
a fact? Well, the president said millions voted. Was he right or wrong?
I honestly could not tell you. I don't see the
Because
information.
there's zero
you
evidence
did.
and you don't have any.
There's evidence people voted illegally.
There's zero evidence of millions. We both agree there's zero evidence of millions. Do we both agree that much?
We can say there's
Zero evidence
I
of
don't
millions.
know. I don't see it, but there's
zero evidence of
It takes
millions.
a lot to have
Unless-
millions. I will give you that.
I want to watch this Whose Vote Counts video.
Okay, I'm good on this.
We want to make sure that all Rudy Giuliani, we just saw him a moment ago talking about, we don't know where these things are from. They could be from Mars. He's alleging that they have taken these lawsuits into the various states to stop what they refer to as rampant corruption, although it is unclear exactly what they are talking about. Clearly, what they're trying to say is with these lawsuits, we want to make sure that all the votes are legitimate, which is, of course, fair. Rudy Giuliani, we just saw him a moment ago talking about, we don't know where these.
Like Michael Rappaport said earlier, count them twice, count them 3 times. And for real, I'm down with that. Count them as many times as you need to. But if you come from this area of thinking that, like that lady was trying to defend on the Al Jazeera video, like if you're trying to defend that, like they're going to say again, like they did last time, that like millions of people voted fraudulently, like you're just deranged. Sorry. No brain power in you. You just believe whatever opinion Fox News or OAN or fucking 4chan, QAnon, they just spew at you. And those are your sources. You got plenty of them, right? I just named off like 5. I got all my 5 sources. I'm smart. 5-head.
Profits over people, and that's pathetic. So I'm going to spend the next 2 minutes reading y'all for a fill, something I'm sure nobody. You get one life, and you all in this room have chosen profits over people, and that's pathetic.
Shit, hold on. There's one thing I want.
Firstly, stop using black children as photo opportunities, because they're cute now, but in 10 years, they're black male suspect in red shirts and khaki shorts. Eating cookies and drinking milk with children does not absolve you of your complicity in their oppression and denigration. Kansas City will spend more on police than education and then try to encourage children to feast with their oppressors. Y'all are really weird. Rick, I won't even begin with you because I don't care enough about you
Ma'am, your time
to
is up.
start, but you will have to spend overtime in a chapel at the end of your life. You have blood on your hands, and while these idiots hold you on a pedestal, God does not honor injustice and murder. I'm not asking y'all for anything because y'all can't and won't be both my savior and my oppressor. I don't want reform. I want to turn this building into luxury, low-cost housing. Anyways,
Yeah.
I'll leave you soulless, profit-driven, avaricious, greedy, God-forsaken humans, including anyone who works in this building, with one Bible verse from the Bible detailing the life of Jesus. Jesus Christ, who was another unarmed black man murdered by authorities in the book you hellbound people claim to love so much. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his soul? You're really funny.
Damn. I don't even really believe in the Bible myself at all in any way, but for people that claim to be, like she said, they're so hellbent. Man. They don't see the hypocrisy. Well, you know what, chat? I think it's about that time. 7 hours in. We're not going to learn anything new tonight. This is it. Did we lose any more followers other than alcohol? Which is okay. It's okay. R.I.P. I could have, like I said, I wish I would have just asked him to link his video that he had in the Discord, and because I know what video it was going to be, and I would have just been able to easily be like, nope, not pedophilia, and then moved on to showing him the multiple links of proof I have of Trump being accused of raping a 13-year-old and walking in on minors that were in his beauty pageants and changing and stuff. But at the end of the day, I cannot allow defamation to go on in the stream. And that's what was happening. Pushing conspiracy theories, which were defaming a person. And I'm just can't allow that. And I had to threaten him with a timeout. He was going to keep going. It was just a threat. I wasn't going to do it unless he kept going. But that was that. So, alcoholism. If you hear this, thank you so much for the support this last month. I really appreciate it. But as I said, no matter how much someone supports, I will never sacrifice my morals for $1. And was that as, like, I don't know, it's like, was that really worth it? It's like going out like Joe Biden isn't a pedophile. He's not. I'm not gonna let somebody defame and push that conspiracy theory in chat until the day comes when a kid comes forth, or an adult now, that says when she was a minor, Joe Biden assaulted her, sexually assaulted her, whatever. Then we will talk about it seriously. But until then, we can't push conspiracy theories. Can't do it. I'm always about a spirited discussion, talking about ideas, especially having Republicans talk about their ideas, because I love shutting them down. But the moment things get bigoted, racist, sexist, homophobic in any way, or conspiracy driven, or defaming somebody when it's clearly not true, easily disprovable, then it's got to be met with either timeouts or bans for the former. All the bigotry stuff, that usually results in pretty much instant bans. But the latter of pushing conspiracies and stuff, it'll usually just be a timeout for a little bit, just so you can calm down. Yeah, tonight was a fun stream. It sucks we haven't learned anything else. I'm probably gonna have to delete this stream because of the DMCA music in the live stream earlier. The Unicorn Riot live stream of the protests, so it's a bummer, but I'll highlight it so it'll all be saved in 2 separate videos probably. The first one will only be like 20-30 minutes, and then the other one will be the rest of the 7 hours or 6.5 hours. All right, well, this is where we're left off. We're not going to know Georgia for a little bit longer. If things change, I'll write it in the Discord. If things start getting crazy really early, maybe I'll jump on stream early. But anybody that's kicking it in chat, lurking, much respect. Thank you. Thank you everybody who's helped me get up to 47 subs. Like I've said before, it's crazy to me. I can't believe anybody would give money to me like the way I've given money or subbed or given bits to my favorite streamers or streamers I like. The fact anybody would do that to me blows my fucking mind, and I don't really comprehend it. So, thank you. That's why I try to go as hard as I do when we're chilling and we get subs and stuff. And to anybody that is once again coming to the realization that, damn, my favorite artists, streamers, comedian, musician, writer, it's another fucking leftist. I'm just a Republican stuck in a world of like things that I like made by leftists. Maybe you don't want to get pushed out of your circles anymore. All right. Voter fraud is a myth that is just there to bring about more voter suppression. Gotta wait for all the votes to be counted. All right, peace, guys.